In the shadow of the night, Ankh on the creep, raising up the titans, watch the fallen gods weep. From Baltimore streets to the Florida shores, Jehovah, hold and feel the wrath as it roars. No more rules, it's time to break. Killer army rise and make no mistake. All gods must die, hear the echoes cry. From the heavens to the ground, see them fall and die. All gods must die, no more alibis. Odin, Buddha, Allah, they all say goodbye. Zeus, on the throne, but he's losing his life. He's ready for the fight. Open your best run, we here for debate. All the deities trembling, feeling the weight. Step aside, make way for the real. All gods must die. It's a done deal. It's a done deal. Hey. All gods must die, hear the echoes cry. From the heavens to the ground, see them fall and die. All gods must die, no more and die. All gods must die, no more alibi. They all say goodbye. All could have gone killer, now time to fly. The world's ours now, hear the last goodbye.
Black African power. What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killing the house. Man, what's good, people? Man, it's a good one. You know, I popped up on SaNeters, ran back into the bomb squad. And we had an interesting conversation. We worked out our differences, man. But I want y'all to hear the quality in the conversation, right? Why there's a need for this generation to link up with the next generation. You gotta have shoulders to stand on, because if you don't have shoulders to stand on, you gotta start from scratch again. Imagine science starting from scratch. Even if you want to tear an idea all the way down and start over again, there's a foundation that those ideas are based on. And that foundation took Homo sapiens 350,000 years. So you wouldn't want to go back 350,000 years and try to remake the foundation. There's certain principles, certain ideas that is understood. You might have to tweak it, whatever you need to do, but it's certain things that is understood. That's it. Same way with connecting the communities, the younger and the older and the in-between. There are certain things that the older community understands that the younger community do not. You put them things together and you have a dynamic force. You split them things, now you got that next generation starting all over again, making them vulnerable to the things that they should understand because they have already been understood. This is a good one right here, man. So I want to make sure we get this in all the way. Big up to SaNeters TV for allowing me to come on, man. Big up to you, Sa. Big up to all the pseudo killers, man. Kick door low. Big up to you, bro. Pseudo killer official, Van, pseudo killer official, Malcolm, pseudo killer official. Big up to Juju and Miss Tiffany. Pseudo killer official. Malcolm, big up to you. Chilembe, big up to you. No Christian, big up to you. Fontaine, big up to you. Mr. Harris, where the hell you at? I gotta talk to you. Where you at? Where you at? Where the hell is you at? I know you running around here pseudo killing somewhere, yo, but where you at? Big up to you, bro. Big up to everybody that's here, man, supporting, man. I see we got the pseudo FBA. The pseudo FBA is really pseudo. They don't want no convo with me. Stop it, bro. You know where I'm at. Conversation be had over here. I ain't going over there. I be over there all the time, and I don't like it. I don't like the treatment, yo. I'm supposed to get the, you know what I mean? Give me the treatment. Yeah, I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate when you're disrespectful after I gave you a chance on my platform. Then you get disrespectful. Why? Come on, bro. Everybody forget that grind. We grinds over here, bro. I don't want to hear that pseudo nonsense. It's pseudo information, man. Yeah, let them know. I'll call them and let them know. How about that? I can call them and tell them, well, you pseudo. Easy work. When he come drop the link, man, stop. He's a pseudo. Stop it. Science is undefeated around here, man. And so let's get it in. Get it started, man. Let's get it started. Science is definitely undefeated. And big up to all the people, man. Right? Big up to the known and the unknown. I'm just trying to tell you. Trying to make sure we understand. Let me get this on and make sure everything is going through properly, man. Let me share these links, man. Y'all got to make sure. Make sure. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, I gotta make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe, man. Let me make sure. Okay. Boom. Boom. Let's go.
Right, and that's what you've been doing. You saying something.
DNA
Yeah, let me go to RC, man. RC want to get it in.
Man, it's
Go ahead.
man, you know, I be loving the elders, man, but she up there talking about the 1800s and they wearing pearls, man. You talk, if we gonna talk about indigenous Americans, show me when you first got here. Show me the remnants of your original peoples on this land. I be wanting to know the Native American story, even if they tell you the truth about their story, it ain't got nothing to do with no quote-unquote Negroes. It got a whole lot to do with some Asiatics. It got a whole lot to do with some real, with the eye like this and the skin complexion of my palm. So, like, and that's the honesty. So when we get to talking about how did these quote-unquote Native Americans get here on this land, they don't originate on this land. There was a point in time where this land was unpopulated. Now, did they come here before Columbus? Absolutely. May there have been some darkly melanated hues amongst them, maybe even. Absolutely. But were they us? Absolutely not.
Hey,
now,
the silver back on you.
Yo, hold on. He's talking, brother.
There's a point in time where we also come here before Columbus. You know, I would hint to David Imhotep with that. The first Americans were African. And you will see how we even had a certain conflict with the North Africa, with the Northern Americans versus even the Southern Americans, if you would.
Yeah.
So not United States like all those, I don't know, Civil War stuff, but on the continental level. So South America versus the ones who was up of the Northern. So there was a certain conflict, and when we seen each other, as far as Africans in the native, because they're not indigenous, they're native to the land. Then it was certain conflicts. They even enslaved the African at points in time as well. So they knew that they were a separate people than us. Do we get to mixing and mingling? Absolutely. And some of us are maybe products of that. But to say that we are pure Native American and all of this other stuff.
No, but I would never say we are pure Native American. I would never say that.
Never say that. Yeah, you're right, Si.
You wouldn't. But the woman on the video was hinting towards that.
So-called black people who are Native American or who are Indians. I know that.
Okay,
Go ahead.
real fast.
Go ahead.
If I can get in here, right? So what the brother Ashe was saying, number one, let's get back to even what Rakufu was saying, right? If we go by a certain narrative, everybody on the planet is some sort of African. The European is an African, the Asiatic is an African, they're all Africans, right? Now, when you see the diaspora of them leaving out of Africa, right? Then you see how they start to change ethnically. So you see how the people from the Caucasus Mountains start to change. You see how the Asiatics start to change, right? When the people of the Asiatics were still migrating, a lot of them settled here because of the game and because of the plain region. It's the northern. I ain't talking about the southern. The southern people, you talking about the Haitians and all of that. The northern people and the Blackfoot, the Haitians and them and the Blackfoot Indians never met. They never came in contact because their migratory route was only in their section and when they settled. This is why when you get to the Haitians and stuff, they'll say, oh, they got African. When you go to the Native American, you'll never see that. You would see more of the Asiatic. But now, the reason you find that in the DNA is the same reason if we were to go back earlier to the Caucasoids in history, and we take a DNA of them, they would be African. They wouldn't have the Caucasian genotype they have now in present day. If we go and get the earliest formations of the people from the Caucasus Mountains and we take that DNA, they would be African. So that's the same comparison to if we was to take a Blackfoot Native American and then take his DNA during that time, he would still be closely related to the Asian. But the reason they will be distinct is because he's been here long enough to now that they gain distinctive genetics, right? So over time, now, like Brother Ashe was saying, these became native people to this land over thousands of years. I mean, the Blackfoot Native Americans spanning here from what, 18,000 years ago. So 18,000 years being isolated on this land. You see what I'm saying? We was talking to Ankh the other day, and he was talking about he was asking, did we agree with Darwin's theory of evolution? Well, if we going according to Darwin's theory, right, then these two people evolve from one another, and these are a different evolution, turn them into a whole different group of people. You see what I'm saying? So now, when we get into, and I'm gonna land my plane with this, because I know I've been speaking for a while. When we get into when the transatlantic slave trade started happening, then we start to see a lot of Native Americans and Africans mixing. During that time is when we start seeing a mixing. And I will argue we are the products of that. We are the offspring of those people intermixing. And now that's how we come on a scene. So I land my plane with that. That's just my breakdown of it.
All right, who want to go next?
I just wanted to say to Asar, Asar, when you see these people that we're seeing, like J markers are markers of the Senegalese people who look purple, black, woolly hair, coil hair, and everything, kind of look like Nubians and stuff, but they got different DNA markers. The ones on the Sentinel Island. You could have had phenotypical people throughout the Americas looking just like us, but with different genome markers, what I was saying. Okay, go ahead, y'all.
Absolutely. Just like the ones where you go over the Australian people, those indigenous folks. And they even go as far as
Papua New Guinea. Or Papua.
Yeah. So just because you phenotypically look like us does not mean that you're us.
I would agree with that as well.
But totality, all of us are from the African,
all of us are from Africa.
So
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. So I would even go as far now to say that dark hue is a Afro feature that's inherited on the continent itself.
Ooh, I'm looking for that because some people
gotta say that.
They changed out when they got to other places. I think that came with them. I never seen a white man have a black population that turned black because of where they went.
Right. A lot of the changes happened on the continent. That's what I was talking about the other day. A lot of the changes, far as when you get to talking about the the quote unquote evolution thing was going on with the genus. A lot of that happened on the continent. You know, Neanderthal, he Neanderthal on the continent. Yeah. You know what I mean? Cro-Magnon man is Cro-Magnon man on the continent. You know what I'm saying? And then Grimaldi is Grimaldi on the continent. But the fun fact about it is when Grimaldi left the continent and went to Europe, he didn't become a European. He did not lose his pigmentation. He didn't get blonde hair. He didn't get blue eyes. So when we look at Grimaldi, man, he is
You're right. Well, guess what? That's what Sheikh Anta Diop said. That's what he taught. He taught that because of the climate, that the color of his skin started changing. Yeah, that's what Sheikh Anta Diop taught.
Real quick, before you go, Sa, you see on my screen, what do I put what's this for? I'm sending you a dub on Zelle, but I don't know what it say what's this for. What do I say?
Family. Say for family. Yeah, food. Say food.
Because you old. Say because you old, god damn it.
Nah, because I don't want them taking a cut.
Let me say what's good to what's here. Right? And the other brother Humble. So, you know, we had a nice little rocky start, you know, with the formation of y'all group. And I just want to say, man, you know, I appreciate y'all, that young spirit and energy, man. That was fun for me. I enjoy it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Help keep me young.
That was great.
Yeah,
that was great.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. And I don't want y'all to think I'm not a hater, yo. I'm a participator. And so, you know, I went back and I made sure I looked at the video and looked at the things, man. And I gotta say, right? I gotta say, man, I like the way y'all fought that fight. And I would also say is that y'all are more advanced than I was when I was talking about the Hebrews at first. I gotta give y'all that. I gotta be honest with you.
If I could say why, really fast. The reason is we were watching you when you were on the street doing what you was doing. The Polites, the brother Shabazz, we were watching y'all do what y'all was doing while we were watching y'all on TV.
Yeah,
right?
Y'all got
it. Wasn't accessible, and we couldn't get to y'all. We could only watch on TV.
Right.
A lot of the passion that you see from me, a lot of the passion you see from my brother Ashe, it come because of how we seen y'all bring out y'all information.
There you go. That's what I told you. Oh, I told you.
No, but that's why I said we gotta stand on people's shoulders because it's mistakes I made, right? And you don't need to remake the wheel. You know what I'm saying? Like it's things I did that y'all can take that, add to it, and then somebody gonna come by and stand and it make it easy for us. Like I say, man, like this conversation is real heavy and it's hard, man, at times, man. But when I went back and I looked at it, what's up, King J? King J did a good job. He did a good job at explaining certain ideas, right? But the whole evolution part, yo, I would say that's the weak spot right there. That's the weak spot. That's definitely a weak spot, and that take time and effort to get the evolution down pat. Hell, most people don't even agree with evolution, but the fact that y'all do agree with it, now y'all gotta figure out why. So you mentioned Grimaldi, man. They don't even use Grimaldi no more, right? You talked about you said Grimaldi. What's the other guy you talked about?
I said about Cheddar Man.
No, not you.
I mentioned Grimaldi and I mentioned Cro-Magnon.
Okay, let's talk about Cro-Magnon man. So actually, Cro-Magnon man is simply Homo sapiens sapien that they found in Cro-Magnon Europe. That's it. That's important to know that.
Yes, it is, because I didn't even know that.
Yeah, that's all it is. They found Homo sapiens sapien in Cro-Magnon Europe.
But who was Cheddar Man, huh? Cheddar Man play a part in this. He was a black model they made with blue eyes, and they had him on Time magazine.
No, now Cheddar Man is another a complexity of nature. But I would like to make this point, though. So all the traits that you can think about, they start in Africa first. The alleles, the variations of different skin colors, right, is actually everything you see is an African trait. Now, whether it get expressed or not is based off the environment. So when you see light skin, the oldest a gene is found in Africa, maybe 150,000 years ago. Right now, it didn't express itself because there was no need to express itself. It would not have been advantageous to the population for everybody to be light-skinned in those geographical regions. So it became advantageous as the African population moved out of Africa. And so You humble, you asked the question, and I don't feel like I answered it good enough. You said, can a lion go to the mountains and evolve and be a mountain lion? The answer is absolutely no. And you know why it's no? Because evolution does not occur in a single organism. It occurs in the population. Now, why am I saying it occurs in the population? Because genes has to get transferred. You can only transfer genes by having sex. And so when those genes get transferred to the next offspring, right, it stands a chance that those particular genes might get selected. Now, so if we got a population of, say, 10 lions, right, and 10 of them move to the mountain regions, okay? Now, those 10 lions have babies. When they have babies and transfer genes, there may be some genes that allow those mountain lions to survive in the mountains better. Everybody don't get the genes. Only let's just say 5 of them get the genes. So the other 5 won't have a valuable offspring, but the 5 with the genes that gives them an advantage in the mountain area will live to the age of reproduction and give birth to more lions that may carry that gene. And so over time, the population shift from a population that can't handle the mountain area to a population that can. It's a classic example of evolution. Look up the spotted moth. Now, the spotted moth will help y'all bring all that into being. It'll tighten your shit up, right? Charles Darwin, Copernicus. You know who Copernicus is, right?
Oh, not the profanity, bro.
I didn't. I said Copernicus.
No, you said we'll tighten your it up.
All right, okay. So Copernicus followed the heliocentric model. So if I was to give you the litmus test and say, do you agree with Copernicus? And you say, no, I don't agree with Copernicus. And then you come back and say, well, I agree that the earth circles the daggone sun. That would not make sense because Copernicus helped formulate the heliocentric model. So when I say Charles Darwin, you can't say you don't agree with Charles Darwin theory of evolution, then come back and start talking about genes. Remember, all that come out of Charles Darwin's work.
May I ask Uncle a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Did you hear what I said, though? I think that's important.
Yeah, I hear what you said. It's real important. And I want to let you keep on going because it's just a quick question.
Yeah, but go ahead, brother.
Would it be fair to me to ask you, do you believe in the Kemetic spirituality in that same breath? Because and then lay it out and say because because you know the Cometians had the firm thought and knowledge that Ra was on the sun boat, you know, metaphorically, and that Ra was taking this trip, I mean, to quote unquote to the afterlife, to the underworld, I mean, representation of darkness. So he's taking this trip, and then we're shrouded in darkness. And when he comes back on this trip, you know, here comes the sun again, and now we got the daytime. They understood the heliocycle without calling it the heliocycle. Would it be fair if I asked you, do you believe in Kemetic spirituality? And then you said no.
You don't.
And then I said, and then I called you pseudo, and I said, oh yeah, bro, oh yeah, you ain't with it then, because the Cometians understood the helios, they understood the sun cycle.
That's actually 2 separate things. You only begin to understand the sun cycle is based off of understand how the heavenly bodies move. So that would actually be in the category of science. So you asked me if I believe in a spiritual system, although they had it mixed up but when it was time to read the daggone how the sun traveled, right? They had, like, I call them star clocks, like an optoplier, where they track the different cycles and stuff like that. But that's proto-astronomy. And the question you're saying, I don't have to believe in Christianity to agree they fixed the damn calendar. That's 2 separate things right there. So no, I don't believe in no God, right? I know a spiritual system is cultural, so I'm gonna always give the African spiritual systems based off my bias. I'm gonna pick that over the quote unquote Islam, Christianity, Judaism, but I'm gonna treat them the same way. And that was my next point. My next point is, as I used to critique different spiritual systems, say Islam, Judaism, Christianity, I still had a belief in a cosmic force. Then I had to recognize that my belief in my belief in the cosmic force ain't no more different than the belief in Allah. It's just a word change. So as I develop, I start to recognize that spiritual systems are spiritual systems. Belief in God is belief in God, no matter what you call it, right? And I have learned how to detach myself from belief systems and just recognize science. Now, I respect spiritual systems. I think there's a need for it, but some of us have the ability to separate themselves from believing in God. Everybody not gonna be able to do that, bro. But when you critique a person's spiritual system, you leave yourself wide open for that left hook, yo.
Thank you, brother. I agree.
Hey, Humble, you get my point, though?
Yeah, most definitely. And I just want to respond to that.
Yeah, respond.
So,
go ahead.
One of the issues I have with Charles Darwin,
right,
and if people follow Charles Darwin on this, one of the issues I would have with their way of thinking is
intuition and personal realization. Key differences.
Put in adaptation and evolution in the same category, right? They are very distinct. Are they related? Yes. But they're very distinct, different things, right?
Okay.
Adaptation deals with traits. Evolution deals with species. So when let's go back to the lion. When you say, if I take 10 lions and take them to the mountain, right, and they get the traits, right, that's adaptation. The fact that they're still lions prove that they never evolved. Now, if you'd have took them 10 lions, they went to the mountains and they came back birds or some another type of species, that's evolution. The fact that they're still lions show you that they just adapted. They didn't evolve. So that would be the pushback that I would give you on when you're trying to break down the adaptation and the evolution. Are they connected? Yes. Are they the same? No.
So you get to you watch this. First of all, you get to adaptation by way of natural selection, which is actually Charles Darwin's theory. He had a theory of evolution by way of natural selection. So you have to define the word evolution. The word evolution is simply change in the gene pool over time, or change in the genes over time. That's all it is. It's simply change over time. So adaptation is actually a mechanism within evolution. Once again, natural selection, right, will push you to adaptation. So the core of evolution is adaptation. Watch this, by way of natural selection. You can go to any University of Worth and ask a professor, they're going to tell you that you're fundamentally wrong. You will come back to this conversation after you look it up and say, "Dan, I got that wrong. You was right." So inside of evolution is genetic drift, adaptation, horizontal gene transfer. You know what I'm saying? That's all in evolution. There's different mechanisms. There's different reasons why a mechanism or organism will evolve over time. What's the mechanism? Was it natural selection? It's more than just natural selection. But that was Charles Darwin's initial idea. Since then, based off of that, humans have learned more, because guess what? They stand on the shoulder of Charles Darwin, and then they can add in adaptation. Then they can add in horizontal gene transfer, or the few other mechanisms. I think it's 5 mechanisms. It escapes me right now. But my point is, you cannot go to a university and stand up, because I'm hoping y'all brothers and sisters one day will go and stand in front of college classes, right? And do what I do and tell them. They're going to go look it up in the biology department. So you can't say nothing. Yeah, that's, like I said, if you was to say Copernicus, right, we know he's attached to the heliocentric model. And all the things that are attached to it, it means you would have to understand that. So adaptation, to say adaptation is not part of evolution, that don't make no. You're thinking about a person who walks to a colder climate and adapts to it. That, remember, evolution occurs in the population, not in the individual. You can adapt to an environment, but that's not adaptation that occurs in the gene pool. And the genes has to get transferred to that to that organism, and that organism has to have valuable offspring, and so forth and so forth. It's important. It's a complicated subject matter, bro. And I don't expect y'all to get.
I just want to point out that you just said at the end, all that roundabout, when you said, "Oh, you can go somewhere and you can adapt," but that's not evolution. I just said that.
Yeah, but that's not evolution. I thought we were talking.
I just said that. So everything you said in the beginning of what you just said is null and void, because what you just said, when you go somewhere and you adapt to the environment, that's not evolution.
So, but that, well, okay.
This is why Charles Darwin was wrong.
No, that wouldn't. No.
Adapts to an environment does not mean it evolves.
We're talking about two different words.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
Hold on. Hold on, King J. Hold on, King J. We right here. Hold on.
Trying to bandwagon. Go on,
Just hold on for a minute. Hold on for 1 second.
I'm trying to correct y'all, brother. That's all.
No, hold on. Let me say that. I'm gonna let you jump in, King J. So listen, I was talking about Charles Darwin theory of evolution. If you're just talking about us going to a place and adapting to it, meaning slaughter some animals, put on some heavy fur, that's adapting to it. That's cultural adaptation. I'm talking about when we use the word adaptation in conjunction with Charles Darwin. That's part of the evolutionary thing. That's natural selection gives rise to adaptations. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. Now, if you was just, then you shouldn't even have mentioned the adaptation if you was only talking about going to an area and adapt there because you figured you change your food and all that, whatever. That's a different conversation.
All right, so then let me
now hold up 1 second, humble. Let me say this. Hold on, King J. I just want to get in there and say
King J was next. King J was next.
Okay. Well, King J, give me 1 second. Let me say 1 second.
Because hold on, because Ankh is right. The adaptation of that is evolution. Going to another place, staying for a long time, that is evolution over a long period of time, right? So the gene, right, the adaptation, so the gene that we have today, right? Say the lion
Hold
goes,
over, King J, we couldn't hear you.
Hold on, don't cut me. The lion goes to a different environment, right? Over time, that's evolution, right? The adaptation over time is the evolution. So evolution is adaptation over a long period of time because the gene over a long period of time evolves. So they work hand in hand. So you can't say, well, the lion didn't evolve. Yes, it did. If the lion stays in that environment over a long period of time, it will evolve. Just like the initial. So when the brother gave the example of the many lions having different coats, and the browns, the tan lion lived longer because it was able to blend in with the Sahara, right? And that became the standard, right? So let's just say that brown skin lion goes to another environment, right? Over a period, if it stays for a long period of time, that's called evolution. The gene adapting in the environment over a long period of time. Go.
First off, you can't say anything is ever. You can't, if you're speaking of one species and you take that species to another environment and it stayed that species, you cannot call that evolution. Because
say it again, bro.
Okay.
Say it again, humble.
Okay, I can say I'm gonna put it in an example like this, right?
Okay, hold
we know the whale. We know. Hold on, really fast. I got you. We know the whale was an animal that came from the land onto the water. What remained consistent about the whale? The whale remained a mammal. The whale never changed species.
Exactly, you're right. But
so
now
then the whale never evolved. It just adapted to the environment.
The gene.
If the whale would have evolved,
no, let him talk. That's a good point. That's a great point, bro.
If the whale would have evolved, it would have changed to another species in the water. The same thing with flying squirrels. Just because flying squirrels fly, I don't mean they're anything other than flying squirrels. They're still flying squirrels. This is why, again, I'm gonna say it again, because for the people that study Charles Darwin, they must have missed this part. This is why Charles Darwin was incorrect. He had to go back because he had to realize evolution and adaptation are linked, but they are not the same. That's why he was wrong.
All right. So you just made my point, though. You said the whale. So are you saying that the whale?
The bomb squad is on the rise, baby.
Oh, hold on, man. Come on with that, Saul. Stop that.
Yeah, man. Promote the bomb squad, brother.
All right, got you. But wait a minute, bro. All right. So was you saying, a humble? Was you saying that the whale was on land like a whale, yo?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Come on, bro. See, that's the point. It did change. Absolutely, all the way to an aquatic animal that could survive, that could adapt to a different environment. And based off the adaptations, based off of natural selection, the adaptations allow us to stay underwater longer with lungs over time. Its legs went from legs to a fin. Legs and fins are basically the same thing. It got the same amount of bones in it, right? From the shoulder bone to the hip bone, same amount of bones. One bone, two bones, many bones. It's the same thing. So it did change species. It absolutely did. To the species, it never stopped being a mammal, but it changed from a four-legged animal to an animal with fins and can stay on the water and be aquatic and eat the food out of the ocean. So see, that very example you gave proves my point.
All right, hold on. Let me get Rakufu in here.
Evolution don't mean you change species neither, yo, just for the record.
Sometimes, when I be trying to speak, I don't be trying to go all that with both of you, everybody to listen, even King J. I just wanted to, because Ankh had made a statement saying that the heliocentric would have been with Copernicus, but that's halfway true, because Aristarchus 1,000 years before him was the first to propose the heliocentric. So we need to know who Aristarchus of Samos of the Greeks was before we know about a Copernicus. Go ahead.
No, good point. I just gave something everybody may have been familiar with. That's all.
And I know you did. And I just wanted to add, not even all that. I wanted to just say, don't forget Aristarchus. Go ahead.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, great point.
All right, hold on. I want to come back to that, but I also want to get back to the natives, man. I got to get back to the natives a little bit, and then we could get back to some of that, the evolution and stuff like that.
Yeah, go back to the natives.
So, are you saying that you don't believe or you don't know that there are so-called African Americans here who also have Native American blood, brother, who are indigenous to this land? You don't feel that?
No, that's all African Americans. There's an ethnogenesis between indigenous native population, indigenous Africans from the continent of Africa, and Europeans. That is the African American. That's the ethnogenesis.
You've seen my DNA, and it connected me right here to America. You've seen it.
Listen, I just said it. I said there's an ethnogenesis that creates the African Americans. That's the Native American population, the European population, and indigenous Africans.
Everything is not pseudo. Let me go right here with this clip right here. Tell me what you think.
No,
that's what he's saying. So that's
peoples live, build.
Listen.
Before this nation was named, indigenous black peoples lived, built, and governed here. The great world's fairs were remnants of their cities. Across this nation once stood many centers of black commerce, not one Wall Street, but many. These communities were connected by trade, by innovation, by grand world fairs. They represented an older world still alive, and that continuity frightened those who sought control. So those centers were dismantled, their prosperity erased by the very forces that later claimed to civilize this nation. The word American describes the people of the copper-colored race, its original heirs, the original nobility of this.
Hey, yo, somebody said this is AI.
AI, son.
I was about to say, when did Kennedy ever give that? When Kennedy ever drop that?
Hold on.
He ain't never dropped no crazy. Come on, man.
Hold on. Let me go to something that's not AI then.
A great change is at hand.
The fact that John F. Kennedy embraced the concept of civil rights, not just for the United States, but
this AI shit getting crazy.
The hallmark of
you supposed to know that was crazy.
In fact, I would even say that it was his activities with civil rights that probably led to his death.
Why do you say JFK was killed because of civil rights?
Because I think that.
Let me move it up to him, to JFK going in.
Out there, and I got fairly close to the truck that he was on. It was unusual.
This ain't AI though. Watch this.
I mean, what they got to do with the conversation?
Well, I'm gonna listen.
Or half free.
Kennedy, the senator, had followed the boycotts and Supreme Court victories that ended segregation, but that was from a distance. Kennedy, the president, was forced to pay closer attention, according to presidential historian Douglas Brinkley.
When the African Americans backed in 1960 John F. Kennedy, it's a big constituency for him now, and you have to feed your constituents.
By 1962, reaction to the civil rights protests erupted in violence across the South, nowhere more chilling than in Birmingham, Alabama.
Birmingham has become Birmingham.
That's crazy. Yeah. All right. That's not what I want to go to. I'll go to this one.
So this tribe,
Cherokee.
Okay. Now, what you said about the African thing?
Okay. Now, just say when I was growing up,
in the South, North Carolina, I never heard anything about African and Black. I always heard about Indian.
So when did African come into play?
Well, I'll say lately, not
60s,
very,
70s?
yeah, 60s,
What roots, around roots time?
Right.
So you think it was like a mind control thing that they put into it?
Yes.
Really?
That's what I believe, because I still don't believe.
How old are you, man?
Hey,
What's your name?
Marie.
Huh?
Marie.
Okay, my name is, I don't want to say my name more, but my name is Ahanu. Ahanu means friend to everyone in Algonquin.
Okay, now my mother, that's why I still say, I don't mind, I do say I'm Black, but my mother was born in Louisiana. Now she was French and Indian.
Okay, yes. But the Indian side was Black.
Black.
That's right.
My mother's Black.
Wow.
French and she wasn't French.
She was Indian. She was Indian. What,
that's
Nazi? Do you know what Nazi Indian or just what tribe do you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Okay, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I mean, what's that point?
Now, do y'all disagree? Do y'all disagree with the elder?
I'm gonna be all the way. I'm gonna be all the way honest.
Be all the way out. Yeah.
People don't like me for being this honest.
Go ahead.
If you 80 years old from South Carolina and you don't know what tribe you from, you ignorant. She was ignorant. She don't know no better, man. She don't know no better. She ain't never read no history book, man. She's talking about if you was on the South eating hot water cornbread, eating Mississippi clay mud, I mean stuff like that. Yeah, you don't know that the Romans created the word Africa as we have it today. Like that, of course she doesn't know this stuff. Like, and I don't expect her to.
Right, I'm
not holding her. And I'm not holding her accountable.
I gotta get some Indians up in here now.
Yeah, like not even no Indians. Let's get some real Native Americans who don't use the word Indian because they know that they're not from India. Let's get that first.
Hey, SaNeters, you make that mistake, right? When we talking about a scientific explanation of something, right? Your grandmother, your grandfather, a lady 80 years old, a child at 12 years old, brother Ankh, everybody else, none of that actually matters in a scientific conversation. What matters is the data that's being produced and can it be backed by retestable things? Can we retest what she said? Can we look at the data? That matters. So your eyes, your ears, your five senses are horrible in a scientific conversation, and that's the hurdle. That's the hurdle, right? How do I explain to people who are 30 years old, 25 years old, that your five senses is horrible for putting together this scientific data? You looking at me like I'm crazy. Wait a minute, bro. I wake up, I see, that's how I drive. I smell the food don't smell right, so I don't eat it. I hear a bear in the background, so I run, or somebody shoot a gun, I hear it, I duck. What the hell are you talking about? Right. Look it up. Your five senses. Science didn't take off until humans learned to replace our five senses by either creating a whole new sense or tools and equipment that will replace our senses. This is what I'm trying to push to the next generation, yo. You can look at a person and say, that's a Black person. Yeah, dark skin, copper skin, but that doesn't mean that person, just because that person got the same skin color, don't mean that person's related to you.
All right, let me go with this.
Most African Americans believe that the majority of their DNA has roots in Africa, while the remaining has roots in Native American tribes and Europe. This is often backed by genetic studies that reveal that African Americans have 73.2% African DNA, 24% European DNA, and 0.8% Native American DNA. This makes everyone believe that they are majorly descendants of Black slaves. But what if we tell you that it's wrong? You have been intentionally told so. In fact, studies reveal that about 98% of African Americans have Native American roots. So, why were you lied to and what do they want to hide? Would have never heard that tens of millions of Native Black Americans, or rather Indians, used to live before Christopher Columbus came to America. However, immediately after 1492, all of them disappeared. But where did they all go? Well, many were shipped to Europe and Africa as Indian slaves. That's when we realized that the story we have been taught about the slave trade is actually backward. Instead of a massive influx of
Oh, God damn. What do you think about that? Oh,
Yeah, that's pseudoscience.
I know it's AI voice. I know that already. We all know that voice. Everybody uses that voice. But,
Yeah, that's pseudoscience. That's
but what do you
pseudoscience.
think about the history that he's dropping?
No, he's not dropping history. That's Tariq Nasheed and them package right there. That's pseudoscience right there.
Damn, yo, come on.
Hey, wait,
Yeah, that's
hey,
not
stop.
grounded in reality, bro. You
If we look at the genetic and historical data that's out there, the average African American typically has a significant majority of African ancestry. On average, it's often estimated that about 70 to 80% of their ancestry is of African origin. The remaining percentage, blah blah blah.
Yeah, European and Native American, but even with that, that doesn't make you an indigenous African. Right. And see, that's what the other side messed that up. Yeah. Right? So we have a ethnogenesis. Understand what an ethnogenesis is. Ethnogenesis is the genesis, the beginning. The beginning is the start of. So the start of our ethnic group is a combination of different continental Africans that were shipped from Africa, bro.
Well, guess what?
And brought to America.
This is gonna make you mad right here.
No, it's not gonna make me mad. I'm not mad at that. I know silly when I hear it.
I am not African,
Me neither. Me neither, so I'm not African either, starting that up.
All right, well, listen, I am not African, but I'm not saying I don't have African blood in me. I have the indigenous blood, I have Spanish blood, all right? And I have African blood. So there you go. I'm not just one thing. And that's what all of y'all trying to do is make it look like, oh, we all.
So what you call yourself, son?
Yeah, that's not true. Stop politically. You know better than any of us.
I call myself a man. That's all.
Right. That's fine, sir.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but no one runs around and say they African, yo.
We are totally different, brother.
I agree. With SaNeters, well, why don't with SaNeters, we agree. We speak a different dialect. We speak African American vernacular, yo. We have a whole different culture, bro. So we are not continental Africans, yo.
Like we're not Jamaicans or we're not Caribbean.
Right, we ain't none of that. We African Americans, bro. What are you talking about?
Nah, we ain't no African Americans, man.
Right, okay, I mean, yes, we are.
You go about he came up with
African descended America. What the brother?
Man, all y'all coming up with Jesse Jackson came up with.
ADA.
I'm melanated, man. I don't know about all that.
No, okay. I agree with Ankh on the ethnic genesis. Yeah, we have developed and became a new people on this land. Mm-hmm. Now we can. I think we can all,
brother.
Yeah, that's the first step. We can agree right there. Okay, cool. Let's get to that step first. Now the second step that we didn't all agreed on that is what is the culture of the person over here? Because too many of the people on this land, they pulling on Haitian culture. They pulling on voodoo. They pulling on Yoruba. They pulling on Santeria. They pulling on a lot of other people. If we are new people, like we saying, we find ourselves pulling on all of these other people's culture. What is our culture? The question is it slave culture? Is it hog mogs and chitlins and
what it really is?
And is it slave culture? We got what is our culture?
It is mixed with slave culture, though. I agree.
No, that's the base of it.
No, I was just about to say
and that's the unfortunate
our
part.
Is that a problem?
Here's what people fail to realize after the
Yo, Chad, you keep coming in and out. Chad.
Right. We didn't have a foundation like how when the Holocaust happened and the Jews came to America, they had a foundation to restart to keep everything they had. When they let us go from slavery, we didn't have a foundation. They let us go like cattle. We had to build things. We had to literally reconstruct a culture because we literally was kept from knowledge from the rest of the world. And the knowledge we had before them was stripped away from us. So the only knowledge that we had before they let us go was the knowledge that they gave us, which was very little. Very little. They gave us the Bible and a cross and the word and the N-word. And they told us to go out and Like, so everything that we accumulated up until present day was our own.
Where you from, Humble? Where you from, Humble?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Hey, Humble, you don't know me, yo?
No, you know me? I don't know.
Man, Bobby West, yo?
I don't know, bro.
You ever heard of Sean Love?
Sean Love. Yo, I used to run in the streets back in the day, bro. I don't know.
You know, I'm from Baltimore too.
You know Perkin Projects?
No, I'm from Hilltop.
Oh, see, Perkin Projects. I was a project kid, bro. I used to run.
Yeah, you down there. But finish your point though.
Oh, but my point was, these, when they let us go, we didn't have a foundation to reconstruct our language and our culture that we previously had, because all of that was stripped from us. So we had to build one out of nothing. And that was my point. I land my plane there.
Monkey wrench for you real quick though. Because we all sat here and agreed that we was here before Columbus, which means we was here before slavery.
Yeah, I didn't agree to that.
What was the culture? Okay. What was the culture then? And why didn't we retain it if we was here before slavery? Why didn't we just keep our culture that we had over here in America after slavery? If we were here.
And the reason that is because it was suppressed by the Europeans that came here, right? So when they came to the native people here, right, they everybody know they called them savages, right? And so what did they do to the native people here? They civilized them. So again, they took away their spiritual practice, because what they do, what the brothers say yesterday, they called that what? Pagan. And then they said, well, here's something more holy. You see what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna get a side. We gotta talk on. I gotta do another breakdown on your panel about the word pagan and the history of pagan, bro. Because
those is outside of Christianity.
Hey, Humble, pagan ain't always bad. It's just from the old.
It's outside of Christianity. That's all.
I know, but that's why I landed my plane right there, because
pagan is just the title, man. It's just the title.
Yeah, the Christians called you a pagan if you ain't believe in Christ. You was a pagan.
Yeah, but guess what? Everybody in the world is a pagan. Everybody in the world is a pagan. To the Muslims, if you're not a Muslim and you ain't take your shahada, you're a goddamn pagan.
No,
they call you something different. They don't call you a pagan.
You're a kafaroon.
The original term for pagan,
they call you a kafir.
Right? When it was used, it just meant civilian. It was a military term, right? That the people in the military used to identify civilians. Only later, when the Catholics came, they took that term because they looked at themselves as the militia of Christ. So they took that term.
I like that. So
using that term for people who were non-Christian. That's how that term became for non-Christians.
Would you say that?
Send a source.
Country as well.
You gotta send a source. I just want to see the source.
The definition is from the old country.
Yes, they're villagers. They village dwellers.
You got an etymological dictionary.
Hey, let me bring on Chad right quick. Chad, what's up, brother?
Peace. What up, sir?
What's happening?
I just wanted to say, Ankh said something real important, sir, and I think y'all missed it. He was saying the genetic makeup of African Americans, of like Black Americans, it consists of West African, indigenous, and European ancestry. That's like a fact. Like that's our genetic makeup. I think what happens is when people claim that African Americans have always been here and that we're actually indigenous people, you're asking us to side with you over the Human Genome Project. The Human Genome Project has already confirmed, this is like a coalition of scientists across the world, that they can use your SNPs, your single nucleotide polymorphisms in your DNA and determine your genetic makeup. So when you do a DNA test and it come back that you 80% West African and you 10% European, and then you're a sprinkle of native or indigenous ancestry, they not lying. Like that's what you are. But that doesn't mean that you have always been here. That means us as an ethnic group, African Americans, have the genetic makeup of the history of America, which includes the transatlantic slave trade, the persecution of indigenous people, and European settlers. So that's why when you do a DNA test as a Black American, that's the genetic makeup you'll see.
All right. Hey, yo, Asiatic. See, it's stupid stuff like this that gets you blocked, man, on my channel. Uncle Golfing says the natives of America had homosexual cultures.
They did.
So why would you want to be a part of them?
No, all humans have homosexuality.
Yeah, so what are you talking about?
That's not everybody. Yeah, that's not everybody, but a small portion.
You telling me that black people ain't got no homosexual culture going on?
Yeah, he tripping.
What are you talking about, Asiatic?
He wild out.
Yeah,
so let me add this. So I want to get this straight. Just for the record, when Homo sapiens left Africa, right, they took bits and pieces of their culture with them. But once you move to another environment, yo, you can't retrofit your culture because there's different food sources, different flora, right? Different animals. So you develop a culture in that environment. So the African Americans were stripped of their culture, right? It's some things you just can't take away from a person. Some things, even if you don't tell them about it, they're gonna have some of them things with them. So the African American, we set it the best spot. Y'all say it's slave culture. I'm saying that slave culture was like a damn vaccine for us because it gave us the antibodies to deal with colonialism later on when we see it again, like right now. And so I don't have a problem with the slave culture because we developed a unique culture in America. And it is a culture, right? And we take bits and pieces from West and Central Africa, the way we worship, the way we song and dance, the hip hop, all that is part of that. We actually brought food with us. I mean, we brought seeds. And so we planted some of our indigenous crops. Look it up. So African-American culture is a very unique culture with the antibodies of colonialism that you call slave culture. Absolutely. That's why they can't tell us anything. That's why we're on this damn platform saying stuff the average African-American don't even understand. That's because we have developed a culture of resistance that, the Civil War for African-Americans was actually a war of resistance. That's what it was. So I'm not mad at slave culture. It was really a culture of resistance to colonial powers and forces. They didn't let us out of slavery. We broke out of slavery. I just want to add that to the conversation.
With culture, you need food. You need a certain type of sound as far as your music.
Yeah.
You need ritualistic practice.
Facts.
Language. Usually language. Well, we got a slight little language with the way that we talk our slang.
Yeah, it's real. Look it up. It's called African American dialect. No, I don't want to say that. I just want to say it's not. You only got to use the word ebonics.
Okay.
We got our own dialect. African American vernacular. The way we speak is totally different. Just check it out. Go ahead to point.
You need a certain type of apparel, a look. What do these people wear?
Yeah.
So can you cover those? What is our song? What is our food?
Look in the camera, bro. Look at you. Look at the way when you get up in the morning. Look at the way you dress, yo. That's it. Y'all
what you say? But that can't occur in a single order, which you said earlier. This can't happen in a single person. We need it as a whole.
Over time. No, I'm saying over time we develop a unique culture. It takes time. Right? Our style, African-American style. Matter of fact, they copy our culture around the world, yo. That's how spectacular our culture is. If it wasn't a culture, matter of fact, the greatest thing you can do for a culture is copy their culture, yo. The Japanese, all of them, look, the young kids, they copy our culture. That's how you know you got a culture, when people copy the damn culture.
But even the development of the hip-hop culture we share with the Latino culture, that's why Fat Joe said that he could say the N-word, ain't it? Because they was right there with us.
I know, but they was right there with us practicing African American culture, yo.
I was watching a video yesterday with Tekashi 6ix9ine, and Tekashi 6ix9ine came up straight up and said, "Ain't nobody gonna stop me from saying nigga. Nobody." He said, "I come from Brooklyn. Ain't nobody stopping me." I was like, "Damn, this little dude here."
I know, but how that fit into what I just said, though, sir? How that fit with what we just said?
No, because the brother was just saying something about the culture, about what Fat Joe said.
Yeah, like that hip hop culture that we claim. Even if you go back to Run DMC with the Adidas and the gold links, all that, We were sharing that with the Latinos. Matter of fact, a lot of our, even as far as our culture that we even have today, was shared with the Latino all the way down to selling drugs.
No. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Let me say
What
something.
you say makes sense. But I think you need to understand that those youth that was in Brooklyn, they was actually practicing African American culture.
Yeah.
Because they was in America, right? And they was around people of color, and they was practicing African American culture. They was right there with us. And as a matter of fact, give them their portion though. See, culture ain't just a monolith, one thing, right? There's several pieces that will come together to form a culture called African American culture. So I don't have a problem. I'm never taking away the Latino aspect of hip hop and the part that they added to it, giving them their propers, yo.
Okay, let me say this. Who created the word y'all? The word y'all was created and developed primarily by African Americans, specifically through African American Vernacular English, AAVE, in the U.S. South. European Americans later adopted and spread it, but they did not originate it. So we originated the word y'all. Be proud that we can say y'all instead of you all. We made that, and it's in the dictionary, and it's official now.
That's tough. I didn't know that.
Yeah, look. Hey, do me a favor, yo. While you got your search engine up, look up African American vernacular, yo, and see what it is.
Okay,
It's
AAVE.
Okay. Yeah, look it up. AAVE. There you go. And let the audience know what that is. So I think that's important. So we have so is it a problem? I think the important part is that what African American culture is about 300 years old. So the difference between all the way back then and now is you actually know when your culture started. If you would go to the continent or some ancient societies, they wouldn't have known when their culture actually started because what? They didn't have radio, they didn't have video, they didn't have writing and none of that. Reading and writing, they even document these events. But humans been going through these events, reshaping culture since the beginning of time, man.
So AAVE actually is in plain definition, a structured dialect of English shaped by West and Central African language patterns, early English dialects spoken during slavery, centuries of Black communities, use, and innovation.
So there you go. So language is culture, right? So we bring West African sound patterns, West and Central African sound patterns, and we modernize it using European English. There you go. There you have it. That verifies my point. Yep. That's a shift right there for us to get that. That's important. So culture don't got to be like the ancient. So where do y'all think the ancient Egyptians got their culture from? They got their culture from a culture that predate them.
Of course.
And they changed and modified it.
I would say Nubia.
Absolutely.
Yep. So they come out, watch this. They come out the Green Sahara. The Green Sahara culture ain't fit for a river. They had lakes in the Green Sahara. So they developed a lake culture, right, with greenery. So they had pastoral culture. Yeah, so by the time you get to the river with crocodiles and all kind of fast moving river, desertification, you got to form a culture there to survive in the desert.
Hold up.
Survive on the fast moving river.
You said that without thinking. Remember, they found whale bones in that desert. So they had to have an ocean.
Yeah, that's the Tekken Ocean. That's the Tekken Ocean.
There were people there, though. That's the Tethys Sea.
Yeah, it's the Tekken Sea. That's right.
During the Tethys Sea.
Right. That's millions of years ago. Yo, you funny with that. They call it Wadi Sor, the place of whales. The place of whales, Wadi Sor. Absolutely. You're absolutely right with that, bro. I hear you, though. I hear you with Sid.
That's what that bullcrap argument was over.
Go get him. Oh, yeah.
Hey, I got a question for you.
What's up?
Then this not no gotcha moment, right?
Yeah, I could be wrong. Go ahead. I don't mind.
No, it ain't even about right or wrong. It's about the theory of your man Darwin and how you hang on Darwin. And it's nothing against you because you only hanging on the information. But I'm dealing with the person because the person Darwin, I did some reading up on him last night. His whole precept, his whole thing about us, the person who you hanging on was saying that you was sub-level when you he got one part of it right. Let me finish. He got one part of it right, but he got the big part of it wrong, us as human beings. So when you hang on, Darwin, I can understand you hanging on to the information, but I can't understand that you would, up him as someone
got a
that
question
you might want to tag along with him, because along with his theory came a lot more scientists, and even people look like us who discovered the leakies. They wasn't looking like us, but it's a lot more people that carry off. So all I'm saying is this right here. Darwin didn't consider us human.
So then, okay, so let's
make it for the racial stuff. He definitely set the template for the racial mistreatment.
You know, and that's why I said, Uncle, ain't no knock against you because you only going with the information.
No, y'all got that confused. Y'all mixing it up.
Not me.
Yeah,
I know what I read last night.
No, you mixed that up. And I would like to read. So listen what I'm saying. I would have to read. I would just have to read what you read. Let me address what we see it. So that's called social Darwinism, and that was produced after Darwin's death. Had nothing to do with Darwin, and it is a misrepresentation of Charles Darwin's theory. So I would like to get this straight. When you go to the hospital and you're sick, and your doctor heals you and sew you up and get you on your way, and you're there with your children and you made it, he could have been an outright wild-ass coon from the moon that came to Earth too soon. But when he do his job, he do his job. So I'm actually not concerned about what Charles Darwin thought. I'm concerned about the scientific theory he produced that would counter what you just said, Elder Suntan, because what he said was that all humans that all people on planet Earth are humans. As a matter of fact, he's the first person to say that indigenous people are on par with everybody else. Remember, he's the first person to say that. They were saying that no. We subpar, we can't think. He was like, no. He said, remember, he started out the thought you just said. Because it's a colonial thought where European culture is the best. So I agree, he started off with that. But once he did his scientific work for 5 years, and it took him 5 years to circumnavigate the globe, and he started to come in contact with other quote-unquote people of color, and he recognized that those people were just as intelligent as European. And he no longer thought that European had the best culture. He simply said European culture was European culture. These indigenous people had their own culture. They did not need to have European culture. So I suggest you continue your reading. Send me what you read so we can check that out, bro. And by the way, he never came to the United States.
Look,
because he didn't support slavery.
Listen,
I was saying
you are part right. He didn't outright call us. Present what I put up there, Si, so we can get understanding.
Yeah, what's the name of the document?
It's a documentary. Just 1 second. Charles Darwin did not explicitly call black people animal, but he did hold and express racist views common to his era, clarifying different non-European people as savages or lower races, that they were less evolved than the civilized white races. His writing contributed to the development of scientific racism.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, what's the name of who wrote that?
Exactly
who wrote the
what
piece?
I just said too. He set the
you said that.
For the racism.
Hold on, his book
who
in
wrote the piece?
1871, the Descendant of Man and Selection of Relation to Sex. Darwin applied his theories to natural selection to humans and induced the ideal of sexual selection within this work. So I'll have to go back and pull it up.
Yeah, go back, bro.
Study log, man. I just thought about you once.
Got a question for you.
I do my research.
I got a question for you. Why not just go to the website that house all his writings? That way you can hear what the man said.
Listen, this is how I do my research. Everybody got their own methodology.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is if you picked a religious person to write about Charles Darwin, they're gonna have a different spin on him. If you pick a blackologist to write about Charles Darwin, they're gonna have a different spin on it. Why not you, the researcher, get a primary documentation written by Charles Darwin and see what he says about it? That's all I'm saying.
I have no problem with that. But here's the thing: the tools at my disposal seems to work for me at this moment. Like I said, we all have our methodology.
Okay, so what's the name of the person?
Bro, let me finish.
I just say, what's the name of the person who wrote it? That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I got to get back to it, but I'll get back to it and I'll get with you on it. But the thing is, I asked a question, and I asked a question in this platform, and get different commentaries. So I will get you the source.
Yeah, but I think to speak to Wasir's point that he did not lay the foundation. His second cousin Galton misunderstood Charles Darwin's theory and started eugenics. You can't blame Darwin for his cousin messing it up, man. Like that doesn't make no sense.
I ain't blaming him. I ain't blaming him. That's just like, but it's the equivalent of the Bible laying the foundation for a lot of the pseudo racist stuff that happened for hours on slavery.
Right.
It laid the foundation. They used that as a template. It was a useful tool in his quest for that pseudoscience of racism. Just the same thing how they used the Bible. It acted as a tool. It ain't my fault. It ain't, like you said, it ain't his fault. They used his work as a tool.
But it was a template.
Yeah, but scientific racism predates Charles Darwin, though.
Okay, well, you know,
I agree. Going all the way back to the Romans and going back to the Greeks and the early Arabs. Yes, absolutely.
This wasn't no gotcha moment.
They didn't have a concept of race. The Romans and the Greeks didn't.
Racial climate. Hold on, wait. No, I don't know about the Romans, but the Greeks and the Arabs definitely share racial climate theory, and they had the belief that if you were from Europe, that you were a very cold type of people. You lacked emotion, but you were a very warrior type of. You were a very warrior type of person. You were very militant. If you were from hotter climates like Africa, then you were a very laid back people. You were a very quote unquote horny person, and you were lazy, very prone to slavery. But if you was in the Midian, so if you was quote unquote the Middle East, you were seen as the perfectly balanced person. Philo builds on this. What's my man name out of Kemet? What was their names? So I don't know why they.
So what's the name of the theory? So we can
Ptolemy built on this.
Hey, when I put you on the big screen,
they built on that idea.
When I put you on the big screen,
so we can do it.
When I put you on the big screen, I'm letting you know it's your turn to speak, King J. So when y'all get on that big screen, you know it's your time.
Okay, I'm here. I was waiting for, the conversation was open, so I was waiting for a conversation a topic that I like. So
you can start a new topic if you want, and have people.
Man, we just want to hear what it was he said. He said something was important.
I say, put together another presentation, brother. That joint was fire. People was calling me, man.
You said do what?
Put together another presentation. The people was calling me about that.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely. Matter of fact, since we build it how we build it, and this will be more scientific too. I'm definitely probably finna bring out the fact that it was the Arabs and the Greeks who developed the Hermetic theory. Who developed the early Hermetic theory, racial climate theory, and gave birth to the curse of Ham. I'm gonna go in on that, and how they.
So it's called the racial climate theory. Okay, that's what it's called.
Yes, racial climate theory.
Okay, the racial climate theory. I got you. All right, let me see what that is. Kind of heard of him. I'm gonna look it up and see. Hey, King J, you was trying to make a point, though.
Join the bomb squad.
You thought that wow.
Yo, come on over and join the bomb squad, man. What? Come on, man. I'm the manager, man.
No, I don't gotta join them. I don't gotta join nothing. I don't gotta join nothing. We gotta be able to fight together. We don't gotta join. Got their own lane.
Well, how come you guys
got their own line? And you disrespectful again. Disrespectful. Disrespectful.
I'm funny.
That's all right, so I got you, yo. I got you, so I'll develop a name for you.
Oh man, don't do that, brother.
Nope. Nah, I got you.
You know I be joking with you, brother. Stop it, man. Come on.
You just said it twice already, so now it's not a joke. It's in the atmosphere now.
All right, I'll take it back, brother. I'll take it back.
Yeah, my niggas wouldn't even be saying the word pseudo.
All right, go ahead,
Think
King.
about that, bro. They won't even think about that. Go ahead.
Now, I don't know. I don't really
what's the guy name? What's the guy name? What's the guy name, King J? Remember doing Inky thing we was talking about? You were saying the guy didn't agree with Charles Darwin. I said that's not true. He went around and championed Charles Darwin. What was his name, yo?
Lamarckian.
Yeah. Was that Lamarckian? Was that the guy? Or was it the other guy? Remember we was having that conversation?
Wiseman.
Yeah, man. Yeah. What's up?
The gene barrier theory. The gene barrier theory.
Yeah, what's up with Wiseman? Did he not champion Darwin or not? You said that debunked Darwin's thing. I was like, no, it didn't, because he went around and championed Darwin. Okay, all right.
So I actually learned about scientific theory after that, and what the word refinement meant, and what open,
Okay. So I was right. And you was cheap.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, because you helped him with that nonsense. Now I'm trying to tell you.
But yeah, Wiseman, yeah, it all complements each other. Mendel,
yeah.
Wiseman.
Okay, I like that. Now back to the scientific racism. So I'm gonna ask you, we see. I'm gonna ask you, King J. So Charles Darwin's theory of evolution actually was the scientific data that would topple scientific racism and validate it and make it pseudoscientific.
All right,
two things.
All right, hold on for a minute, y'all. I got a caller that called in. Ankh, this is a brother that want to talk to you, man, and he thinking you up here.
That's black wishmacombing. He ain't got no sense.
Yes, it is. Let's go, indigenous black man. What you got for Ankh?
He gonna scramble jamble.
Peace and love to everybody. Peace and love to my brother Ankh, who's up here lying. Let me tell you something. First off, the origins start with the papal bulls, like I taught y'all. See, I've already done this in the presentation. Y'all need to go and watch it. The origins of this stuff. Hey, look, the origins of this stuff starts. Yeah, the origins of this stuff starts with the papal bulls, son. All right, they was the one justifying this scientific racism. Then in 1452, the first papal bull that was allowing them to go down and enslave the Africans, and in 1493. They allowed them to go and enslave the Native Americans later on under Pope Nicholas the Fifth or Sixth, one of them. But anyway, then you get to the man who created the term African race in Lagos. Okay, Gomez de Zazora. Okay, and he had a book called The Discovery and Conquest of Guinea. If you want to look it up, that's where he said it at. So that's where that comes from. The African race started there. And then it goes to Carl Linnaeus, who started classifying us with the animals and saying that with our people, the Afars, he had, how they had different translations in different books when they write them one year and then later on they change things in another edition. Well, it started off Afir, and then it turned to Niger, which is Niger, Strong's G3526, which they was calling Barnabas and Simeon in the Bible.
Bring it out.
Niger.
Bring it out.
Which means black and Christian. Okay? So that's where it starts right there with Carl Linnaeus. Then it goes to Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, who created the term. Oh, no, I'm not going to say he created the term race. He weaponized the term race. Created the term Caucasian, created craniometry, which y'all talking about, the skull BS. All of this with no science behind it, because the Human Genome Project didn't start until 1990, and it wasn't cracked until Bill Clinton's presidency.
Woo!
Eventually, the more civilized races will exterminate the less civilized races in a short amount of time. That's what he said. Yes, he was racist. And then from neo-Darwinism, which is Galton and Sanger, they put it into action. But you don't know about Malthus and the population control, because see, that's where Darwin got some of his ideas too. But y'all ain't even said Robert Malthus. So just like I said, y'all don't know nothing about what y'all talking about. Y'all just up here rambling. I love all of y'all, but you gonna stop lying about Darwin. Darwin was a devout racist. He was also a Christian until he was 40. And you said he never called us monkeys. Well, one of Darwin's famous quotes is, "Whilst, however, well behaved, man is but a monkey shaved."
Like, share, and subscribe.
I wouldn't go say nothing.
I'll be lying on Darwin the whole time.
I wouldn't go say nothing.
Lying on Darwin the whole time.
Yeah, you a pseudo black.
I'm not finished. Last thing. Then your boy said the curse of Ham. The boy said the curse of Ham, like he looking like Q Butter and Dave Chappelle had a baby. Let me tell you something. There was never a curse of Ham, you fucking retards.
No cursing, no cursing.
Oh yeah, bro. First, get this nigga off of here, bro.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let him finish.
It was the curse of Canaan, son. And Jesus took the curses away from all of us, becoming the curse for us, becoming the sin for us. According to the scripture, if you will use the scripture, use it right. Now go ahead.
All right, thank you, brother.
Now you cook. Now
get him out. Get that pseudo out of here.
Always love to everybody in the chat.
Shut up, bro. You done, bro. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time, bro.
All right,
You're
let's go.
done. So now you finna get this work like you deserve this work. First off, you ignorant, most ignorant Negro I've ever heard come on your show next to Inky. He just got up here and said that the word Niger or nigger, he even tried to put a twang on it, say negar. What's wrong with this man? That he said that comes from the word afar. No, the word afri comes from the word afar. You don't know that? And the Romans got a hold of that term, and from that term they created the word Africa. This was done by early Romans, and even people like even the Grecians helped coin this term. It don't have nothing to do with, he even said Christian. He said it means Niger in Christian, like Christian is a language. You heard how retarded he is? He said Christian was a language, family. Then he recommended the strong concordance for it.
Did he say that? Oh,
yes, he said that.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then on top of that, he recommended the strong concordance when James Strong is not a Semitic linguist. Speaking of the word Semitic, the same guy who he said created the word race, Godfrey, all that he was going in on, that's the same person who created the word Semitic as well.
You forget.
So he wouldn't even have a classification for his language group that the Bible was even written in if it wasn't for that quote unquote for that racist. And then you said it was no curse of Ham. No, it's right, of course, dummy. Biblically, there's no curse of Ham. That's why I said it was Arabs and Greeks who developed the curse of Ham. This is a theory. Right. This is actually dealing with science. They're coming from the Hermetic theory. You don't deal with science, you deal with the Bible. That's why you threw Jesus at me. You sound dumb. And then colonialism did not start with the papal bull. Racism predates the papal bull. Are you serious with yourself, bro? Like these guys that get up here and they embarrass themselves scholastically. That's why you have to go straight to the ad homs.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa.
And he cooked that all in a big conspiracy box. He put that all in a conspiracy pressure cooker and he cooked that all up.
I just want to mention the sister's name, Drusilla Dungy Houston. A lot of people don't bring her up, and she was in a time and climb with all that information that she brought, whether some was pseudo. She had a lot of good information, though. And no, I just wanted to say peace to the sister.
Right. Anybody that's coming from our, culture with information, I got to give some ups to. They may not get it right all the time, but I believe they on point. So we got to deal with more of our people coming with information like that. Bingo, people like that. And Sheikh Anna Diab. We always go to these European scholars and all these. They did all the work because they had all the resources, man. You know.
Yeah, I better hope the assassinator don't come up here, apostle, man.
He better not. It ain't a good time for him.
Yeah, you know what he gonna do. I don't think apostle gonna jump on this right now.
Hey, yo, you in the house now?
Yeah, I'm in the house.
All right, yo, I was gonna shut it down, but if you want to continue, you can continue.
Yeah, if the bros want to keep the conversation going, let's keep it going. Yeah, I think it's good.
Very teachable moments coming up right now. Like I say, Uncle, you always coming with some info. And King J kind of quiet on the Darwin thing, so I don't know. I don't know what's got you.
He don't know that much. King J don't know that much on the Darwin.
Right.
He wouldn't study. He wouldn't. King J wouldn't study it up after that debate like most of us did.
We're gonna get them bears tomorrow, Suntan.
Sometimes
right.
King J is just exhibiting the same amount of growth you've been showing over the last couple of weeks. And now that you went back, did some studying and rewatched the stuff that Enki was doing.
Oh yeah.
What
No
Enki
doubt.
was doing.
Oh,
that bait and switch. That
Yeah.
bait and switch. I'm glad everyone is seeing the bait and switch that Enki was
Rewatch.
doing. And the
No
semantic
doubt.
and the semantic nonsense that Enki was doing. He was flipping words and conflating and confusing, right? So it created this cloud that if you're not scientifically grounded, if you don't do this stuff fundamentally, he will take you down the road of the flim flam, right?
He made it a show.
Yeah, and I appreciate King J and you, Elder Suntan, for what you guys are doing right now. Is actually going back and going into the nuances and seeing how science is a continuous process of growth, right? So when a hypothesis is falsified, from the moment you can falsify it, you're engaging in science. It is not debunking. Debunking is a term we use lightly.
Right.
That's
what I was doing.
Every scientific theory has to have falsibility in it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Right.
If
But
you can't
Cedric,
falsify it,
and
it's
listen
not
to this, Cedric. This was what threw me off with Inky that got me to going, because he had tried to put a red herring out there. Now, see, when you do that, that is when my flags go up. Why are you jumping subjects and trying to explain something that's not even about? Even though what you might be explaining is right, but it's off topic. So that's what I listen and look for.
So what he was doing was a classic case, what we see in our community, right? We have a soft spot for Africa, we have a sensitivity for Kemet, and we have a reverence for our elders. And he uses that to play on your emotion. He throws the word Kemet in there, he refers to our ancestors, and he throws white man science and use the words black in the appropriate places. This is all a play on your emotion.
Hey, when I called Inky up and I was like, damn, he really tried to get over on us. Was when he used that book, Darwin's book, and tried to say that racism was talking about humans instead of the plants. When I at that point I was like,
you gotta be a listener to catch that though, Jay. But SaNeters was too smart for him. Because Sa caught him, and it was on tape when he said, "Now you know what we talking. You talking about the Jesus of the Bible?" And Inky was for sure, but he still shot the red herring right after that. See what I'm saying? So
that was one of the most weakest moves we ever had in our community, dude. Yeah, that was the weakest move we ever had. He really got on it.
Weak,
and what really hurt my feelings was when he put the AI joint up and tried to act like that was the opening in the mouth ceremony.
Nah, he messed me up with the wave. He's saying that Christ. He said Christ was the waves.
The
waves in the metal netter.
So the standing wave thing was so ridiculous. It hurt my gut. You get a standing wave when you pull on a string. You never get a standing wave with words, because waves need to actually move through a medium to form. So how can words be a standing wave? That's like when
he tried to attach that to Patah, the logos.
Yeah, he attached that to religion, so that don't match. Science and religion don't match like that.
That was wild, completely unscientific, and completely out of pocket. I mean, anytime you go and look at what a standing wave is, you can never compare that.
Like the video, thumb up the video.
A word is an actual sound. It travels through a medium.
Yeah, but Cedric, you were scared of him. He called you out. You were scared of him, man.
No, I presented Inky with what he wanted. You wanted a clear definition to argue evidence.
When are you coming through to do your presentation, brother Cedric? And Ankh wants you to get into a debate. He said he's ready now. Ankh said he's waiting on you to come in, get into a battle session here. Like, why are you scared?
I ain't scared of nothing. You know the same thing.
Ankh said you unleashed.
What do you want a presentation?
Unleashed, man.
What do you want a presentation on, and who's going to debate me? I've been calling out Asar for the longest while. Asar made a claim about what is it, convergent and divergent evolution.
My goodness, man!
He's supposed to get that one in right here. What happened?
Oh man.
Well, we already know you're scared of my queen, though. So we've been trying to get that in for a long time. Look at you. Look at you laughing. See? No. You know shit body you, boy.
Nah. You might have to go ahead and beat Shorty up, yo.
Yeah. See? That's why he don't want no smoke. He don't want no smoke.
Everybody, you don't get into a lose-lose situation.
Hey, how you gonna lose? I'm not going, brother. When I do a debate, it's real straight up. I don't, do none of that, man.
Like I said, Cedric is scientific, Nepal is spiritual. That ain't gonna work.
Nepal, a little bit of both. She got some science to her.
Yeah, but that's Cedric's lane. You see what I'm saying?
True. You know,
that's Nepal lane too, though.
Okay, if you say so, I ain't gonna say it ain't.
Get us on.
Hey, you know what? You done made a mistake and called up that man's name, and there you go. You done called that man's name.
Hey, son, hit it.
Like Candy Man.
I just called him. I called him on the phone.
Oh, you did?
Mumble jumble bumble. Yeah, this man don't understand what convergent evolution is. It's the wildest thing.
See that? You done called that man's name, and now here you go.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, sorry.
Uh-oh.
He looking like, what's going on?
You heard I was just calling you, and there you go.
There you go.
I was calling you on the phone.
You know when they say my name, I pop up like the Candy Man, and then they get to dancing in the background,
right,
making excuses about dates and stuff.
So
somebody
what
said something about divergent.
Hold on, Hassan Ka. Cedric, what you said you were debate Kassar on?
He was talking about convergent evolution, which one is better for humans. I'm saying he doesn't understand what he's even talking about. So let's get it here.
Oh, so he's saying he's going with convergent evolution.
And I'm saying he doesn't even know what he's talking about.
So he making
I'm saying not only did they misuse divergent evolution on several occasions, they completely don't know what they're talking about. And I think we was on here, they messed up the theory with the fact. I had to straighten that out for them. But if you want that science lesson, you can come get that science lesson.
Anytime, anywhere, let's set the date now.
Set the title first.
Woo!
Title.
Come on, son.
Damn, Cedric calling you out, bro.
What's the title, Cedric?
So the title would be Convergent and Parallel Evolution versus Divergent Evolution, because they think Darwin's theory exists with the Gemules, with all of that. So
Gemules are over with.
Yeah, you definitely gonna need to dig deep. You're gonna need to get into that Cambrian explosion and a couple other things we about to talk about. But I'm in Florida right now. I go to court on the 13th, on the 14th. I should be in town around what day is the 14th, Star? Is that like a Wednesday or Thursday?
Yeah, it's a Wednesday.
Yeah, Wednesday.
So we probably want to get it in during Thursday, Friday. Let's get it in that Saturday.
That's the 17th.
I got to debate the 17th.
Yeah, I know with me. This your debate right here.
Hold on, who you debating?
This your debate right here.
We're talking about a real debate, son.
Cedric, who you debating?
I'm debating Hemi. I'm gonna take his title. I'm gonna be champ. Another
beat up some little young pups.
Yeah, that's what Cedric be doing. He be having fun with the peons.
I'm right here.
He be having fun with the male fights. You know what I'm saying?
I can't. The 17th. Give me a date. I'm right here.
Where you gonna be? Asar, you gonna be in New York?
I'm in Florida right now. I was almost in New York this weekend. I'm in Florida right now.
Well, I got Jabari and Lord Abba tomorrow debate. I got them tomorrow, but y'all might not see it tomorrow. You know,
we'll get it. We'll get to it.
That's going to be a little pay-per-view.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because nobody else is still no
the
love.
end of the month, sir. We got to schedule something the week after or before the end of the month. We got to get this in.
It's got to be a pay-per-view, man. We trying to do a pay-per-view, bro. We ain't doing that. Come on.
Yeah.
Set it
You
up.
can stay where you at if that's the point.
Set it
Right.
up.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
I
Set it up.
agree too. It's about
We're
that
right
time.
here. We're right here. We ain't, none of us is running.
Asar need that in his life.
None of us
Yep.
is running. Set it up.
It's been a lot of running. You know, I popped up on your channel. Why? You know, the loser got to buy the drinks when I get to St. Martin, family. You know, you're gonna be buying drinks.
Now the loser got to jump off the roof, bro.
Low
the Lux. The loser have to
style.
Hey, Star, I got a source too. I want to bring after you finish that. That's for Humble.
And you gonna put poll. You gonna put a
Yeah,
poll up.
Humble, don't run, Humble. Where you at?
Yep.
Yeah. And Jay, with the super kick of the week, since you told Si that crazy business, I see you on 144th and St. Nick. I want you to make sure the dude come outside because he didn't want to come outside last time when I was there before my man from the NFL dropped me off at the Port Authority. So make sure your story's straight when I get there, brother Jay. That's not King Jay. That's Jay with the kick of the week, your Dominican partner from my block. But go ahead.
Look, in the star, it's 7 Asar.
Hey, where you at? Where you at, Humble? Where you at, Humble?
I'm right there.
I'm right here, and I'm reading. Listen, you better ask Si what happened to the last guy that was sharing his screen.
No, this me.
I read these now.
No, this me. This me. You know me, the God Killer, yo. Reading comprehension on high. Remember? Watch this. So we talking about in biology, right? In biology, adaptation has 3 related meanings. Firstly, it is the dynamic evolutionary process of natural selection that fits organisms to their environment, enhancing their evolutionary fitness. When we talk about fitness, we talk about the ability to reproduce over generations. Second, it is a state reached by the population during that process. What process? The evolutionary fitness. Now, thirdly, it is a phenotypic trait or adaptive trait with a functional role in each individual organism that is maintained and has evolved through natural selection. The key point in adaptation is selection because it's what? It is an evolutionary process of natural selection, which is Charles Darwin's scientific theory. I rest my case on the subject. Read the source, brother. Read the whole page. Take this, read the whole Wikipedia page, and get back with me.
So this is, I guess we got to kind of pin him to the wall today too.
You're gonna mix it up. Hey, Humble, we can't listen to him. We're gonna mess it up.
We're gonna pin him to the wall too because he been
really fast? Can I say this really fast?
Yes,
hey,
good,
listen, brothers. Whenever y'all want to catch us, anybody from the Bomb Squad, we do have a platform over on Bigo, very respectful, very intellectual, that we are over there 10, 11 hours a day. Come on over there, deal with us. I hear some of y'all people over here, asking for some cash apps and things of that nature. Over there, you get paid. You ain't got to ask for a cash app. They throw you bangs willy-nilly, and you get paid from that. So come deal with us. Come deal with us on the information where we get it in. If y'all are interested in coming over there and actually sitting with the scholars that we have over there, come deal with us, man.
What's it called?
It's called Bigo, B-I-G-O. Hey, listen, also, before I land my plane on that too, hey, listen, you got platforms over there, so y'all don't have to worry about coming over there, building nothing, anything like that. I'm already established over there. Brother Ankh, you come over there, you welcome with open arms, right? My platform, Brother Ashe platform, and listen, we're it's not only y'all coming over there, but we're gonna actually teach how to manage and regulate a space over there, right? And it's a way easier space to regulate over there than it is over here on YouTube, you know, with a lot of other big names. You know, you can get your small crowd together and, you know, you can get paid while doing so. So it's always a great thing when we can get paid for our information, and we ain't got a bag for it. So I land my plane with that. Thank you for allowing me to speak, sir.
Peace, brother.
All right. Yeah, let's see what we got. Bingo Live.
Hey, Ankh, I got that source for you too. I want to put it in the back chat. It's the University of Melbourne researchers, James Bradley.
All right, let me see. I'm putting it right here. All right. In the private chat, right? Got you. Take your name on. Oh, you didn't put in the, okay, hold on.
No, not yet. I'm fin to.
You can send it directly to me if you want.
Oh, okay. I got your hookup, don't I?
No, here you go. Look, yo, I just sent you a message.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, type it back. Let me see that.
Put it in the comments.
Yeah, I put it in the private chat under your name. Click your name.
You know, on my screen, my name not in there.
Yes, it is. It's Elder Suntan.
Yeah, but I'm saying I can't see it. You can, but I can't.
Hey, yo, let me ask you a question, Humble. Humble, do you do they pay you for your videos as well up there? Like they
that's more of a broadcasting app, so you don't really post videos. What you do is you go live like we do here on YouTube, right. And when you go live, right, like how y'all be over here asking for Cash App, the currency over there is beans and diamonds. So when you go live, and if people like you over there, they automatically throwing you beans and diamonds because everybody over there got beans and diamonds, right? And it's easier because it ain't like you asking for a bean. It sound more genuine than asking for a Cash App, right? When you sit and ask for Cash App 3 hours, it sound like you begging. But
yeah.
You know this is what you meant, this is what you're doing, and you know this is your job, and you asking for beans, it's expected that they give you beans.
Hey, King J, you see what's going on, right, King J?
Bro, I just was gonna ask you getting a tattoo?
Yeah, King J is a beast with that. Yo, hold on. Humble, hold on. Come back up. You know King J is nice with that tattoo too.
Oh, for real. This my sister Halima, y'all. This my sister
Halima.
Tattoos too. She just did this one the other day.
Oh, she decent for sure.
Yeah, he in Baltimore, yo. He up there in Baltimore.
Yeah.
Got to be more careful.
Hey, you know what, yo? If I'd known he was in Baltimore, yo, I would have invited you to the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing, yo. We was taking people from the city.
For real?
Yeah, we went there and had the front
Hey,
row.
where you at now? You said you where now?
I'm in Atlanta now, but I'm back and forth.
Yeah, they ran him out of Baltimore.
Hit me up whenever you get back in town, bro.
They ran out of Baltimore.
Yeah, you know,
it's tough down here, y'all. It really is.
Yeah, it's
man.
tough down there. So if I ran
broken, they ain't run him out. They ain't run my man out.
Right. So now, if they ran me out of Baltimore and I left and I'm still living and got 5 kids all went to college, then I made the right decision. And right or wrong,
you ain't lying. Hey, listen, they ran him out of Baltimore. He made the right decision because he's still living.
Right.
Yeah, they ain't
you got accomplishments to go with it.
All right.
Hey, Shorty, I keep my hood pass. Don't let them lie to you like that, yo.
Look in the chat, in the back chat.
I got it.
SaNeters,
crazy.
SaNeters.
That's why you don't come outside no more. Yo, they ran you out of home.
Did you get that, Sa?
You see it,
Yeah, Sa can't even come to Harlem.
And you gonna shout me out when you get a chance?
Did I get what?
That what I sent you.
The 20?
Yeah.
Shout you out what?
My book. Remember it's on, I sent it to you.
So evidently you don't know the price of promoting. You don't know the price. I think you need to talk to Tazariak, brother. You need to talk to Captain Tazariak. I don't promote your book for $20, brother. What the hell is wrong with you, man?
I didn't give you.
Come on, Bigo. We'll promote your book for free. Come over on Bigo.
No, you don't supposed to do that, Humble, you don't do that. You don't supposed to do that, brother. That's cutthroat. That's called cutthroat.
We ain't supposed to do sauce, and I got ran out of Baltimore.
But anyway, yeah.
What? Since I got ran out of Baltimore, he ain't supposed to do what?
Rakufu.
Oh, okay, you better go.
Promotion and advertisement is not $20, brother.
You know, I'll give you more than 20 every time. Come on, man.
Got him.
Yeah, that's not 20, brother.
But it's all good. No, I ain't tripping.
Makufu, you got a book?
Yeah, Sal, look at this. I'm sending you something, Sal. Look in the chat. Here.
Where at? In the private chat?
Yeah, I'm going to put it in there right now for you. Here.
Hey, Kufu, what's your book about?
You know,
The connections with the trade routes with West and East Africa from Egypt to Timbuktu.
Yeah, come up here and you need to do a show on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do some presentation on Rakupu.
Yeah, do a show on it.
Hey, what's the name of your platform?
Hit me off for the advertisement, and then you can kill him. You'll get him. Ask Tazariak. Tazariak business is blooming right now.
Yeah.
I promoted Tazariak for damn near a whole year. Am I right, King J?
Yeah, you could just
when he was coming out
right,
with them butters and the oil.
Yeah.
Yeah, now if you look at Tazariak's business, he's blooming all over the world.
He is.
Definitely blew him up.
Yeah.
Yeah, ain't no doubt about it.
Hey, Kufu, so how you think you stay from Egypt to Timbuktu? So you thinking they want
Hey, can I say something real quick?
It's not Timbuktu.
Can I say something real quick?
Wait, hold up. King J, it's African civilizational continuum, Kemet and West Africa and shared history, thought, and culture.
You say what, Kufu?
The name of the book is African civilizational continuum, Kemet and West Africa and shared history, thought, and culture.
Okay. How you making a connection?
Through various trade routes, beads, and different things found before Arab and European connections to the continent from their own, sources that they traveled and they traded.
Hey, yo, you want to put that link in the chat or something?
That's for you.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Si, that's my bad too, bro. That never happened again, bro.
Yeah, all right, you good. Don't worry, you good.
I don't listen to him, yo. They threw me out of Baltimore. I'm listening to them,
yo. We need a Muslim up in here, man. We need a Muslim up in here.
Yeah, we ain't got one.
Yeah, we got Brother Lai, but Brother Lai,
Brother Lai, right.
Yeah, Brother Lai got to come on in here, man. I think Brother Lai is one of the top Muslims we got besides Morpheus.
Yeah, I'm about to say Morpheus ain't.
Come on, he be talking in that chat.
Yeah.
Pseudo Ron, he be talking trash. Pseudo Ron.
Besides Morpheus, man, we got Brother Lai. Brother Lai tried
to
do.
Brother Lai because he can speak the language, so he's
Morpheus
not making stuff up.
No, but Morpheus too could speak the language.
Morpheus too, right? That's what I'm saying.
Wait, we forgot something. Humble, what happened with the source? What you say to that? You ain't say nothing.
What source? What y'all talking about?
That adaptation source. You got quiet. Mum's a word. Yeah.
Oh no.
What?
The only thing you showed is the fact that
there you go.
You pull up number one. We can't be up here talking about scholarship and you pulling sources from Wiki. That's number one. Number two. Right, you ain't showing nothing but what I already said, and you saying that Charles Darwin said this, but this is even showing why Charles. Again, I'm gonna emphasize why Charles Darwin was wrong, because he said that evolution and adaptation were the same. They are related, but they're not the same. The only thing you're showing is how adaptation is related to evolution, right? No. Evolution deals with the change in species. Adaptation deal with the change in traits. That's what this is showing.
Okay, now let me jump
here. Hold on. It's right here. It says Charles Darwin and Alfred Wallace proposed instead that it was explained by natural selection.
Yeah.
So, checkmate, bro. You in checkmate.
Adaptation by means of natural selection.
There's your Wikipedia got you in checkmate, though. Let me see. See, we bring Wikipedia. If you can't get past Wikipedia, why would I bring a high leverage source up here? See? Why? Doesn't make sense. I gotta keep it simple, bro.
And you gotta understand Wikipedia is commentary.
He won't show you, but I'm gonna show you what he won't show you is this exact thing, right? Where now Charles Darwin had to go back. Actually, Elder Suntan just brought this up, right? Where Charles Darwin had to go back and admit that this was wrong. Why? No. Because adaptation and evolution is not the exact same thing. Are they related? Yes. Are they the exact same thing? No. This is exactly what Elder Suntan was just talking about. He got part of it right, but the major of it he got wrong.
Says who?
Adaptation by means of natural selection, right? And adaptation over time leads to what? Speciation. Speciation leads to what? Development of new species. So that's adaptation is at the root of the evolutionary process. You don't get a change in species without adaptation. You don't get an adaptation without natural selection. What is natural selection? Those adaptations that reach the age of reproduction based on the environment that they're in. Reproduction of any species leads to a variation of offspring due to the recombination of DNA. So again, you're fundamentally flawed in your understanding, son.
Bro, okay. So since y'all want to read Wiki, let me
Yeah,
read
we
this.
want to read Wiki. We want to read
It
Wiki.
is common to hear the terms used interchangeably, right? So I asked, is adaptation the same as evolution? It is common to hear these terms used interchangeably, but in biology, they describe different levels. So they're not the same thing, which is they're related. Yes, maybe y'all have a hearing issue. Are they related?
Are you
yes.
being funny? Are you
but
joking?
One
right
is
now?
dealing with traits and one is dealing with the change of species. How we say dinosaurs changed into birds, that's evolution, right? When we're talking about lions and mountain lions, that's adaptation. Why is that not evolution? Because in both senses, they're still lions. The species didn't change. Are y'all not understanding that?
Yeah, can you read what you see on the screen, Jeff? Let me see how you comprehend that. Go ahead. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What it say? What it say, yo? What it say?
This says in biology, adaptation has three. Go back up. It has three main meanings. Firstly,
Stop right, hold on.
dynamic evolutionary.
No, hold on. No. We don't want to do. We want to go sentence by sentence. That way we know what we're saying. We ain't tripping. So you first sentence says in biology. So what are we talking about? Biology, right? We're talking about living organisms. All living organisms are connected by Charles Darwin theory. The next one say adaptation has three related meanings. Now go ahead to the next sentence. Go.
Oh, it's a first organisms. Number one. This is he emphasized this is based on Charles Darwin, right? So and we know we're not going to keep running over, and I want to make this clear. Elder Suntan brought this out first, right? His theory is not 100% correct. So that's number one. So now let's get to it, right?
That's not a true
First, it is the dynamic evolutionary process of natural selection that fits organisms to their environment, enhancing their evolutionary fitness.
Now stop.
Right?
Stop.
Go
what
ahead.
does that mean? Hold on. Firstly, what? What are they talking about? It is, what's the it, yo? What's the it?
They're talking about adaptation. What adaptation is.
So it says basically, if we take the word it out there, we can say firstly, adaptation is what? Is the dynamic evolutionary process of natural selection. See? You get it? See?
And see, this is where Charles Darwin gets it wrong.
You don't need to go any further. That's it.
Hold on. Here's the thing. This is why Charles Darwin gets this wrong. Again, and I keep saying this, and he won't go back and show it. The fact that it says a dynamic evolutionary process, right? No, adaptation is, and this is why we don't use because adaptation is not an evolutionary process.
It is.
Right? It is a process. Hold on. If it was an evolutionary process, anytime adaptation took place, the species would change. The fact that the species does not change.
How does something evolve?
Hold on. We just want to stay on evolution. Stay on the sentence. So read that sentence again and tell me what it means. Read it. It say first.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Firstly, it is the dynamic evolutionary process of natural selections that fit into organisms to their environment, enhancing their evolutionary fitness.
So stop. So let me tell you what the sentence means, then you tell me what it means. It's basically saying that you don't have adaptation unless there's a process called natural selection. So that's how adaptation comes about, is based off of natural selection, which is Charles Darwin's theory. He doesn't really have a theory of evolution, he has a theory of by way of natural selection. So that's the means to get to adaptation, right? Because it does what? It enhances the evolutionary fitness. So what does that sentence mean to you?
All right. So what that sentence mean to me, and it's so funny because we're going to go right over it. Same thing you just said. This talks about how adaptation is a process of natural selection.
What does that
mean?
What does that mean? What does it mean?
What does that mean?
What does natural selection according to their environments mean, right?
No.
What does that mean?
Hold on. I'll let you go in. Hold on.
I need you to answer that question though.
I got you. When organisms go into a new environment, they adapt to that environment.
Not true.
Right? So it enhances their evolutionary fitness.
No.
See, you passed the point.
You just sat here and gave a breakdown of what it means without being interrupted. When I give a breakdown of what it means, you want to interrupt me.
No. I'm trying to hold on, Cedric. I just need you to answer that question, and you ran away from it.
What question?
The question was, right, that the natural selection, by process of natural selection, meaning the only way you can have adaptation is about a process. What's the process?
Exactly.
Natural
selection is not evolution.
It's a mechanism in evolution.
Evolution deals with the change. Can we agree here? Evolution deals with the change in species.
No, that's not true. You made that up.
What?
Yeah, that's not true.
So this guy is crazy. So if evolution don't deal with the change in species, how do we get from a dinosaur?
How do species evolve? How do species evolve? How does adaptation?
There's many ways in which they say species evolve.
No. Yes, but listen, go to the next sentence. What's the next sentence? Secondly, what? Read it.
Secondly, it is a state reached by the population during that process.
Okay, so
talking about natural selection.
No, it's not. It's talking about adaptation. The whole article is about adaptation. It's a process.
You just agreed that adaptation is the same thing as natural selection.
No, it's not.
Bro, what? Yo, this guy run the flim flam real well, sir.
In Baltimore.
Real well, sir.
I'm not. Listen to me. You almost getting it. I'm saying that the process that brings forth adaptation is natural selection. You got to know what natural selection is. Natural selection, look, is the what? Differential survival and reproduction of individuals due to differences in the related fitness endowed on them by their particular complement of observable characteristics, bro.
So is that not the process of adaptation?
No,
we got it. I got you. Young man.
Okay, so let's move forward. What's the secondly thing? Secondly, if you can put the word adaptation is a state reached by populations during that process, not by an individual, bro. Individual can't evolve. Individuals can't adapt. When we're talking biology, we're talking biology. So no, it can't happen. Now, go ahead, read the third sentence, bro.
So wait a minute. You said individuals can adapt. Are you saying that like let's take humans for an example, right? Are you saying one individual can't evolve further than another individual as a human?
No such thing as that. No individual evolution does not occur.
So we don't have special ed and AP classes in school.
No, not in biology.
What? We don't. And I'm talking about in the educational school system. Do we not have a class called special education, and then we have a class called advanced placement?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so is that not, according to you, is that not evolution in individuals?
No, that's not in biology.
Get out of here, man. You see, he run the flim flam very well, but it don't work over here.
No, listen to me. We're talking biology right now, yo.
Is humans not biology?
No. Adapt in a classroom is social. It's a classroom.
That's still biology. What are you talking about?
No, it's biology, yo. We're talking about adaptation in biology. But hold on.
It's a conceptual process, not a biological one. Yes, we're biological beings, but the concepts of school and all of that is conceptual, not biological.
Share my screen, sir.
So are you saying a mental illness, right? Down syndrome is not a biological illness? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but to be wrong,
it is not a biological.
If it is a biological illness,
it is a genetic. It is a genetic defect. It is a mutation that doesn't lead to viable.
Do that deal with biology or not?
Yes, it does, but not the
Thank you.
response to it by
So if that
humans
deals with
in
biology,
classrooms.
right, then we can see in individuals how evolution
No,
and
you
intellect
do
plays a
not
part.
see. You do not see evolution in an individual. Evolution you see in a population. That is also the case with adaptation. Again, one species is going to produce a variety of offspring. It is only the offspring
that's it
which
right
is
there.
the age of reproduction, right? And now, based on changes in the environment, those that reach the age of reproduction are going to be quote unquote selected for. That is the adaptation. Adaptation over time. Adaptation is a process of evolution.
Okay.
And there's different forms. Hold on, there's different forms of evolution now, right?
You will not
Now
get a
we
change
going,
in
no,
species.
let's stick to pause.
You
Let's
will
stick to
never
pause.
get a change in species without adaptation.
All right, I got you. Watch this.
Humble,
Let me
read the
break this
screen,
down
Humble.
really fast.
Humble, read the screen.
Thank you, Elder Suntan. So let me break this down really fast. Let me disclose something really fast. I play a game called Pokemon, right? And the whole point of Pokemon, a major point, is evolution. So how do I know what evolution is?
No, that's not evolution.
Hold on one
They
second.
mutate.
Hold on, my brother. Hold on.
That's not evolution.
I did not cut
That
you
is
off when you were speaking.
That is metamorphosis.
I did not cut
It
you
is not
off when I was
evolution.
speaking. Hold
They
on.
go through a
Come
stage
on,
of
bro, let me go.
metamorphosis.
So evolution is a big part of the game Pokemon. So I'm gonna read
No,
this.
it's not.
Yes,
No, it's
hold
not.
on, bro.
No,
Stop
it's not.
talking over me. Chill out,
No,
bro.
it's not.
So
though.
evolution
It
is precisely the scientific theory that explains how species change and diversify over generations, involving gradual changes in heritable traits due to mechanisms like natural selection. Right? If we was going by Unkh's definition of natural selection, we would replace this with adaptation. Right? Genetic.
No, you can't replace that.
Let me finish,
Hold on. Leading to new adaptations. What did just say right here? Leading to new adaptations and overdevelopment in new species, right? From common ancestors. So when we're dealing with evolution, we're dealing with new species. This is why adaptation is not evolution, because a species can adapt, but it'll still be the same species. When we're dealing with evolution, we're dealing with the changing of species. Man, and real fast, this is my last point, I'm gonna land my plane. Man, earlier was talking about the whale, right? And he came, yeah, brother, you right. The whale used to walk on land in the winter, but it did change as an aquatic creature because it grew faster. But the speciation of the whale stayed the same. The speciation of the whale is a mammal, whether it walk on land or is it in the water. Therefore, the whale did not evolve. It adapted, but it did not evolve. I land my plane right there. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Si.
Does that help you out?
Yeah, you're going straight to pseudo hell for that, yo.
Now I'm gonna say it. The bomb squad is a pseudo.
No.
Y'all get your ass beat up because y'all don't want to listen.
Hey, jump in the ring with that. Hey, Jay, jump in the ring with it.
You want to jump in the ring? You want to jump in the ring with the nonsense? I'm going to spank the brakes off you because you don't want to listen.
We got one.
First of all, Pokemon is more about a butterfly. You know what that is? That's metamorphosis. When you got a caterpillar that turns into a butterfly, that's not evolution, slow child. That's metamorphosis. Now let's have the discussion. If you want to have the discussion, you need to slow it all the way down.
Okay, so have you ever played the game of Pokemon?
Played the game of Pokemon? Presentation. I don't need to do a presentation. I got a college degree.
Have you ever played the game of Pokemon?
I'm a biochemical engineer. I have a college degree. You have one, continue to do your presentation. Pokemon is an aspect of metamorphosis, the transformation from a worm to a butterfly. That is metamorphosis. That's not evolution. So checkmate right there. You cannot get son. You cannot get to a change in species without its first adaptation. It needs to adapt. When a species can no longer interbreed with what it came from, then you have full speciation. Speciation over time leads to what we call a new entity. right?
We already agreed on that. You ain't saying nothing new. Go ahead.
That's the process of evolution. Without adaptation, you don't get to a change in species, son. So your whole diatribe is built on a flawed reasoning. If you don't even understand what metamorphosis is, what the hell are we talking about? And I'm done.
All right. So first he's wrong because the process in which he just explained. So I could tell he never played Pokemon. There's a Pokemon in the game. There's a Pokemon in the game of Pokemon called Weedle, who's a worm, right? When he evolved, he don't turn into a butterfly. He turned into a bee. That's why it's called evolution, because he changed species.
No, you messing up.
So really fast, that cut right there, really fast. That's number one. Number two, you just agreed with me and Elder Suntan just wrote, and you agreed with what Ankh did, because we clearly said, right, that adaptation is related to evolution. We can't get away from that fact. Clearly, we said that. But just because something adapts doesn't mean it evolves. You just sat here and said, oh, well, something has to adapt over a long period of time for it to be evolution. Duh. That's the point. If something evolves to one climate, that doesn't mean if something adapts to one climate, that doesn't mean it evolved. It just adapted to that climate. Duh. How do we know? Because it didn't change species. You just said
these kids are a bunch of creationists in hiding. They're a bunch of creationists in hiding.
Hold on, Cedric. Look at the screen. Hold on, Cedric. I want you to explain this on the screen. I'm gonna ask Humble. Hey, Humble. So you see that whale down the bottom, right?
Yes.
So now look up here. They all start out. Look from the hippopotamus. Did you look? I want you to look at this.
Blow that up, huh?
So,
Blow that up a little bit.
Man, I think everybody can see that. Everybody can see that?
Not the. I want to see the commentary.
Yeah, I can see it. We can see it good.
Yeah, man.
He can't see the writing. That's what he's saying.
All right, let me see. I want to show. I'm trying to hold. Let me see if I can make this bigger right here. You see it on the screen, right? All right, we all should be able to see this. This should not be hard.
Yeah, I see it.
Look, here you go. Read that, Cedric. Yeah, Cedric.
I'm gonna blow it up.
Oh, you put that. Go ahead, Cedric.
The first thing, evolution of whales. The first thing to notice is this evogram is the hippos are the closest living relatives to whales, but they are not the ancestors of whale. In fact, none of the individual animals on this evogram is a direct ancestor of any other, as far as we know. That's why each of them gets its own branch on the family tree. You got, now let's go down.
So look at the picture though. Look at the picture though. He's saying that over time, like this Ambergocetus right here. See that right here? Look, I put it even bigger right here, right? That walked on land, bro. By the time it finished, it ended up being a whale, yo, all the way down here. So what is he saying? He thinks that evolution means that a species, no, that's part of evolution. So what about a crocodile never changed? A crocodile been the same way, alligator been the same way for millions of years. How about a turtle? They never changed, but they still evolved though. Evolution don't mean it's got to change to another species. It's not a real definition of evolution. Evolution is simply change over time. Doesn't mean you have to change species. That's what he's making this mistake at.
So what is changing over time?
It changed from dark skin to light skin. That's evolution.
No, that's adaptation. That's where we keep coming into contention. To turn light skin over time, from dark skin to light skin over time, is adaptation, not evolution.
No, we read the definition. You got to stick to the definition, bro. You can't you got to stick to the definition. So the process of the dynamic process of quote unquote natural selection is adaptation. We read it, yo. We read it. We don't gotta. We read it. It says. Here you go. Firstly, it is the dynamic. Adaptation is the dynamic evolutionary process of natural selection that fits organisms to its environment. So, an organism can be fit for its environment and not have to change it to another organism. You get that? It just has to, the design just has to work good enough. It doesn't have to change to a whole other organism like birds to dinosaurs or dinosaurs to birds.
Well, then I would be confused where the evolution would come in if it didn't change species.
Yeah, well, we'll get back.
And or at your own risk is the toughest environment. The HOK is the toughest environment. Yeah, stay strong, don't cry. It's the toughest environment. Yeah, no handouts here. You have to earn your respect. And when you do, you make their ass regret. They call it the toughest, and the title is earned from the bridges we crossed and the lessons we learned. In a cool-blooded kingdom, a concrete cage. Muslim, Christian, Israelites step on the stage. I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. In a cool-blooded kingdom, SaNeters created. HOK, where you can't fake it. The HOK is where you fight back. No room for error, no window attack. It's a master class, how you handle the heat. Where the pedigree is written on the concrete streets. Toughest environment, yeah, we know the score.
Yeah, that shit hard.
And asking for more. The HOK is the toughest environment.
Yeah, man, the HOK is the damn toughest environment, yo. But it's times, man, we got to do what we got to do. Man, that was a good one right there, man. Man, that adaptation, that's all that. We about to drop the link, man, so we can get it in real healthy like, man. Real healthy like. Let me do this real quick, all right? So we can go ahead and do our thing, Pokemon. Ah, man. What did he say right here? He says, Pokemon experience metamorphosis. Only one creature evolves. When one Pokemon changes, doesn't give that change to the rest of its kind. Well, I don't watch it to know. Big up to Miss Tiff. Man, for sure, the finest thing on YouTube. One of the most intelligent people on YouTube too. Yes, indeedy. What's up, Blue? He has the green glow, man. Proof of evidence and truth is in here. All right. Okay, we about to get it. Do I hear something? Do I hear? Let me see. Oh, man. Let me get the audio right. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. Let me get all that right. Make sure that that audio is correct. All right. Shouldn't be echoing. All right. There we go. All right. So, yeah, we right here, man. Pokemon. So let's take a little break here, man. Quick break. And we're going to get right into it, man. Don't go nowhere, man. Man, tell your friends, yo, we rocking. We're going to deal with that adaptation. We're going to open up the panel, man. Get yourself together, man. If you're at work, man, you should be enjoying this experience, man. All day, every day, man. You know what it is. Let's keep this thing rocking, man. Give me 2 seconds, man. We get it in, man. Top notch. Yeah. Got a little anthem for you.
We cut through the lies like a blade to the face.
Bang a thing. Fair rain. A storm. Rain. Ooh. Man, y'all know it.
We don't run, we reel in. When the world needs truth, we step in this time.
Yeah, man, you know the world needs truth, man. Let's get right to it, man. Second half, man, of the program, man. We got some preciseness to bring out, man, making you understand what adaptation is, which is definitely part of the evolutionary process. All right, we're gonna get into the intricacies of it, so there is no confusion, because it can be confusing when you arguing back and forth. So I want to give you a classic example of adaptation in this presentation, dealing with the quote unquote spotted moth. I think this will really help us get it so we can get there. And I'm gonna do this fast, man. It's gonna be real quick. Okay, so we don't get no confusion right here, man. Big up to everybody, man. Big up to all the supporters, man. I appreciate everybody that's here, man. And we functioning well at the highest level. So let's get right here, okay? All right, the peppered moth, a case study in adaptation and natural selection. So, explore the peppered moth, okay? All right? A symbol of evolution, discovery of how natural selection influences their color and camouflage, reshaping their survival and changing environments. Okay, the introduction. The peppered moth, known scientifically as Biston betulia, serves as a striking example of evolution through natural selection. During the Industrial Revolution, the dark-colored variant flourished against soot-covered trees. So those trees was white. And as the Industrial Revolution came in based off of the burning of fossil fuels, they got darker and left soot on those trees. Now, showcasing survival of the fittest. Talking about the fittest genes. However, as the air quality improved, the lighter moths gradually regained their dominance. This remarkable shift highlights not only the adaptive stages of species, but also the profound impact on environmental changes on survival. How does our urban environment influence the creatures around us? Historical context of environmental changes. A timeline illustrating an environmental shift and evolutionary responses to the peppered moth in Britain. The mid-1800s to early 1900s, Industrial Revolution, coal soot darkened surfaces, reducing the lichen and favoring melanic moths in populated areas. Mid to late 1900s onward, air pollution control led to lichen recovery, resulting in the decline of melanic peppered moths and the rise in lighter moths. 2010, genetic basis for the British melic form, the carbonara, linked to transposable element in the cortex gene, enhancing the evolutionary understanding. Bam. So when we look up the example of the spotted moth, it is absolutely a classic example of evolution, right? By means of natural selection, and is part of what we would call adaptation. And if you looked at the presentation, you would clearly understand that, wait a minute, evolution does not occur in an individual, it occurs in the overall population, adding to the fitness of the overall population. I think that's very, very important. Okay, let me move on to the next one. And then we're going to open the lines up, man. All right, we go. Okay. Let's get right here to it. All right. Adaptation versus evolution. The Pepper Moth case study. Example of natural selection and population change. Definitions. Evolution. Any change in inheritable traits of a population over generations. Allele frequency change. Adaptation. A subset. What does the word subset mean? It means it's part of evolution. But it's a subset of evolution where traits that increase survival or reproduction become more common through natural selection. That's what happened in the spotted moth. Those traits, right, that made the spotted moth advantageous to the predators, right? Meaning got the ability to survive amongst those predators, meaning the predators couldn't see them. And those traits that made them not be able to see was pushed on to the next population. All adaptations is evolution. Watch this. But not all evolution is adaptation. There you go. Still firmly fixing adaptation as part of evolution. But all evolutionary changes is not based off of adaptations. Now we start to get it. The key differences. Evolution, broad genetic change includes mutation, drift, right? And migration. This has nothing to do with a quacker duck or a dinosaur changing to a bird or a species changing to another species. No, it does not. Adaptation is specific selection driven, increases the fitness. Talking about specific things. Now, evolution may not always improve fitness. Adaptation always does. So what was the trait that increased the fitness? Meaning allowed us to get to the age of reproduction. We talking about the spotted moth, that dark color that when placed up against the charcoal colored trees allowed those spotted moths to disappear. And the ones that was white, the ones that did not have that extra melanin in it would stand out on those trees and would get eaten. The pepper moth, the biston, Bitlaria. It says 2 color morphs, light typical and dark carbonera. Industrial Revolution, darkened tree bark. Dark moth gained advantage. Pollution control reversed trend. Light moths regained advantage. See, it's the population. So over time, more birds got eaten that could be seen on the trees. And when the population and when the pollution control kicked in, now the soot is no longer on the trees lighten up again. Those that are dark get eaten more often than those that are light. This is in the population. It's a bird predation acted as a selective force. Mechanism of adaptation evolution. 1. Genetic variation, coloration controlled by allele differences. 2, environmental change. Soot, pollution, darkened tree bark. 3, differential survival. Camouflage determines predation risk. 4, reproductive success. Favorable alleles are passed on. What's the favorable alleles? Those alleles that made the moths darker. It's passed on. My fault. 5, the population shift, frequency change, adaptation, evolution. Common misconception, individual moths, right, or individual organisms like a lion, right, do not change color during its life. So the moths don't change color during its lifespan, and the lion going to the mountains don't adapt during his lifetime. That's important to know. Adaptation happens across generations, not within individuals. Evolution is a population level process. It happens in the population. Here's your key scientific references. Take a screenshot selection experiments, industrial melanism. All right. What we got? Melanism, evolution, and action. Selective bird predation. All right. That's on this peppered moth. All right. Genetic development. Well, there we go. I'm dropping that link, man, so we can get in here to this healthy conversation, man. All right. So here we go. Drop the link. See where y'all at. See who with the smoke, who with not the smoke. Got something different to say about it, man, then go ahead and say about it. But here we go. Let's get into it, man. Don't get up here with the foolery and the nonsense, man. That ain't how we doing it today, man. We're going to keep it real cool, calm. We can always get a little spicy because we built for it. What we not built for is the howling and screaming and getting on my daggone nerves. That's what we ain't built for, man. All right, here we go. Man, make sure y'all like and subscribe, man. Make sure y'all go to the store, the Abjeware store, man. I see you, Vouser, man. What's good with you, man? Peace. See you gained your superpowers, man. Cedric Pseudo Kill Official, man. There we go. There we have it. All right. All right. Drop the link, man. I'm going to also drop the link in the server, man. If y'all not part of the server, man, what the hell is y'all doing? Y'all not part of it, then, man. Y'all got to be part of that, man. All right. Mm-hmm. Go. Man, waiting for people to hit the panels, man. Also, man, I'm going to be on Brother Saw's show. All right. Conversation with Dr. Asar, man. All right. That's what we doing. Gonna be a good conversation, man. Make sure y'all go ahead and show up for that. All right. Make sure y'all be there, man. It's gonna be 7 o'clock tonight. Be 7 o'clock tonight. Yeah, you earned it, brother. You earned it, Wrench. Stay quality, yo. That's all you gotta do. Stay quality, yo. All right. FBA pseudoscientific. 5 hours left before we get there, man. There you go. That's a hell of a daggone. I like that picture right there. It's good work, yo. Got me looking like $1 million on that, man. Talking about the DNA behind me and all that. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. We going live on that, man. We're going to be kicking it, man. Y'all should go ahead and support that, man. Yeah, that's how we doing it, but we're going to be right over there, man. Make sure y'all show up, man, 7 o'clock. Man, type that title in. You're going to find the channel, man. Let me see if I'm going to drop the channel link in. I'm going to drop the channel link so y'all can see it. All right. Let me grab the channel link for y'all, man. Let me go to the server and get it. Man, make sure y'all support the Abju store, man. Get some of your pseudo killer shirts, man. Community of Skeptics wear. You know how we do it. Man, and keep everything straight, man. Keep it straight. Keep it super straight. Gotta keep it straight. Yeah, we the straighteners. Remember, we gonna straighten it because we straighten it. We make sure it's correct. All right. Come on now. All right. Drop that link for y'all so that y'all can get to the show tonight. Make sure y'all there to support me. I'm being fashion. Nah, man. Come on, man. Evolution is pseudo. Right. Evolution is definitely pseudo. From the chat. Chatty and the Patty. I'm gonna make you famous real quick. Here you go. Yeah. He says evolution is pseudo. Of course it is. If you don't understand it, stop playing. But I bet you won't hit that link and say it. That's what they never will do. They chat in the Patty. So you got a couple more times to say that in the chat. Now, if you say, man, I don't get on panels, then I might cut you a break. But if you just talking trash, won't hit that link, man. Come on, man. Well, man, you missed the whole show, man. We was talking about was adaptation part of evolution? I was talking to the young brothers. They were saying it was not. We was going back and forth. It was a great show. And so, man, you can come on and say anything you want to say. You ain't even got to be too much presentation. But this guy, Tarkorda, oh, man. Yeah, first caller. What's going on, Dawson?
Evolution is pseudo. So now what?
All right, so you playing. Say you playing, bro. You can't just say that. You gotta explain that.
The reason that I say evolution, am I on speaker because I'm like hearing myself at the same time.
All right, hold on. Let me see if I can hold on. I'm gonna take out that thing real fast. Hold on. I think I can get you right. All right, go ahead.
Okay, you hear me? All right, check this out.
All right, go explain.
The reason that I say evolution is pseudo. Now, when I'm talking about evolution, I'm talking about macro evolution. I'm talking about the fact because when we're talking about the origins of life, nobody can tell me what this single cell organism is. Nobody can tell me what that was. Nobody can actually show us a scientific demonstration, or not only just a scientific demonstration, but they can't tell us what information that was inside of this single cell organism that was capable of later in millions of years bringing forth new species. So nobody actually showed us no experimentation. All we get is peer reviews. Like, I'm not against peer reviews. But here's the problem.
What's the problem?
I think a peer review should be based off information that was already tested, proven, verified. But for some reason, the peer reviews that y'all give us about certain things, it never was tested, verified, or any of that. So I want to know, what was this single cell organism that was capable of that didn't come from no species that existed way before any species that existed? What type of what was this single cell that was capable of bringing forth all of these different species we know today?
That's your pseudo question, right?
It's a question.
Man, you set that damn alarm off, man. First of all, the question was very incoherent. You had a couple things. So first point, I need to clear this up. You don't agree with scientific data. You said you did, but then you said you didn't, but you double talked us. So you don't agree with scientific data. Am I correct? I agree with peer review, but I don't think we don't understand what you're saying. If you agree with the peer review studies or you don't, if you agree with scientific data or you don't, okay? So it's hard to answer a question when you just double talk me, but I'll try to answer it to the best of my ability before I ask you another question. What I will say is evolution is a scientific theory. It's not only a scientific theory, it's a scientific fact. Evolutionary theories organizes the facts based off of things that have been repeatedly tested over and over again. So the fact that you don't accept evolution by way of natural selection, which is Charles Darwin's theory, clearly demonstrates that either you can't read or you just don't understand. So that is the answer to your question. It's a scientific theory. It has been repeatedly tested over time that things on planet Earth evolve over time, whether that time be in a couple seconds or a couple minutes because viruses evolve quickly, or human evolution over millions of years. So my point is very, very clear here. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Yeah, and then you said you agree with microevolution, but you don't agree with macroevolution. You can't do that. Because if you agree with microevolution, then you would have to agree with macroevolution because changes occur on a demi level and will express themselves on a macro level. We're just talking about size. That's all it is, size, macro and macro. It's still evolution, bro. You can't accept one without the other. That's pseudoscientific right there. When you say that, just for the record, brother.
Okay, the reason that I say I accept microevolution and not macroevolution, because microevolution is evolution of change over time on a small level.
Right.
Like we can actually observe the fact that our skin changes colors during the weather to help us survive and adapt to our environment.
That's not evolution.
But hold on. Let me finish so you can understand why I said what I said.
Not evolution, bro. I'm telling you.
Yes, it is. Adaptability is part of evolution.
What I just say? I said the fact that my skin darkens up in the summertime based off of the sun, that's not evolution, bro.
I'm not saying based off the sun.
No,
I'm just saying to adapt in the environment.
No, that's not what happens. I'm trying to tell you that evolution, watch this. Remember these rules I'm gonna lay down. Evolution does not occur in the individual. So it's not evolution. You're just seeing my skin darken up based off of the sun hitting it. That's not evolution. Okay.
Okay, let me make it more simple for you.
You got that though. We gotta be able to learn something and then move on. I'm not gonna let you keep making the same mistakes and talk me to death.
That is evolution. That's evolution. That's change over time. That's evolution.
That's what I'm saying. If I just told you that evolution does not occur in a single organism, then I am the single organism, and you will not see evolutionary change in me. Do you get that, Dawson?
I get that, but you haven't answered my question.
I don't have to answer the question. Get that first. Then we can move on. I'm never leaving that point. Evolution does not occur in me. It would have to happen in my children. I would have to pass on genes that would cause a change. Do you get that? Not in me. So stop it with the skin. Knock it off. I'm not going to let you. We're not gonna stop. Do you get that?
Define evolution.
Change over time, but does not occur in a single organism.
Do we change over time? Do we as individuals?
No, we
do anything in our body change over time?
No, we develop over time. Things decrease over time in our bodies. We do not evolve.
That's evolution, the change or development of something over time.
I got
Go
you.
look it up.
Listen, I don't gotta look that up. I just gave a presentation that clearly shows that adaptation does not occur in a single organism. How? Because there ain't no gene. So you saying that you like metamorphosis or something? Come on, bro. You gotta, if you can't get that, why are we even having a conversation? You're just gonna be ignorant to it.
No, you don't. I don't think you get it. Man, but I don't think you get it at all. But look, check this out. You still haven't answered my question about what was this single cell?
I did.
Okay, so what was this single cell organism that I asked you at first?
It's called Luca.
No, that means latest common ancestor.
No, it's called universal.
Latest universal common ancestor. Right. What was this latest universal common ancestor?
It's called Luca.
What was it called? Luca stands for latest universal common ancestor. What was it called?
Luca.
Man, what the hell, man, bro? This is why I talk to white folks about evolution.
Bro,
if I ask the white person about evolution and what is this first cell, they're not gonna say Luca.
But did you listen?
Luca is the latest common ancestor. What was our latest common ancestor?
Did you listen to white people? Obviously not, because you go on here sounding crazy to me. So you obviously didn't listen to white people. Now you want to come over and badger me as if you learned something from the white people.
I'm not badging you. I'm not badging you. You said I bet you won't come up on here and say that.
But you came
so I came up here.
You know, you can come up here and be this ignorant. I had no idea. But you did it.
Bro, you think everybody that don't believe in evolution is ignorant. So what's the difference?
No, I think you're ignorant because you keep saying
okay, that's fine. So can you tell me? So can you tell me who is Luca? What is Luca? What is
a single cell?
Can you tell me what is Luca?
That's connected to all life on Earth. It's a single cell. What more do you want?
What single cell is it? What single cell is it?
The single
what
cell.
What single cell is it?
Whatever name I would give it, you wouldn't understand it.
You don't even. Okay, tell me what this single cell is. This protein cell. What is it?
Listen, what I'm trying to tell you, bro. I'm not gonna let you jump around the board. Either you're gonna accept that there is evolution or it's not. I can't believe you're still fighting it. I'm trying to tell you that my skin changes in color in the summertime is not evolution, but you keep now you want to get to what the hell is Luca called? What do you mean? What is Luca called?
No, because I asked you that first. I asked you that.
There's 3 domains.
I asked you that.
Archaea, bacteria, and eukaryotic. That's the 3 domains of life. You know what that is. Have you ever even read?
How you gonna sit here and lie and say I didn't know what that is? What prokaryotic cell was it? There's lots of prokaryotic cell. Which one was it?
You don't understand it.
What was it?
What
was it? Bro, listen, that's just like if I go to school and a teacher asks a student, a student asks a teacher about evolution and all you can say is you just don't understand it. How are we supposed to learn anything if all you're going to say is we just don't understand it?
You're not trying to learn. You don't care to learn because you talk to the white people and the white people couldn't get you to understand. So what makes you think I can get you to understand?
So none of y'all understand this.
So
hold on. So how the hell is macroevolution is a fact and y'all
you ain't gonna over talk. I'm gonna say this
And I'm gonna make it very clear. Since you think white people understand it, you have talked to white people and they telling you don't understand, and now you come talk to me, right? Little old me, and I say you don't understand. It's something in common here, bro. It's something going on here, bro. You must be the one that's ignorant as hell, not the white people and not me. It's obvious, bro, that it's something you need to do as an African American, whatever the hell you call yourself, to get yourself together. Either you can't read or you refuse to read. Now, even if I look it up and see exactly and give you the scientific name, you're still going to talk that crazy ass talk, bro. You know why? Because you're a flaming ass pseudo, that's why. And you're not trying to learn. You're not trying to be educated. You're not trying to do nothing. You're just trying to fight with me. You just wanted to make the show today. Now you on par to make the show. Now I'm going to make you famous. Now, I'm going to ask you this question, bro, because I've answered all your questions. Hey, bro.
No, you didn't. You haven't told me what this single cell was.
I'm gonna find it. So you want me to find out? I'm gonna look it up for you. Let's see.
You gotta look it up. I thought you knew it already.
Nigga,
what the fuck you man, bro?
Stop cussing. Stop cussing.
My bad for cussing, but bro, I'm out, bro. You tripping, bro. I'm good. I'm good.
So you saying you don't want me to look it up? You better run. What's going on there? Joe, Trey, what's up with y'all, man? Crazy pseudo. He
Peace.
And then
what did it do, man?
Yeah, it's all like that conversation that went too far into the more complex area of a discussion on evolution.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that probably should be toned down to something more basic, you know, like
the lemur.
Yeah, it had to be something. I mean, because talking about the last common ancestor is not gonna. That's not gonna like he's not gonna get that. Most people are not gonna understand. I don't even understand that. I ain't gonna try like I know. But I mean, if we slow it down and talk about the things that we can pull up artifacts on, you know, like things. Go ahead, say it again.
Nigga want to know what's the name of the cell. As if that's
I mean, come on, man.
Like it was a personal species or something, man. I told him, man.
That's how I can tell you he didn't understand. Just asking him, well, tell me what's the name of it. There's no God. What do you want to be doing? So look, situations like this, you got to bring it to the way I feel about it, how I help myself, you know, because reading a lot of this, most people don't comprehend. So I try to go to stuff that's more recent, like they're more recent discoveries. And, you know, like I read up on that kind of stuff, you know, like they got bones, they got, you know, all different kind of artifacts. And you kind of get an idea of how this development takes place. And then they have, you know, like how you do the example of the spotted moth, you know, like stuff like that we can more readily understand is the best way to hold this conversation. Anything more than that, it's gonna get real.
Why you think he ran, yo? Because ain't no damn name for it. That's why the nigga ran.
Because you said you was going to read, and when you
but I already know the name. It's not like a fossil, like it's crazy. So
people die at the sources.
Yes.
You know, like I know, people die at sources. So once you say, okay, let me go read it.
Let me go look it up.
Read it, you're supposed to already know.
Yeah, you supposed to know everything. Come on, bro.
Yeah, as soon as you read the source, it was gonna kill him.
I didn't talk to the white people though. That's what I didn't like. I didn't like that part. You back from running again? Now don't be.
I didn't run, bro. You were supposed to know that, you had to go look it up. That's what pissed me off because you.
Yeah, that's smart.
To know that.
That's smart. No.
Hey, bro, I'm not talking to you, Joel. Goddamn. Let me talk to Ankh.
Hold on. Let's establish some ground rules here, bro. Let's hit the reset button. Are we not supposed to look up things, yo, as intelligent people, or we just supposed to sit here and argue through our opinions? Now, you said about 40 times. The way I understood it, there was no name. So I thought, well, maybe let me look it up and see if it is a name. Then you ran. So are you saying we can't look up stuff? Maybe if you looked up stuff, yo, we wouldn't be at this impact if you looked up stuff. You ever thought about looking up something, yo? You ever tried that?
No, I'm not saying you can't look it up. I'm saying because you are this prominent figure in the evolutionary community, in the black community. You were supposed to been on this. Why you have to look it up? You supposed to been on this. You supposed to been look it up before we even had this conversation.
So
hey, the moment, the moment you start popping off your lips without looking stuff up, me and you gonna have beef. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
For everybody to go.
Yeah, you bet you
not
better
saying
go
you're not
look it
supposed
up.
to
You
look
better
things
go
up.
look it up.
Of course, you can look things up. I'm just saying you're supposed to be look that up. That's what I'm saying.
No, let me get in. Let me get in. Look, check it out.
I'm not talking to you, Joel. I'm talking to
why I
I'm not
can't
talking to you, bro.
be part of the
Bro, I'm not
conversation?
talking to you, bro. I'm just not about to say nothing while you speaking. I'm just not about to entertain you. I'm talking to Ankh.
But hold on.
You still. You still.
Let me let Joel get out. Go ahead, Joel. Get out. What
Yeah. Because the only thing I wanted to do was reason. I ain't even binding. Look, look, all these conversations should be moments of teaching, not winning debates. I mean, we act like it's a real big thing. I'm in the debate league. I won the debate. I'm the champ. All this championship stuff, man. All that entertainment is not going to move us forward. At some point, we need to slow these conversations down and actually read the material so that we can come to an understanding. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think it's bad that you stop to say, okay, let me grab a source. All right, I'm done.
I said it wouldn't be no name to it. It's just a cell, yo. I mean, well, go ahead. Go ahead, Dawson.
It's not about winning a debate or anything. It's about the fact that he was calling people out. So I came up here. That's just simple. He was calling people out. Then he was saying that I was running, so I came back up here.
Right.
That's it.
So
I'm not trying to be. This not even a debate. A debate is when two people set up a topic and it's officially be done on a big screen. We're just having a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Right. And y'all do the same thing when we try to tell y'all about the Bible. I'm not trying to make it a biblical conversation, but like say for instance, hold on, I'm almost finished. Like say for instance,
so your Bible
when we talk about the flood story, and then y'all say there's no outside evidence that proved the flood story, then we talk about the Gilgamesh epic, instead of y'all being like, maybe there is a witness to that flood story. Then all of a sudden, y'all, instead of y'all just being like, maybe that's a witness, y'all just automatically call it plagiarism. So when y'all talk about you don't want to learn evolution,
not here.
Y'all can't claim that. Y'all don't want to learn. Y'all don't want to learn the Bible, but y'all will come at us because y'all claim we don't want to learn evolution.
We would never use the word plagiarism. We more scholastic than that.
Yeah, wrong.
Copy or whatever y'all say. Stole whatever y'all say.
I don't say that.
No, I'm not saying you in general. I'm just saying like a lot of the black atheist population of people that I talk to in the conscious community, they would say that.
So then why can't, let's do this for a minute. I'm not going to let you off the hook. I want to know, is it possible for me to look up anything at any time? And why should I know everything? I'm not an evolutionary biologist. I'm not an expert. I'm going to make more mistakes. I could have missed something. So you could have been right. So I wanted to look it up. Why is that a problem, bro?
Bro, that never been a problem, bro.
Made it a problem.
I was just saying because you have a lot of people thinking that you're an expert evolutionist or study evolution a lot. But when you went and tried to look it up right then and now, I'm like, bro, I expect for you to at least.
You guys.
Yeah, I was saying I expect for you to at least knew what it was before I came and had this conversation.
So then when I said there is no name for it, it's a cell, why did you keep pressing like it was a name? So you tell me what the name is that you got from the white people. Go ahead.
I'll tell you what the name is. You want to know?
Yes.
There's no name because that's fake. It's pseudo. There's no name. So that's what I'm trying to understand. If y'all don't know anything about this Luca that was responsible for bringing forth everybody in the every species that's in existence, changing to every species that's in existence, then how do you know that level of evolution actually occurred?
McCoy's the best, yo. He a best.
Hey, Dawson, don't move, yo. You're a funny guy, man. So you saying because they don't have a name, it's a cell, yo. It's a cell that connects all life on Earth. And based off the cell being in different environments, it diversified over time, yo, into different life forms, yo. But all life on Earth has been connected through the theory of evolution by way of natural selection, meaning we have figured that out, that all life is connected. If you see an ant, somewhere down the line, it's connected to you. If you see a tree, somewhere down the evolutionary tree, it's connected. Anything that's living in life is connected, yo. So that means somewhere in evolutionary and geological time, right? Whether it's billion years, you know what I'm saying? Somewhere down the line, it's all connected, and it came from a primary, it's called the universal common ancestor. Universally, it connects to everything. But that's all it means. I said it wasn't no name. You kept pressing like it was. And then you come on here and say, ain't no name. Why you come on, yo? We don't got to play like that.
The reason that I did that, because I'm saying that it's not even just about the name, it's about what it is, period. We have to know what this cell was to see if we can actually genetically study to see if it's actually capable of diversifying in that level to be able to bring forth these new species.
Yes, it is. You know, radiation causes a damage in the DNA, right? Which causes mutations. And some mutations are advantageous for producing valuable offsprings in certain environments. So if there's a trait, right, for pale skin, and you got 5 brown bears in a colder environment, and one of those traits slip through, and one of those polar bears come out a little bit lighter, right? And over time, those bears that are lighter get more sun, get more vitamin D in, right? And don't get Vicks and all that. Over time, right? The selection process occurs where you over time you get the polar bear over time, thousands of years, bro. So it's not a fight. And by the way, yo, you can actually believe in the Bible, right? And believe in evolution. You just got it ain't first of all not believing that, but you can actually take the time to understand instead of fight me. Just like I understood what you said about the flood. Yes, the Sumerians had a flood story. It's called Utnapishtim. Right? We talk to the gods. So what that's telling me is that in that area, an event occurred based off of what the indigenous people are saying. What was the event? They got flooded out. If you look at certain geological features and certain occurrences in the Persian Gulf, right? If you look at the 10,000 BCE, okay, you will recognize that that's the period after the Ice Age, right? Where you get the Great Lakes is formed. See, the area flooded out. Okay, Great Lakes, Niagara Falls, see the runoff from the ice sheets, right? And in the Persian Gulf, that area flooded out. So it makes sense to have that flood story. It's just not a global flood story.
Right.
That's all. I'm fine with that. I listen to you. Then why the hell can't you listen to me, bro?
I did listen to you. Right. If I didn't listen to you, I wouldn't know exactly what your answer was. No, I listened to you.
Did you hear me talk about the flood? How I would never say that. Obviously, something happened to them people. You just don't understand the daggone story.
Not a global flood, though.
Right. You know,
the Bible don't talk about a global flood like everybody else thought it did.
Okay, well, I thought it was doing mythology things. So I wasn't mad at the flood.
It did talk about a global flood.
No, just because it says earth don't mean that is just because it says that's a misunderstanding. Like they misunderstand that the earth is 6,000 years old. And they say the earth is 6,000 years old simply due to the fact of them saying that one day they're going to the Bible and saying that one day equals 1,000 years. And they automatically assume that that's talking about the age of the earth. It wasn't talking about the age of the earth. That was just talking about the time. Hold on, I was speaking.
With evolution and the topic that we
hold on, I was speaking.
You can't talk about evolution till you start to talk about the Bible. We're not doing fairy tales today. We will have a discussion about
look, so back to what I was saying. Back to what I was saying.
Irrelevant, non sequitur to the topic. Let's get back on point.
All right. Since you wait a minute. Since you so urged to want to continue to talk about evolution, since you on it so urgent to talk about evolution, can you explain to me, because they told us in evolution.
You need to go to school.
I can't explain
Hey,
shit
Unc,
to
I
you,
can't
but
receive it. I'm gonna leave out, come back in.
Then what the hell you doing up here then?
All right, Trey. Let's hit the reset real quick. Come on, man. All right. So you can't say microevolution and not include macroevolution, yo. All right. I mean, any literature you read on it will tell you different. So my point is, why do you keep what you just need to read some literature on? Just like if I wouldn't understand that it wasn't Ut and the fisherman in the Bible, it was Noah, you say, yo, why don't you just read the story, yo? You feel me? You get that, right? Like, you just read the story, yo, and you'll get it. That's all. So why don't you read some literature to get the difference between microevolution, right, and macroevolution, yo? That's all, yo. It's not hard.
Macroevolution is large change in population over time. It's macroevolution.
So
microevolution is small changes over time.
So what's wrong with
Just that simple.
So what's wrong with that, yo? Why
what's wrong with that is y'all telling us what's wrong with that is y'all telling us that
we not
a big ass dinosaur one day became a small bird.
No, that's not.
That is freaking nonsense.
No,
that is crazy.
That's that's not what we're saying, though.
No,
right?
the avian,
that's what
line of
evolution
dinosaurs
said.
continue
They
to
said
evolve
dinosaurs evolved into birds.
into modern birds. The avian line of dinosaurs, the rest of the dinosaurs, they didn't make it, right? They went extinct to several factors, and the remaining dinosaurs are the avian dinosaurs. That's a particular species and a particular branch of dinosaurs that continue to survive. Nothing changed into anything.
So when you look at the overreaching,
so did it become from a dinosaur to modern day birds?
Let me show you what this is. When you look at macroevolution, yo, it's evolution on the grand scale, right? It's basically what we see when we look at the overarching history of life, right? The change, the lineages arise and extinction. When you look at the the whole thing, when you look at it, that's macroevolution, bro. You get it? So you're not gonna be able to get that. You're not gonna be able to understand that because we're talking about thousands of hundreds of thousands of years, bro. And if
macroevolution is pretty much speciation.
Yeah, but that's the hardest thing to tell two different species too. That's hard. You know that, right? They debate about that over time. They debate about that all the time. They debate about that. What species, when does the species start and begin? That's kind of hard. So what I'm telling you is if we could find every fossil of everything that ever lived, you could see it. But that's not what happens. There's gaps in it. Right? So by the time you look back at the thing, you say, man, that don't look like that, of course, because you're missing all the pieces. Of course you wouldn't get that. The same with humans. Of course. But as we look back in the fossil, that can go deeper into the fossil record, you will see that Homo sapiens sapiens wasn't always like this. Because as you go back in time, there's a place where you no longer see Homo sapiens sapiens, but you find these archaic forms of Homo sapiens sapiens. As you go any deeper, you find even more archaic forms. Till it looks nothing like the original, bro. At all. It looks nothing like Homo sapiens sapiens. So stuff just don't pop up out of nowhere. That's the point you got to
understand.
Good. Joe.
That's a good explanation right there. I had a question.
I didn't say anything things pop up out of nowhere.
That's what you want to say. You want to say it?
No, bro, how you gonna tell me what I wanted to say, bro?
What do you want to say then?
Come on, bro.
I know, calm it down.
All I'm saying is
you can learn something, Mr. Dawson.
All I'm saying is ain't no darn deer-like ancestors gonna evolve into a whale. Ain't no large dinosaurs gonna evolve into no birds.
Of course not. That's not how it happens.
That's what these folks saying about evolution.
No, they're not saying that. You
want to look it up?
Maybe my question to help out.
All right, go ahead.
Dawson might be able to weigh in on this one. This might help piece it together. Isn't it true? My question is, isn't it true that all living things on this planet share DNA?
Yes, they share DNA. What you say? Do they share DNA?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Don't all things like
species share the same DNA? But our species do have DNA, but they don't share the same DNA.
Okay, don't we share DNA with? Okay, let's say trees. Don't we share?
No.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
I'm 100% sure.
Can you
don't
go
share
grab a
DNA with
source?
trees.
Can you go grab a source for me?
No,
You
Listen,
mind doing that?
Oh, so hang on.
I don't need to go to no internet website.
See, that's not fair, Dawson. That's not fair.
No. You
don't want to learn. You don't want to
prove
learn.
that on
Okay,
a
I'm on mute.
scientific level. You
That's
have to
why I was
prove that
asking
on
you
a
to get me a
scientific level.
source. That's why I was saying get me a source.
First of all, look.
Hey, Dawson.
We have this just because we got the same
Dawson,
cell don't mean that we don't mean that our cells are related. Just
Dawson.
because we got cell walls like animals, like animals do, don't mean that we are that same thing.
Hey, Dawson, you gotta relax. Relax, Dawson. Come on, brother.
I was trying to answer his question.
I know you're not. Where you getting this stuff from?
What you mean? What observations? What we see every day in life.
That does not.
We ain't related to no tree. We can't do things trees can do. We don't got the same cells.
Okay,
that
so
trees
see what I'm saying? Oh, he don't understand. He don't understand.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand.
I'm not taking the shot, Dawson. I'm not taking the shot.
Why y'all always blame somebody else for y'all shortcomings? You don't understand because you allow somebody to tell you that, and you fail to do investigations on their side.
Get control again.
But you want to try to question what I'm saying.
One by one. Let's go one by one.
But you need to question what the dude that told you that said.
Dawson, listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to make a point here, yo. You just can't keep talking and running your mouth with nothing to back it up, as if you was a scientist. You're on the same level as all of us right here, bro. All right. So what I'm saying is, where did you get it from? And you can't say I was looking, nigga. You ain't been around for 1 billion years looking at nothing. So you can't just look
for 1 billion years to know that we're not related to trees.
No, bro, you're not directly related to trees. No,
we're not related to them. Period.
Okay, so then even
I got a source whenever we get a chance. Go ahead. I'll finish what you're doing, but whenever I get in my turnaround.
No, I'm not listening. Let me make this point. Even if you believed in God, yo, which you do, the Bible say we all related, my nigga. Your own Bible say that God.
The Bible doesn't say that we are related to trees. They say we as humans are all related.
Hold on for a minute, bro. I'm gonna ask you this: is God omnipotent? Yes or no?
We're not talking about the Bible.
No. We just talked about it. So now I want to talk about it. I'm gonna ask you a question: is God omnipotent? Yes or no?
Yes.
Is he omnipotent, all powerful? Yes or no?
Yes.
Omnipresence in everything at all times. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does anything predate God? Yes or no?
No.
Right. So if we can agree that God is all powerful, all knowing, and everything at all times, and nothing predate God, then where the hell did the material come from to make the tree, bro? Answer the question.
Came from the Creator.
Right. So then, hold on. So where the hell did the material come from to make the human?
But you're acting like the difference. You're getting the way the Creator create things. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Dawson, we're not gonna do this.
No, you gonna let me answer my question. You gonna let me answer the question.
Dawson, where did the material come from?
I just answered that question.
All right. So everything that anything is made of comes from the source. Am I correct then?
Yes.
Okay, so that would mean everything is fucking related then.
No, it's not. Bro, oh my God. Bro, here's the thing. I see what your problem is. You're confusing the way that God created things.
This nigga. What's going on? Tiny, Tiney. What's up?
It's Tinny. What up? It's me, Malik. What up with you?
Well, you not messed it up. What's good with you, bro? How you doing?
It's all love. Can't call it at work, man. Just trying to join the panel, be part of the discussion, trying to catch up to speed. That's it.
Appreciate you, bro. I can hear you good, bro. I can hear you. All right.
No doubt. Yeah, like I said, I was just trying to catch up to speed. That's it.
All right. What's your source, Joe?
Let me catch us up. Let me catch us up. Hey, I didn't know you was gonna go there. That was pretty good.
Right.
Because when I think of it, because I'm a Bible thumper.
Right.
And when you said, hey man, what God make everything from? That's pretty good because he formed everything from the dirt. on the earth is formed from the dirt, and then he took dirt and made us, right? I mean, I'm just saying if we were to go by the biblical story, I'm just, I know that's not how it happened, but let's stay with the Bible because that's where he wanted to go. All right, so everything made from the dirt. All right, that's not right. But look, you were on point with the last common ancestor, and you try to take our species.
Hey, check this out. Let me ask you a question.
Dang,
Dog, I'm not about to sit here and let you interrupt my answer or my question just so you can praise this nigga. We're not doing that. We're not doing that, bro. Listen. Check this out, Uncle. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
But I was going to read the source.
If I create a cell phone, listen. If I create a cell phone, if I create a cell phone, then I create a pair of pants, then I create and I create some shoes. Do that mean the pair of pants, the goddamn cell phone, and the damn car, whatever, are they all related?
No, because they didn't evolve. No, that's a horrible question. That's a horrible question.
Just because you create different things don't mean those different things are related. The only reason that we humans are related to each other is because of genetics. Because we genetically came from one source. We didn't genetically come from God.
Dawson, you can't dominate the show, man. You got to share. God damn. All right, so drop. I'm reading from DNA, the DNA test website, right? All right, and because I threw in my chat, my web browser, not my chat GPT, but my web browser, just a regular Google search. How much DNA do humans share with other things around them, right? And this is what it said. I'm just gonna go down to the table because I don't want to do a whole bunch of read them shit. It says humans share 99.9% DNA with each other. It says we share 99.7% with a Neanderthal. We share 98.8% with a chimp. We share 98.4% with a gorilla. We share 98% with a pig.
Won't you show everybody?
That's a hearsay source, though.
I can't because if I click off of
that's
this,
a hearsay source, though.
You gotta
stop, man.
No, you stop. You're throwing hearsay. What are you talking about? What laboratory did y'all take out? Did they take our cells with these different animals?
They
and
did.
Examine them
That's
and
why they giving it to you. They did. That's what they did.
Laboratory where they actually did these experiments. You went to a simple Google
Dawson,
site
you getting whipped
and heard a goddamn
right
opinion.
now. Dawson, you getting whipped, yo, and you just can't take it. Let me finish.
No, nigga, listen.
I'm no nigga, man. I'm your brother. Now stop. It say we share.
Just because
man, will you stop? We share 90% with a cat.
Just because
we
you
share 85% with a mouse.
Mean that somebody's
okay, that's fine. Just let me get it out, then you can respond. Let me get it out.
Scientific method.
Let me get it out so you can respond. We share 84% with my dog.
Joe, can you hear me? Hold on for a minute. This is what we're going to do with Dawson. Hey, Dawson, this is what you got to stop doing. Ain't nobody asked you where the hell did they
Why you kick me off the panel?
I didn't kick you off. I put you in there because you kept talking.
So you kicked me out?
No, I didn't kick you out. You right here, nigga. How you get back?
Because you kicked me out. That's why I got back.
No, you kept unmuting yourself. If you can handle the muting and stop unmuting, then I wouldn't have put you down in the bottom. You sitting here asking us, that's a certain source, nigga. I ain't asked you what paper the Bible was written on or who wrote it. And what time did they do you like that? So why you doing us like that? This man is giving you
the difference between the Bible and science is something that you actually gotta prove.
And the Bible
just even based off the definition.
And the Bible
science is based off methodology, based off observations.
We're not listening to him. Go ahead and read this. So he don't believe in nothing.
Hey, Dawson and they proved it. That's how they know these numbers because they did the testing.
What's the experimentation?
They did the testing.
What's the experimentation?
All right, wait.
What's the experimentation?
Hold on for a minute.
Don't tell me you got a source with no scientific methodology to back it up.
Okay, hold. What do you want me to find for you? Go ahead and tell me, and then I'll
What
get it.
you
Go ahead.
mean?
What
What
you
do
want?
you want me to find? You pro science. You supposed to know what to find.
Man, he talking crazy right now. Finish it.
Now I'm talking crazy because I asked for experiment. I asked for lab work, and I'm crazy now.
Nigga, we ain't.
All right, I'm gonna find that. Go ahead. Y'all talk. I'm going on mute.
Nigga, we ain't.
Yo, what up, Aunt? Hey, Aunt, real quick, can I jump in and offer something to the conversation?
Yeah, go ahead.
Peace. Y'all definitely kind of beating up on the brother, but so I kind of want to play a little devil's advocate.
So you will not.
Trying to help him.
Not come up here and try
No,
to.
scientifically.
You gonna get beat up too. Your patience is running thin. So I ain't dealing with two of y'all because you gonna get beat up. Don't bring that advocate to the stupidity that this young man was saying.
Hold on, Cedric. Nah, hold on. I'm gonna break it down.
So don't get on that train because you're gonna get shot up.
Hey, I got on the vest.
My boys, calm down.
I got on the vest. I got on the vest. It better be a headshot. Check it out. So, how much? Even with that being so, with the brother, what you suggested with sharing this large amount of percentage of genes with other things, right? That only makes up about genes only make up about what I would say probably like 1% of the total human genome.
It makes up 100% of what we are as entities on this planet.
It makes up so hold on, Cedric. Hold on.
All living organisms are genes.
Cedric.
That's the
Cedric,
end of
you
that.
can't jump on it. Hold on,
Don't go down that
Cedric.
rabbit hole because it's already dead.
Okay, so the human genome is made up about 99% of non-coding DNA. Genes is genes. DNA is not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. We're talking about the argument.
They are learning more and more about these so-called non-coding regions, and we see that they play a role in the production of enzymes.
Protein, King J, just stop.
Yeah, we're not gonna talk at the same
King
time.
J, just stop, bro. You gonna fuck everything up. Goddamn.
You gonna mess up what? What you think? What, nigga? You don't even know what that man says. I don't know what the hell King James said. So how you know?
Shit, he was stopping. I'm stopping him before he ended up fucking something up.
But how would you say I'm fucking up something? You don't even know what I'm talking about. What is the?
I don't want to freaking house.
Hold on. What's the difference between? Hold on.
Stop the gas from coming into the house before the house burned down.
But you don't. No, you just filibustering. You don't even know what the hell you talking about.
Bro.
What's the difference between? Hold on. I'm asking you a question.
Bad was gonna intellectually happen
I
to you,
got a source. I got a source.
You ain't gotta stop me, brother.
I had to stop you.
I'm ready to bite.
I did this for you, bro.
Get everybody quiet.
I
got a source for him. He asked for a source. I went and got it.
But I don't even know you enough for you to love me because I sure as hell don't love you. What's the difference?
Everybody gotta go on mute.
Brother. I'm asking you a question. I'm trying to see how smart you is.
Everybody gotta go on mute. Don't answer his question. Everybody gotta go on mute. I got a source.
Go ahead.
All right. Now he asked what testing. He asked what testing did they do? So good old Wikipedia. Evidence of common descent. Evidence of common descent. I'm only going to read 2 paragraphs and I'm going to stop. Listen to this. It says evidence of common descent of living organisms has been discovered by scientists researching in a variety of disciplines over many decades, demonstrating that all life on Earth comes from a singular ancestor. This forms an important part of the evidence on which evolutionary theory rests. Demonstrates that evolution does occur and illustrates the processes that creates Earth biodiversity. It supports the modern evolutionary synthesis, the current scientific theory that explains how and why life changes over time. Evolutionary biologists document evidence of common descent all the way back to the last universal common ancestor. I think Ankh said that.
Joel, that's why I said be quiet and let me talk to Ankh.
Keep going.
This is why I say be quiet and talk to Ankh because he was a distraction.
He's so afraid. By developing testable predictions, listen to what they did.
This is not no laboratory work. This is
Wikipedia. Listen to what they did. By developing testable predictions, testing hypotheses, and constructing theories that illustrate and describe its causes. Comparison of the DNA genetic sequences of organisms has revealed that organisms that are phylogenetically close have a higher degree of DNA sequence similarity than organisms that are phylogenetically distant. They did the test. That's how they know. Oh, you be quiet for a second. That's why I was reading the first source.
Wikipedia.
Okay, what you want me to do? Go ahead. Hold on. I'm gonna get him again. What you want me to do? Go ahead. Say it. I dare you. I dare you to say it. Take him off of me. Say what you want me to do.
No, you kick me out of here one more time, I'm out.
Nigga, he's scared.
Oh, because
Let him ask me so I can beat him one more time. I'm gonna beat him again. Go ahead. What you want me to do?
Sir, you can't beat me with Wikipedia. You gotta show.
What you want?
Hold on, everybody stop.
You can't even say Wikipedia right. Yeah, Wikipedia.
What's wrong with all y'all niggas, man? When
you started it, I
ain't starting nothing. When I'm trying to talk, I'm trying to get control of the show. Nobody can hear what you're saying. Hey, Dawson, you unruly, yo. I'm the only one allowed to be unruly. Unruly.
Man, he don't read the whole goddamn thing.
I'm not, man. He's not, bro, because you just not understanding. What you can't do is talk over him.
No, I asked this man for a lab experiment, meaning a video of scientists in a lab.
You disrespectful, nigga. Now you can get the hell off because you disrespectful. I don't need you talk when I'm talking. Nobody can hear what we saying. We trying to have a show here, bro. We trying to be organized. We ain't trying to get our blood pressure up. If what you got to say is so thorough and serious, let them talk. I ain't gonna let them talk you to death, just like I ain't gonna let you talk somebody to death. The only one allowed to talk somebody to death is me, because it's my damn show. But if you talking over people, it's crazy. It's confusion. It's out of order, bro. It's too much. I'm not going for it, bro. So you got one more time. I don't need you then, bro. You already had stupid wrong. Anyway, I'm just letting you get your thing off, but you're gonna do it with grace. You ain't gonna be up here and do some niggerdom, bro. Knock it off. When it's your turn to speak, I'm gonna let you know, then you get it in, bro. Stop that shit, man. What's wrong with you? Come on, bro. We anywhere else, you be beat up by now. Go ahead, Joel.
Oh no, I'm done. I gave it says what he asked me for. The source says exactly what he wanted. It says exactly that they did the DNA genetic sequences. They did it. That's how they know. They're not just making it up. So that's all. I'm done.
Doesn't it say right here they figured it out by what? By developing testable predictions, testing hypotheses, and constructing theories that illustrate and describe. Hold on a thing. And describe its causes. That's what they did, yo. Comparison of DNA genetic sequences of organisms had revealed. So somebody had to do what? Compare genetic sequences. Okay? And what did they do when they compared it? In the lab, bro, because they wasn't doing it outside running around the Baltimore, Maryland somewhere on the bus. They was in labs. Has revealed that organisms that are phylogenetically close have a higher degree of DNA sequence similarity than organisms that are phylogenetically distant. Jesus Christ, bro. He did all the stuff you asked for. Now you don't act like that ain't what he just read, bro. Come on, man. Now,
can I speak now?
Bro? Yes, you can, bro.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't ask for no Wikipedia. I didn't ask for no websites. I asked for a video of these scientists in this lab demonstrating this stuff that is said on Wikipedia. Can we see a video of them taking a darn DNA of a human and different animals and comparing them and showing that they are the same pretty much? I ain't said nothing about no Wikipedia, no goddamn websites. I didn't say nothing about that. I need a video of a scientist in a laboratory, a video of a scientist in a laboratory. Just because y'all say, oh, they did the tests. Well, let me see the tests. That's it. Let me see them in the lab taking this DNA of us humans, bananas, and other things and testing them. That's it. That's all I ask. You know I didn't ask you for no Wikipedia. You know I didn't ask you for no darn website. I asked for a test. You're a grown man, Joel. You probably older than me, and you act like you don't know what a test is. You act like you don't know what an experiment is.
I do.
You act like you don't know what rigorous test is. Rigorous test is not Wikipedia.
This man
All
can't
you gotta
even
do is
say
just take your grown
Wikipedia.
ass to YouTube or some
Leave
type of
alone, sir.
video and
This
show
man,
us
like,
a lab
why are we
and
wasting
show
our
us
time?
them doing the
Man,
tests.
talk, yo.
All right,
Simple.
let
That's
me
all
say
I
something to
ask.
you, Dawson.
That's all I
Let me
ask.
let me say something, Dawson. Let me say something. Hey, Dawson. Hey, all right. So look, you at this point, you're being unfair. You're being disingenuous. That's the word I want. You're asking me to go find a video of scientists in the lab. Come on, man. They go do the testing. They get all this money from these people, big contributors. They do the testing and they bring you the results. They're not sitting there with videos watching them do that. You asking me for something that I hold on. Let me say it. You ask me for something that I can't give you and thinking that you're winning. What you have to do at this point is go get a scientific source that says different than what I showed. Then you got one up on me. All right, I'm
Okay,
gone.
so you just gonna believe that they told you that they did the tests and they ain't gotta prove anything to you, right?
But what scientists are saying that they didn't do it? Go get that paperwork
Man,
for
it don't
me.
matter if they say they didn't do it. They claim
Oh,
they
see,
did
now
it. So where they test is at?
he fight
Where
dirty.
they
Oh,
test
I'm
is
on
at?
me. I'm on me.
That's all I ask.
But
Y'all
don't you
said
believe
they
in the
did the
don't you believe in the Bible?
Where they
But
at?
don't you believe in the Bible?
I don't switch this to the Bible. I asked, we're
All right,
talking about these tests that
all right.
these scientists, these scientists claim they got. All I
Hey,
asked for, where they at?
Dawson, we heard you, Dawson. No matter how many sources I show you, bro, it's not gonna matter.
Bro, I don't.
It don't matter. Listen, let me show you this, yo. Look, it don't matter what I show you. Gonna end up saying the same ignorant thing on purpose, willfully. You just gonna keep doing it on purpose because you don't actually care to learn. You don't want to learn. Here goes a source for you, yo. Here you go, right here. This is a source for you. This is in the journal of nature, yo. You're not gonna respect this. You're gonna say with a camera, get out of here. That shit sound crazy. Where the hell was the camera when Moses was in Egypt? Nigga, I don't see that videotape nowhere. I ain't asked you for that. They don't even make no sense. It say the nature of the last common ancestor and its impact on early Earth. You have to read this article. Do you see all these sources right here, yo? All these sources right here, yo. Look, all these are sources, bro. All the sources for the paper. It's all here, yo. It's all in here, yo.
Sources with no lab work or experiment to support them.
Hey, listen what I'm saying, bro. You see to the right of this show, these are all the sources of all the people and all the lab work. You're saying this is not real. So at this point, our conversation
is not real. That's why you got to show it to prove it to me.
Okay, well, I'm gonna show you what is real when I kick your crazy ass off this motherfucker, because that's real. Okay, let me that now it's real. You tripping, yo. Yeah, now you gaslight, nigga. All right, you gaslighting.
I said, show me that is real. Show me.
Gaslighting.
Go to the lab work. I want to see them doing it.
And you're gaslighting. I will put the article in there, supplement information where you can see the lab work they did. You're not going to be able to read it because you can't read a basic article. Now, what's going on, Humble? What you doing, brother? You got to unmute.
What up? What up?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, brother. You know I had to come out. You know I spotted you. You know I had to come out.
Yeah, what's up with you? What's
Nothing.
Pokemon is gonna catch up.
Before I land my plan, I do want to say this, and I want to see if Ankh would agree with me on this. I would state that me and Ankh's only contention on this subject of evolution is the fact that adaptation and evolution are not the same, though they are connected. I think that's where me and Ankh will ever have a contention on that right there.
Evolution is a complete body. Adaptation is one of the processes within evolution. Pokemon and metamorphosis is definitely not part of evolution.
Let me read this source.
All right, so
don't work without adaptation. Yeah.
Well, I want to help you out. Let me help you out with this. Let me see. Let me see if you can work with this. I had it in my slides. Controlled environments. Hold on. Pepper moth. Wait a minute. I think I get it. The key differences. I think this where you at. Okay. Let me share the screen. This where you're gonna be at. Let's see if I can get you agree to this.
I sent you something in the back chat. In a private chat. See, I don't know how to share my screen on here, nothing. So, but I can send you stuff in the back chat.
Okay. All right. I got you. All right. Let me see. Dang. Let me get right here. I'm gonna do it like this for you. See if we can come to an agreement right here. See if you agree to this right here. I think I can get you to agree to this right here. All right. So you see the screen, right? right here it says, hold on. Okay, from the slide right here. All right, man, damn it. All right, let me get out of there. Damn, bro, I messed it up. All right, so let me get to the slide. So if you see this slide right here, right, it says, right, here you go. Key differences. So you're talking about the differences, I think. So evolution, broad genetic change includes mutation, drift, migration. Adaptation, specific. It says specific, selection driven, increased fitness. It say evolution may not always improve fitness, right? Adaptation always does. That's not the slide. Hold on. Camouflage. No, maybe it's up in the earlier slides. Definitions. Hold on. Oh man, damn. Okay, here you go right here. The last one. All adaptation, listen, is evolution, but not all evolution is adaptation. Is that what you're trying to say? That's a good one.
That is a good one.
A good one.
And I give it to you. That is a good one. But here's what I would say.
Okay.
I would say that's due through certain scientific studies, right? Because someone like Douglas J. Fatima, like what I sent you in the back chat, right? They would say, while evolution is a broader scope of things, right? Things can adapt without undergoing changes of evolution. So whereas though like Douglas J. Fatima, right? He classifies adaptation as the outcome of natural selection, right? And he classifies evolution as any change in genetic composition of a phenomena over time, right?
Right.
So, but what we're saying is something can adapt, right? But it doesn't have to evolve.
Yeah.
Facts. Yeah, that's good stuff.
It is a subset though. You get it? Okay. I think this is my issue with you is you think because something evolves to change species. That's what you essentially saying, right?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and see, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. You get it?
Adaptation.
So adaptation, but see,
doesn't happen in
that's
the
what
individual.
makes the difference in evolution and adaptation is through speciation.
Adaptation have no speciation is the result
of each other though. Let them finish your point.
So I'm gonna land my plane really fast. The only thing for real that separates adaptation and evolution is speciation. If speciation is not included in evolution, then adaptation and evolution is pretty much the same. The only real difference, right, besides the small scale and large scale that separates the two, right, is the fact that speciation takes place in one, whereas though speciation don't take place in the other.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's not right.
What the speciation is. Now let's slow it all the way down. Every two entities that reproduce, their DNA recombines. Each offspring is a little bit different. The offsprings that reach the age of reproduction, say we have 5. You have one that came out blue, one that came out red, one that came out pink, one that came out black, and one that came out white. The pink, the black, and the white reached the age of survival. The parents were brown and blue. They had these offspring. The environment changes, these 3 survive. Natural selection. Birds eat the pink one. The white one is subject to weather pressure, and only the black one continues to survive. Over time, what was once blue and green and had these specific features, traits are now black with these specific traits. That is adaptation. The distance in adaptation over time will lead to speciation, whereby these offspring over successive generation can no longer reproduce with the main stock, the brown and the blue parent. That's a speciation, the end result of adaptation over a long period. that speciation eventually leads to what we call evolution. That is evolution right there.
So, okay, Cedric, let me ask you a question, right?
Did you understand that?
Hold on.
Did you understand that? Before you ask me a question, did you understand what I said?
I understand what you were saying.
So now reproduce what I said.
So can me and you sit here and agree that evolution can take place without adaptation, and adaptation can take place without evolution?
We are talking about mechanisms,
No,
mutations.
So can evolution take place without
mutations
adaptation?
is another mechanism of evolution. Not all mutations lead to positive outcomes.
That question sounds like a trick bag.
So the way you were just speaking is if all evolution goes through
what
that
does
process,
a
but it does not.
mutation lead to?
Hey, Mike, freeze. We're at a
What
good
does a
spot right here.
mutation
We're at a good
lead to?
spot. Let's answer that question. Ask the question again.
I asked him,
Mm-hmm.
can evolution take place without adaptation?
Now, freeze.
Or can
Answer that part.
adaptation take place without evolution?
No,
Hold on. No.
Take place without adaptation.
Okay, I would say yeah.
Yes, it can.
I would say yeah.
All those mechanisms.
No, what's
So now the point, the reason I asked is, if I may, I'm gonna land my point real fast.
No. What's the next part of the question? I would say yeah. I would say yeah. Because
I kind of feel like it's a year too.
It is, yeah, because everything ain't adaptation. They evolve.
Right.
Yeah. Now, what's the next part of the question?
Now,
but can adaptation occur without natural selection, right?
Exactly.
No.
Yes,
Yeah, that's a no.
No. Okay, so it can't. You know why? Because adaptation is a dynamic process of evolution.
Just because
you get it?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
You don't want to get it.
Call that an evolutionary process, but here's the difference. When we're dealing with adaptation, we're dealing with trait changes.
And what do trait changes lead to over time?
Hold on one second. A trait
talk.
can change without an evolutionary byproduct. Right?
When you get change in traits,
I know what the issue is.
when you get change in traits over time, they lead to a speciation. Speciation is evolution.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time, y'all.
One at a time, yo. If it ain't.
So all I'm saying, I'm gonna land my plane real fast. All I'm saying is you have two processes that can operate without one another. You have adaptation that can take place without any evolution, and you have evolution that can take place without any adaptation. However, commonly when we look at evolution, we look at the adaptive process that take place in evolution, but that's not in all cases of evolution or adaptation. That's what I'm saying.
You're playing a semantic game. How do you get natural selection? Natural selection works on the fact that you have a variety of offspring. Natural selection is what produces what's the word? I'm looking for the word. Adaptation. Adaptation happens in a population. We look at a population and we can see the adaptation of the population. We're not talking about the changes in an individual. So once you see that the species has adapted to the environment, that's a foundation of evolution.
Yeah. Cedric on with that. He's on with that.
It's evolution.
And let me say this, y'all. Let me ask y'all something. Do y'all think we're using the word evolution too loosely, and that's what's causing the problem?
No.
No. Okay.
I feel as though we don't. I feel as though we don't take into consideration when can we no longer consider something adaptation and when it moves into evolution. I think even scientists now, as Ankh was stating earlier, even scientists still debate these type of topics, right?
Yeah, they debate the mechanisms. Go ahead.
We conclude that something jump from the adaptative stage into the evolutionary.
It's a gradual process. It's no jump. You can only recognize it over time. You can never see evolution in real time. It requires thousands or millions of years, depending on the rate of reproduction
We
of the
almost there.
species.
We almost there.
He missing my
However,
point.
at
The
the
reason he
moment,
missing my
at
point.
the moment that the stock, the branch stock, could no longer reproduce with what came off of it, the process of speciation, you have evolution. Is speciation over time? Watch the different branches that emerge from this one group that can no longer interbreed. You are looking at evolution. It's a fluid process with mechanisms intertwined. A mutation can lead to adaptation, but it can also not lead to adaptation, yet cause an evolutionary trigger. Evolution doesn't happen like you believe, the one boom, metamorphose and change into the other. It's a gradual process. Everything is consistently evolving. Every time you reproduce, you are part of the evolutionary process.
And so that's the
That's
issue.
called time in the gap.
Issue. When me and Unc first got
Not
into
evolution, bro. That's not evolution.
hold on.
All right,
I can respond really fast.
relax.
That's
Go
the
respond, then we're gonna let- Go ahead.
when me and Unc first met, right? And he so-called himself running us down the line, right?
It's called a
That
litmus
was
test.
one of my responses to Unc on why. One of his questions was, did we believe Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And my response was no, because he got part of his theory wrong, correct? And I was talking about the finches. Now, why is that important? That's important because Charles Darwin had y'all thinking that adaptation is evolution. And then he had to come back and admit that's where he got that part of his theory wrong.
All right, let's read that. That's a possibility. Do you got a source for that? Let's read that. That's a possibility.
Hold on. I most definitely could pull it up. Hold on.
Because he might have got, because of course he got some things wrong. We're not arguing that.
Yeah.
We're gonna argue that. Let's see. But you know his theory was actually natural selection, though.
Yeah. But see, that's what he was calling evolution. Like he was. Like, that's why I attacked the finch beaks, right? Because he was looking at the different finches, and he was not taking into consideration that they were all fowls. But he was taking into consideration that their beaks was different sizes.
That's adaptation, though.
That is, but he was calling that evolution. That's why that was wrong.
No,
that's adaptation. We agree on that. That's adaptation.
Yeah,
that's
you just talked in the box. Now I got you in the shooting gallery. Now you right there, yo. I know where to find you.
I'm telling you,
I got you now. Now you in there. You the boy. I know where your street at. Now I got you now.
You gotta check out anatomically.
Now I got you now. Now I got you, yo. So we know that the finches, right?
Yeah.
Like the spotted moths. Listen, the spotted moths, they always say spotted moths is actually adaptation, bro.
Right.
But it's a classic example of evolution, yo. It's a classic example.
Yes. And that's what he would say.
No, that's what everybody say right now.
No, everybody does not say that.
Okay, well, you might be able to find somebody that might fight on that. Let's see.
And that's what. If I may really fast, I'm gonna land my plane with this.
All right, go ahead.
That's my only contention with Charles Darwin. Do I disagree with the impacts that he made in evolution, things of that nature? Absolutely not. He get his credit for that, right? But the only place I disagree with Charles Darwin is where other scientists come and correct Charles Darwin when they say that adaptation can take place without evolution and evolution can take place without adaptation. But in common states that we see these things take place, they normally take place together. So people
because adaptation is a subset of evolution. I need a source for what you're saying. Because
no. Hold on, you can't talk at the same time, though.
Then you're repeating this statement as if it is fact, though. No, that's
but you got to come and explain it. That way everybody can hear. Go ahead, Cedric. Explain what you're saying, because I already know that his source he gave me doesn't agree with him. But go ahead.
Exactly. So adaptation is a subset of evolution.
Yeah, always.
Right? You look at the different mechanism. You have genetic drift. You have sexual selection. These are all components that play a role in the evolutionary process. But when you're looking at adaptation, and again, Adaptation doesn't happen in the singular individual. You have genetic change that take place. You have hereditary traits that must be passed on and reach the age of reproduction. All the components of evolution, right there in natural selection and by means of adaptation over time, right? It's in population that these things take place. You're taking a fundamental instrument away from evolution. And adaptation, what the individual does, my skin changing based off the wind or whatever, me getting fat or skinnier based on the environment and the foods, that's not adaptation in an evolutionary sense. That's a human ability to survive. We're not talking, so we conflate these two terms. The human ability to adapt me to a new environment based on intellect, etc., is not the equivalent of adaptation in a population in the evolutionary sense. And my brother is focused on change in species. It went from this to that. That process is gradual. And if you look at the phylogenetic tree, it all stays within a specific group. You don't get a jump from species. You won't get a kangaroo turning into a crocodile.
So
sound like time in the gap.
Nah, man, it sound like you a nut. Nut out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, it sound like you mean the God of the gap, yo. That's what you mean, man. God damn.
No, man, time in the gap. That's all it is.
So here go the source, right? He gave me a source, right? And the source was text Douglas Fatima. Am I saying it? Fatima, PhD, author of standard textbook, Evolution. It's a textbook, love it. Evolution, 3rd edition, 2013. Fatima states adaptation is the outcome of natural selection. See that? What is natural selection? That's Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection. Evolution is any change in genetic composition of the population, right? That's what he posted. So let's go into a little detail right here. All right. I'm glad the brother can even have a conversation like this. I think that's important.
Yeah.
Man. And so that's a great guy. That's very important, baby, to have a conversation. I'm enjoying this. So let's get started. So adaptation, right? And evolution and Fatima's framework. Am I saying right? Fatima's framework. Okay, so Douglas and Fatima, Evolution, 3rd edition. It says this presentation clarifies whether adaptation is separate from or part of evolution, according to Fatima. Okay, let's see. Let's get on to the next slide. Come on now. Okay, definition of evolution. Evolution is any change in the genetic composition of a population over time. All right, that's in page 3. Matter of fact, we're gonna get this textbook.
Hey, real quick, would that include like genetic drift and gene flow?
Yeah, all of it. The mechanisms. Evolution is a change in genetic composition of a population over time. Now, whether the mechanism is
it includes both adaptive and non-adaptive mechanisms.
All right, let me finish, and then we're gonna discuss it. It say evolution, broad process encompassing all genetic change, includes both adaptive and non-adaptive mechanisms. Okay, the next one. Adaptation is an outcome of natural selection, page 283. It goes on to say adaptation are traits shaped by natural selection. See, natural selection is what Charles Darwin's theory was, right? It was the theory of natural selection. He didn't even mention the rest of the mechanisms. Now, it say they increase fitness in a specific environment. That's why the spotted moth is the classic example of that. All right. The next one, relationship between evolution and adaptation. This is according to the work the source gave me. Fatima treats adaptation as a subset of evolution. Okay. Natural selection, produces adaptation. We agree to that. We read that. We know what it is. We read it on the Wikipedia article. We can back that up. Now, adaptation and evolutionary outcome. It's a therefore adaptation is a product of evolution. That's all I'm saying. Now, Fatima's evolutionary hierarchy. Now, 1, evolution, any genetic change in the population over time. 2, natural selection. 3, mechanisms within evolution. 3, adaptation, outcome of natural selection, and thus part of evolution. Okay. Now, clarifying the misconception. Fatima does not separate adaptation from evolution. Adaptation is evolutionary by definition. It says some evolution is non-adaptive. We agree. All evolution ain't adaptive, right? Goes on genetic drift, just like you just mentioned. But all adaptation is evolutionary. That's all I'm saying. References Douglas and Fatima, 2013, Evolution, 3rd edition. Goes on to say, for more information, public link, Oxford Press. There you go. So that's, I'm gonna stay right there, bro. I think we had a space right here. Now, what do you guys say to that? That's your source you gave me. That's a breakdown of your source, bro.
Right, and that's a good breakdown. I give you credit for that. That's a good breakdown.
Yeah, that's why we need to.
What missing is, and what he pointed out, right, is natural selection, right, is one mechanism of evolution, right? But we're already saying that because we're looking at evolution as a broad scale, right? That's where they're connected at. Now, when we look at even natural selection, if we just take the terms adaptation, or we just look at the terms at natural selection, right? It'll show you how they operate on their own and how they can occur without evolution.
Yeah, remember I read, I said, adaptation. Remember how I talked about that? Right. I read it early on how that could be a separate thing. You don't have all evolution.
Evolution is the result of these things.
We are agreeing.
Evolution is the result, an end product of these different mechanisms. Evolution is not a thing on its own.
Hold on, I think
it's not a thing on its own. These different mechanisms eventually produce the thing called evolution. Do you get that? Evolution is not a thing separate on its own.
All right, hold on. Let's move.
It requires mechanisms.
Hold on, we're gonna get. Oh, hey, hold on. Keep that thought right there, Cedric. Stay right there. Don't move. Don't move, Cedric. Pin that. Go ahead, humble.
So, me and you can both agree
that
all evolution is not adaptation. That evolution can occur without adaptation. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. If that's
where we can agree at.
Yeah, we can agree with that. But you can't say Darwin was wrong though, because you ain't told me it's
Well, I think what Humble was saying, is that amount of change about the beat when it going back to the beat. When it's talking about
we're not listening. You Cedric next. Go ahead, Cedric. We can't.
Go
ahead. It's all up.
It's like looking at evolution is the end result of these different processes, right? And so if you look at a natural selection and you look at what's the term you get to? We keep using it.
Adaptation.
Adaptation doesn't stop.
Yeah, it don't.
It doesn't stop. Evolution is a continuous process because all these mechanisms are constantly in play. Sexual selection, genetic drift, environmental pressures, they are always active. So evolution is the end result of these different mechanisms and their interactions and how they interact and play a part in each specific environment. But you do not get to a change in species or a change in organism without these mechanisms. They all lead to the end result of what we call evolution.
In different forms, whether it's micro or macro.
Whether it's micro, macro, whether it's sexual selection, genetic drift, genetic bottlenecking, these are all aspects, mechanisms within evolution.
Yeah, that's all we're saying. And now watch how go ahead, Gully. You want to say something before I read this?
Yeah, I was gonna say, y'all hear me good?
We can hear you.
All right, all I was gonna say is evolution is just random mutations, but it's adaptation when that trait works in that environment. You know what I'm saying? If it don't work in that environment, it's just evolution. But the trait to be adaptation, the trait has to function in that, in the population and in that environment.
Yep. So
Well,
watch how this read different. Hold on, let me read this. I'm gonna let you go. In biology, adaptation has 3 related meanings. Firstly, remember that word it? We could say firstly, adaptation is the dynamic evolutionary process of natural selection that fits organisms to their environment, enhancing their evolutionary fitness. And this is the example we talked about earlier with the spotted moths. Now watch this. Secondly, it is a state reached by the population. So watch this. What's the it? Adaptation. Secondly, adaptation is a state reached by a population during that process. What's the process? Natural selection, right? It says, thirdly, adaptation is a phenotypic trait or adaptive trait with a functional role in each individual organism that is maintained and has evolved through natural selection. See what I'm saying, Humble? That read a little bit different than when we read it 2 days ago on SaNeters, right there, bro. That's the point I'm trying to make right here. Now you about to mess it up. Go ahead.
No. I'm glad you had that up with the fence on the other side, because I think what the brother is talking about when it comes to the fence and the beak, right?
No,
you got a minor change in the beak itself versus the origin of the organism itself. You know what I'm saying? These are different scales of phenomenons, which are problems, right? And that's what I think the brother was trying to show you, that you got with the minor change in the beak itself versus the origin of the organism itself, if you see what I'm saying.
Nah. So I think the brother's talking about cladogenesis, because I looked it up.
Nah, we was talking. The brother was talking about
wait, brother.
the
Can I
beak,
get it?
bro.
Brother, can I get it out before you just cut me off? Can I get a sentence out, brother? Please. I've been looking this shit up. I've been wanting to respond, brother. So what I'm looking at is anagenesis.
I never heard of that.
Anagenesis is what's it called? Speciation without splitting. It seems that the brother was talking about, when he talked about evolution and adaptation, changing into a different species in itself. Anagenesis is the same specification without the splitting. The perfect example of this is human, right? So we're talking about gradual evolution within a single lineage. Blah blah blah. Let me read what it says. It says the evolution of humans from earlier hominins, the peppered moth color change during the Industrial Revolution, and the transition from early horse ancestors to modern horses. It says shows a continuous transformation where the ancestral species is replaced, not branched off. Go.
Man, you don't even know what you just read, bro.
Hell nah, bro. Man. So, okay. Read that again, King J.
So we're talking about anagenesis and cladogenesis. So what the brother was talking about is specification without splitting. With the splitting. What I'm talking about is anagenesis. This is where we still have the ancestral root, the base gene, right?
Thing, man.
Hmm?
Put that word in here, man. The what in the private chat? The what? What'd you
I'm
say?
reading it. If I could just share my mic is just hold on, I'm gonna share my screen.
Share your screen.
A little bit.
Make sure you ain't coming from a just, you didn't say what that man
I
said.
got you. Mic is zooming up a little bit.
Yeah, but them finches, yo.
Anagenesis is a thing. That's my first time hearing it. I don't know it.
Yeah, I don't know.
But,
No, we're gonna get it. We're gonna see where it fit in the
I
picture.
get in though, so I can really anagenesis versus cladogenesis. What we've been talking about is this cladogenesis. But you see the divergent. We want to talk about this and see how we are the perfect example of this, right? So it talks about the pepper color moth. You can look it up. I'm tired of sharing my screen, but you can look it up. It talks about the pepper color moth
And it
and the
just what is it? Spell it for me. What you got?
ANA.
Oh,
and then Genesis.
All right.
Because that's where the brother is getting confused. That he's acting like the adaptation and evolution. You have to change into a different species. You don't. A human like when our brain sizes increase,
Yeah, the phylogenetic tree remains the same.
it remains
Right?
the same. Exactly.
Yeah, you
Right.
branch
See,
out.
that's why I said earlier we might be using the word. Some people might be using the word evolution,
Right.
evolve too loosely. I was trying to say that. I didn't know how to explain. But go ahead.
So the concept of like I was explaining, the brother sees evolution as the change from one individual into something completely different.
Exactly, and it doesn't
That is
have to
not
be.
evolution. That is metamorphosis. And within evolution, you have body plans. These things continue along a phylogenetic tree. They may not be able to interbreed, like the slide we had up with the whales, right? You see the phylogenetic tree, you see the branching off, and you see is speciation. They're no longer able to interbreed, not with each other or with the stem group, right? But they remain within a phylogenetic tree. So this idea of evolution, like I say, nothing's gonna turn from a kangaroo into a crocodile. It's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. That's not evolution.
Exactly. And with anagenesis, they're still able to interbreed with amongst each other even within with the chain. So that's why humans are a good example of that.
Yeah.
Shoot, man, my article brought up cladogenesis. I'm gonna learn today. You're gonna learn today. Good Lord.
Today up in here, and we're gonna get this straight. So I would like to say that is not actually confirmed. That's why I was saying what anagenesis is not confirmed fact, yo. You know what I'm saying? Like in probably a single observable event. All right.
So now I'm gonna give you some pushback because it says that for example, it shows. Hold on. It shows the continuous line, the transformation within one ancestral population. So I'll give you the example of what it says within.
Is my mic gone or something, yo?
No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
You can't actually hear me.
So let me ask you, can you
we hear
observe
you,
this?
man. I'm just messing.
No, hey, King J, you gotta let me finish saying what I'm saying. You can't dive in the middle of me talking.
Oh, go ahead.
I didn't say I didn't say that it wasn't scientifically supported by evolutionary processes, Joe. I didn't say that. I just say it's not confirmed. It's not a confirmed scientific fact yet. That's all I said, bro.
Hold on, which one? You talking about the anagenesis?
Because the example they give in anagenesis, it says the
Hold on, let
progression
me
from
ask. Hold on,
brother,
wait a
can I
minute.
finish this, brother? Let me just finish.
I had
Brother,
a
every time I
question.
speak,
You
you
ran
cut
me
me off,
over,
brother.
man. No,
You cut me off
go
every
ahead.
time I talk, and particularly, like I think you're doing it on purpose.
No,
So it
man, I
says,
didn't.
okay,
Go
but
ahead.
bro, so you're doing it. You're doing it.
We're not gonna fight over that.
Okay, all right.
Not what
It said.
Just for the record, that's not what he was talking about, yo. We was
Okay.
talking about adaptation, yo. You brought in a whole and taking us the whole nother part of the conversation.
No, I'm giving you the specifics because it says the progression. It says the progression from Australopithecus to Homo habilis and then to Homo sapiens shows the gradual increases in brain size, bipedalism, and the tool use within a single line. So that's the example of anagenesis, and within not diverging off into a different mutation of different species.
That would be one mode of particular, evolutionary change within lineages. That's why you talk about fossils and all that.
For sure.
That's not what he was talking about, though. That's a whole nother damn conversation. That's what I'm saying. You confuse me. That ain't what we was talking about. Dang. I'm like, why you take me down that?
Right. That's why I was trying to ask you the question. King J, he don't want to share the mic, yo.
No, he wanted to get it in because he didn't get a chance to get it in.
Yeah, that's it. But he was talking about cladogenesis, so it's a difference. But I just wanted him to know because he made the statement as if that was the only type of mutation that the cladogenesis, where the lineage is split and creating a separate species.
I know you changed. He's talking about adaptation, yo.
He's talking about evolution as well. He's talking about the overall time period that it takes to adapt and to mutate into a different species.
I wasn't even talking about that.
Oh, okay, well, go ahead.
We was talking about adaptation and it being part of evolution. My answer was that all evolution is not adaptation, but adaptation is a dynamic force of natural selection, which is a mechanism in evolution, having nothing to do with the term you just introduced to the conversation. You threw us.
Well, I know what we're talking about when we're talking about evolution without adaptation. We're talking about, that's why I said, or were we talking about genetic drift? Are we talking about gene flow?
Oh, we're talking about adaptation.
Yeah, without evolution, those were examples of evolution without adaptation. Like I interjected with genetic drift and gene flow.
Yes. Yes.
I'm following the conversation. Please believe I'm following. I just wanted to introduce anagenesis because we weren't speaking about it.
I know.
I thought that we should. Okay. Sure.
Man, just throwing some hot lamina. What the hell is going on here, man? You can't just throw in anything. That's like we're talking about Genesis 3:16, and you throw in the book of Isaiah. We're like, whoa, what? You be throwing us off. We talking about the book of Genesis. Man, all right. Seth, you want to add anything to this?
He went straight to the book of Revelation.
Yeah, I think I see where my brother Humble's confusion is. Again, go look up what metamorphosis is, and then you will understand what you're seeing in Pokemon. And that is not evolution. Evolution is a gradual process that uses mechanism. One of those mechanisms being adaptation. Adaptation is going to produce changes in genetics, but adaptation happens in a population. So it is a gradual process. That gradual process leads to speciation. Speciation again can lead to different branches from that particular species that
gradual process is anagenesis.
Right? That's a gradual process. However, it remains within a phylogenetic tree. What you're talking
Right.
about?
So Cedric, you just repeated everything I said, and I'll just act like I just said something crazy.
No,
you literally just repeated everything I just said. You said it remains within the same tree, and it's a gradual process. That's exactly what I just said,
That's not what Humble was talking about. Yo, you tripping.
No, I'm talking about what Cedric just said. He repeated exactly what I just said.
So,
go ahead, Humble.
My point is,
Right.
Humble is
So,
fundamentally confused about what evolution is.
So Cedric and by no means do I consider myself a scholar, a top scholar in this subject matter, right? This is something I've always had my own thoughts about as well. But what Cedric keep doing is holding on to an analogy I use to try to say then I don't understand evolution, when clearly me and Ankh is sitting up here agreeing on every basis of evolution except what Charles Darwin's view on the finches was. So by Cedric keeps saying I don't understand evolution, me and Ankh is clearly sitting here having a comprehensible conversation that show I do understand what evolution is, right? My viewpoint is, right, that Charles Darwin didn't understand the difference between evolutionary, right, and adaptation. That's what I'm saying.
He might not have. He was really early in the game.
I reiterate my point.
That's where Uncle agreed with me at, because he said, well, hey, Darwin didn't know everything. That's all I'm saying. I cannot agree with his theory because he didn't have everything right.
I rest
my. But why would you not agree with it, though?
My Pokemon analogy remains in effect.
Crazy,
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah. I want to say, because real quick, yeah. I want to say, because in the case of the finches, that would be a perfect example of evolution and adaptation at the same time.
Yeah, I think the brothers within a single lineage.
I got a question for everybody. All right, so somebody who comes up with with an idea like this theory right here, Charles Darwin. Are we saying that because he didn't get everything that we understand today in 2025, right? Like we understand the day that makes the theory wrong? That's not being said,
Nah,
is it?
he just dealing with the beak.
I'm
He just
asking
talking
a
about the
question.
beak of the finch. He talking about the beak of the finch, the amount of change of the
Oh,
beak of the
okay, I
finch
got
that
it.
Darwin was lost on.
All right, cool. So I mean, you wouldn't fight against Darwin's theory, though, would you?
No. Just the point on which he had to then come back and correct himself on.
Nah, he didn't get that wrong though, yo, because he talked about the finch. Matter of fact, in the Origins of Species in 1859, Darwin described adaptation as a process by which organisms become better suited to their environment selection. And just like
That's
other
a solution.
that was based off the damn finches. So let me give an example of the finches in real time. So you know they seen that happen in real time, right? It happened on the Galapagos Islands when it flooded. When it flooded, it took away some of the finches' food sources. Those that had longer beaks was able to get to the food source, right? Imagine this being, I'm gonna show you. Imagine this being the water. Oh shoot, hold on. I can get this right. Let me do this. Imagine the finch, right? Imagine this being the water, right? No, imagine this being the food they eating off the ground, right? Imagine it floods. Imagine it floods like this, right? Boom. Now, imagine a finch with a beak that's this long, can't get to the food, but it may be some of the population, right, that the beaks are this long and it can actually get to the food. And so over time, that adaptation to be able to get to that food will get passed on to the next generation, and they will develop longer. They will just the ones with the longer beaks will give rise to viable offspring that will have longer beaks, and they will all be able to get to the food. But the ones beaks that are short, they can't get to the food because of the flood. Now watch this. When the floods subside over time, right? Then those ones with shorter beaks can get back to the food source. It's another classic example. And that's actually evolution in real time. I just want everybody to know that. That happened in real time. So that's adaptation, though. That's a classic example. Charles Darwin, finches of adaptation.
Yes,
Same thing with the spotted moth. That's a classic example of adaptation by way of natural selection.
The mother
But wouldn't that be a wouldn't that be a phenomenon though? Wouldn't that be a phenomenon?
No, the mother population produces
It has
a
to be.
variety of finches. In the environment where there's no flood, the variety of the length of beaks of finches, which is produced by the parent offspring, right? All can survive. The flood comes, and now natural selection is going to allow only those with the longer beaks to be able to access the food, thereby culling the ones with the shorter beaks and taking those short beaks genetic out of the population. That's adaptation. But you see, there's a genetic change in the population. There's change, and now that population is going to produce finches that do not produce short beaks because those genetics has been taken out, and they're going to produce beaks again with variety, some longer, some maybe thicker. And again, natural selection is going to decide which one of those gene populations is going to become dominant. That's adaptation. And if you
But those are different scales of phenomena, though, Cedric, and that's a problem.
Natural phenomena makes the environment changing, and that's a natural phenomenon. Now, if you look back over successive generations, right, these long, thicker beak finches can no longer reproduce with the mother stock. Speciation, evolution in real time.
Yeah, common answer. That's the common answer. That's the common answer right there, Joe. Yep.
So Cedric, real quick, I looked it up. The name of the study you're talking about is called the 1977 drought. So the actual example they give is, it says a severe drought eliminated most small soft seeds, leaving only large tough seeds. Finches with smaller beaks could not crack these seeds and died in high numbers. The surviving population would have slightly larger beaks reproduce, and their offspring inherited those larger beaks.
Yeah, hey, I remember on that last.
No, that's a good point. Hold on, yo. That's actually the right study. So all that shit I just did was wrong about.
Hey yo, on the last show, bro. On the last show,
hold on, Gullah. I'm trying to make a correction here,
My
bro.
bad.
We all correction. Then I'm gonna let you go. So yeah, that wasn't that. Yeah, that's something. That was a different one. But they beaks was actually bigger. They could track bigger seeds. That's the actual correction on it. Thank you. Appreciate that, bro.
For sure.
All right, go ahead, Gullah.
Yeah, I would say, brother Humble, when you use example of Pokemon, you know what I'm saying, that, you know, so that's not like evolution on a big scale. Like, even though that's, of course, it's fantasy and magical and shit, but like that'll be example like metamorphosis in some, you know what I'm saying. I guess we're dealing like some of the mammals on there, like some of the mammal-like people. That probably be like growth and development. Same way, like if you do like Pikachu turn into Raichu, you know, this is like, you know what I'm saying, a pup turned into a dog, you know what I'm saying, or like you know, some deers are born with spots, you know what I'm saying, they grow up, you know, so they grow antlers and, you know, shit like that. You know, and then when you said the Weedle, you know what I'm saying, you know, to turn into a bee, that's actually an actual perfect example of metamorphosis, because bees go through metamorphosis. They're not born bees, they're born worm-like creatures called larvae. Most insects are.
But
thank you.
So again, this is why I don't know why they're going too hard on the Pokemon thing.
Yeah.
Pokemon was, I used that analogy because I know it deals with speciation.
No, it doesn't.
Not really. No, it don't. No, it don't.
Tell you, it is
that's
not
growth and development and metamorphosis, y'all.
I play the game. How are y'all gonna tell me about the game like I don't?
Bro, I grew up on Pokemon all my life, bro. I was around when Pokemon first came out, yo.
How can you then sit here and
what's
say
happening right now?
We understand science.
It's a younger man's game
because we understand science.
Hey, we gotta sit on the side.
You're seeing the process of cocooning, of metamorphosis.
Every Pokemon is not a worm, bro. What are you talking about?
Being a worm.
That's why I said that. Hold on. That's why I used the example of Pikachu turned to Raichu. That would be an example.
If I may. My whole point wasn't even to deal with the game. My whole point.
Cedric better get out this conversation. They're gonna whip him.
How evolution deals with speciation.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
no, it don't.
The whole cocooning illustrates the metamorphosis.
Can you look that up really fast? Can you look that up really fast? Evolution deals with speciation.
They go through a
evolution deal with speciation.
Thank you. That's my whole point of even bringing that up, was the fact that evolution deals with speciation.
But you're not dealing with its speciation when you're looking at Pokemon. You're looking at metamorphosis. The change in one.
Hold on, Cedric. Hold on, bro. Hey, Cedric. Hold on.
When they evolve, the main thing is they evolve, bro.
No. Hold on. Let me just say this, yo. Let me just say this. A perfect example of a speciation in Pokemon would be like when they went to them islands that look like Hawaii and shit, where they had a different type of Pokemon that was different than the usual ones you see. That's speciation. You know what I'm saying? We come on evolution, the way it evolved in the show, that's growth and development and metamorphosis. You know what I'm saying? You do have speciations in the show or whatever the anime, but the example would be like when they went to them different islands, we had different types of Charizards and different types of fucking Pikachus and shit because they was adapted to those islands.
So now they
different species adapted to that
now
island.
They got all of it in the show. When you got a particular
entity.
This is crazy, bro.
Right?
I'm not arguing Pokemon.
I first say I only use it as an analogy because
hey, Ankh, you better stay out this fight, Ankh. You're gonna catch an L.
It is not the process of speciation.
It deal with metamorphosis and then get into the show and say, well, yeah, it do deal with speciation in the show. That was the reason I was dealing with it in the first place.
But the example you used wasn't a correct example. The evolution of an individual, like Pikachu turning into Raichu, that's not speciation. That's growth and development.
I never said
metamorphosis. When a Pokemon quote unquote
I never
evolves,
said Raichu and Pikachu.
when a Pokemon quote unquote evolves, when
said,
Cedric, do you play Pokemon? Before you answer the question, do you play Pokemon?
My oldest son is 30. I grew up playing Pokemon.
Yeah,
You don't gotta play the game. You don't gotta play the game.
Stop.
You can watch the, you can watch the anime.
Hey, humble, I
No,
figured it out.
because when you play the game, here's why I'm asking. Here's why I'm asking you to play the game.
Now you're
Reason
trying to move the goalposts.
Cedric, relax. I figured it all out. Hold on, I figured it all out. He was saying he used the example, right, of the part that was dealing with speciation.
Which part?
Let me finish. God then confirms that he said, yeah, depending on what part you are, it's a couple things happening. So
no,
let me finish, yo. Let me finish, then I'm gonna let you go. I'm just telling you how I understand what the hell just went on. Gullah was saying that is be careful because some things are metamorphosis. Some things is evolution, depending on what parts you're talking about. Exactly. That's what Gullah said, because he played it, both of them played it. Now, if I'm too old ass Cedric, go ahead and say what you think you hear. I'm telling you what I thought.
In the series, depending on which country or which land you're in, you have different Pokemon. So you would have one Pokemon over here with certain features, and he has a similar Pokemon on a different place, but it's different. Why? Because of its being selected for that place. But when we're talking about the evolution of the Pokemon itself, we're talking about the change in the individual Pokemon. It transforms from one form to another. That is metamorphosis. That is not speciation. That is none of that. That is strictly metamorphosis. And even when my son was 6 and 7 years old, we were having this discussion because I'm telling him, no, that's not evolution. That's metamorphosis. That's a change. You see the cocooning and they come out different on the other side. That is classic metamorphosis. And the cartoon is making a mistake because that is not evolution. This,
I agree.
For the last 30 years, son,
I agree with Cedric. Because in an example, hold on, let me say why real quick. Because in an example that we're talking about with the finches, that's not that's not what we're talking about with the clock. That's not a speciation. That's not speciation because speciation is when it splits into two and becomes a new species. Right? Hold on.
I can't believe Cedric can hold
wait. Hold on. Let me finish the point out because I want to reread this. Hold on, brother. I'm reading the actual study. Now I didn't finish reading it because I found it interesting, right? So it's this 1977 drought. We're talking about how it says a severe drought eliminated most soft seeds, leaving only the tough seeds. Finches with the smaller beaks could not crack the seeds and they died. The surviving population had the larger beaks reproduce and their offspring inherited the larger beaks within those just 3 generations. This is 1977. And then it says in 1988, it says heavy rains later led to abundance of more small seeds. In this environment, the smaller beaks were more efficient and the population's average beak size shifted back. So within 5 years, it went back. They didn't need the larger beaks anymore. They went back to the smaller beaks within the same population. They didn't mutate and change into a different species.
Right. That's adaptation.
So if I can get in here real fast. You heard exactly what you thought you heard.
Yeah,
I only used the moment I came up here, Cedric was harping on a Pokemon thing. I only used it for the analogy that me and Unc was talking about that day, right? To show or to give an example of how evolution deals with speciation. That's all I was doing. Right? I didn't want to dive into it. I didn't want to say the theories in Pokemon were correct.
It depends on which branch of evolution you're talking about. If you're talking about enogenesis, it doesn't.
The number on a lower island, right? Remember, you seen that different type of Persian, the different type of meow. That's speciation. You know what I'm saying? That's different. That's what he's seen a different species of fucking Persian.
Yeah, you got two types. Humble, look it up. It's claudogenesis.
So listen,
hold on, I'm giving you the definition. It's called claudogenesis. The most common form where a lineage splits into 2 or more separate species, increasing the overall biodiversity.
They can't get off this Pokemon topic.
Oh no, we're on the Pokemon. I was like, man, that's what it is. You're a little bit young. Hey, humble. How old are you? Humble. How old are you?
That's humble fault, man.
I'm 32.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's humble fault all the way.
That's my fault. Hey, listen, look, I'm always bringing something new, bro. That's one thing y'all know. Y'all always gonna get from humble. I'm always gonna.
But you can do that, humble. If you 32, we can't treat you like you 19, bro. I thought you was like 18 or 19. We would treat you like you was a little kid. You a grown ass man.
He look young. He look like he only about 23.
You a grown ass man.
I'm dealing with a grown man. The gloves off.
I appreciate it. Listen,
he morphed, man.
He was treating you like you was a little kid, bro.
Everybody up here know King James knows, Cedric knows. Since I've been coming up here, my gloves been off.
But we was treating you like you was no. I'm gonna tell you, but listen, we was treating you like you was a teenager, though, brother.
Wasn't?
No, he was. And if you think you
definitely was,
I wasn't. Hold on, let me get this straight.
You're double pseudo.
Let me get this straight. When I see young men is 25, 30, 35, 40, right? I still got them by 20 years, 15 years. So I look at them as young men. I remember how I was in my 30s and what I was taught. I was selling dope in Baltimore, Maryland, getting money. You know what I'm saying? On Park Heights, Belvedere. Yeah, I mean, Shirley Avenue. That was my shop, right? That's what I did. So I appreciate a person in their 30s not selling dope, having a conversation, at least knowing the material. I just want to make sure that I tweak and correct little things. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the conversation is sophisticated for them. I met Gullah when Gullah was 21 and Gozy was 23. They was there with it. They was talking anthropology, paleontology, had to catch up. So I've been had my gloves on. I was never gonna let him catch me out there slipping. I knew he was coming throwing. But go ahead, humble.
Really fast. It's because I know you was out there doing what you was doing. I was watching you. Like, people think me and Ashe come through and we just new kids off the block and we just,
I could tell.
I was watching you when one of my favorite videos until this day is the sparring match between Brother Ankh and Brother Shabazz. Right? I watched that video until this day. I used to watch y'all religiously. So when I come into these arenas, I already know what energy to bring. I already know what mindset. Also, we do this all day, every day on other platforms, right? And so when we're doing, I meet worse people than y'all. We mean trolls. Yeah. So I already know
we almost trolls
myself. I already know how to conduct myself in a professional manner. When I'm in an arena where I have to show intellect.
Yeah, that's right. Damn right. Go ahead, Cedric. You carry on.
So I'm gonna double down. You're not using Pokemon. You're not talking about evolution. You're not talking about speciation. Any reference made to Pokemon is going to be one of metamorphosis. And if you interject metamorphosis in a conversation about speciation, about adaptation or evolution, then you don't know what you're talking about. It was a wrong it was a wrong analogy all the way around, and you double down on the nonsense.
Cedric, and I would say, when it comes to speciation part, it depends on what aspect of the show you're talking about. Because you do got speciation in the show, but it's like you got the Galarian type of meow, you got the Alola type of Persian, you got the Alola type of Pikachu. It just on like location. It's the same way. Neil. Hold on, let me finish. The same way Neil deGrasse Gray can look at the same way Neil Tyson DeGrasse can look at the science fiction and take out the scientific reality of it and separate the fantasy. He do it all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he does.
So we grew up watching that show.
His name Neil deGrasse
Tyson. I grew up
Tyson,
watching the show, play the games with my kids.
I'm at work. I'm at work getting money. I know his name, yo. I'm at work. I'm multitasking, yo. I'm at work too. You hear this construction shit in the back? I know his name. I just fucked it up. Yeah, this is you, right?
What name you say, Gullah?
Said Neil Tyson deGrasse. That shit was funny.
Yeah.
Now I watch a lot of him too, though. For this, what you feel about him? How you feel about him?
I paid $250 to go see him. That's how I feel about him.
Okay.
Yeah, he went to go see him in person.
What he did to Terrence Howard?
He a pseudo, dedicated pseudo.
Terrence Howard a pseudo?
Yeah.
I came back on Terrence Howard.
Hey, humble, you got to be to get past.
Isn't he a pseudo?
Terrence Howard with a pseudo, bro.
Yeah,
isn't he a pseudo?
No, wait a
I
minute.
mean, he
That
got
ain't humble
97
talking, is it?
patents under his belt, bro.
He got
There's
what?
no way humble listen to him.
Huh?
No, we
What?
don't, yo. You better be coming.
On his belt.
I can't hear you. What you
You
say?
better be coming here talking about some one and some other shit.
Not once. I was wanting some other shit out there.
What you saying about Terrence Howard? Go ahead.
No, I say he got 97 patents under his belt.
No, he don't. He lied. Maybe that shit.
He lied. Hey, look, this is what he's saying.
I know. Come on, yo. You ain't looked that up first.
Oh no, I've been watching them. I seen how they did him on an interview with that Jeffrey Weinstein nigga. I ain't like that shit. That Art Weinstein, I ain't like that interview. I like the one he did with the Korean dude though. I like that interview.
Nah, he always playing. The Korean guy will play with you, yo. He play. What's his name? Gullo. Come on, Cedric. What's the Korean guy? The Chinese guy? With
the white hat.
The Korean guy, yo, the physicist, yo, he be playing, yo. You think he's saying something mad tricky, but he ain't really.
Yeah, the dude with the long white hair. I forgot his name. I know you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about the one he just did. I'm talking about the interview Terrence Howard just did. He did it with a Korean physicist. He ain't do it, but I know who you talking about.
So y'all, if y'all were beating me up in the chat, telling me I'm going too hard, I'm sticking on the Pokemon point, irrelevant. Y'all see now why, right? Like Terrence Howard got 97 patents.
He did say he got 97 patents. Who
He said,
you gonna go tell him he lied?
Hey, you need to look at. You need to look at Professor Dave, yo. Professor Dave told him up.
My man said he invented transgenital flight. You gonna disprove him, Cedric?
Yeah, yo. Neil did. Neil beat him at the death. Yeah, Neil beat him up.
No, yo, I ain't gonna lie. Every time I see them interviews, bro, all I keep hearing is it's a class of gatekeepers at the top. They don't want nobody up there.
Now I see. Hold on. Now I figured it out. I told you I knew where the shooting gallery was, yo. I told you I was there. Listen,
got it.
You gonna have to make a choice, humble. Right? You gonna have to make a choice. Either you gonna fuck with science or you not, yo. Because a gatekeeper.
Hey, now you too intelligent. I've been watching you for too long, for you to act like there's not people in science who are right and who are wrong.
Yes.
So I deal with science. I deal with certain people in science.
Terrence Howard?
Terrence Howard, yo, he's not a scientist.
I just brought Terrence Howard up just for the conversation. Just brought Terrence Howard up.
Mm-hmm. But my point is, if you say gatekeeper and all that, right? What do you mean by gatekeeper? I hear y'all using that term. What do you mean?
By gatekeeping, we can look throughout history how science, right, have done, or what science have done to the people that came along and had grand inventions, and how they took their inventions and then did them petty.
So
like there's a history in
is,
science where this is done.
Like Pokemon is a speciation, right? We're gatekeeping.
Hey, yo, this nigga Cedric is crazy. No, like how they did Nikola Tesla.
Oh man, Nikola Tesla was a nut.
He was a nut.
Who?
Nikola Tesla was a nut.
Nah, I wouldn't say. Hold on.
Hey, terrible, bro. This man Cedric is now. You gotta ask Cedric up. You gotta pick one, Cedric. You gotta stand with science, or you gotta stand against science.
Crazy,
No. He was a scientific nut. He did some good shit and threw away the shit. He threw away all the shit that he did right and latched on to the pseudoscience, which is the craziest shit ever, yo.
No, they did that to him.
Yeah, this is like Alka Wallace, yo.
You know who was an alchemist?
And then they promoted him as if he was crazy.
Do you know who was an alchemist? Do you know who was an alchemist?
Who?
One of the greatest mathematic minds of our time.
Who was that?
Newton.
Yeah.
Alchemy is pseudo.
Yeah.
What's your point?
Yeah. This is like Alfred Wallace, the code guy that
alchemy is pseudo.
Pseudo, bro.
This is why you gotta ask him the question. Are you saying chemistry is pseudo?
Alchemy is
not chemistry. Alchemy is not chemistry, yo.
The reason I asked is chemistry pseudo because just in alchemy, as you change
I said
one
what I
substance
said, and
to another, or you
you're
change
trying
one
to straw
property to
man
another,
and
you
the
do the
flim
same
flam.
thing in chemistry.
Alchemy is pseudo.
So that
attempt
would
to
make
change-
chemistry pseudo.
The attempt to
So that
change
would make
copper
chemistry
into
pseudo.
gold is pseudo. It's
Yeah, alchemy ain't chemistry, yo. Like you ever went to school, bro? You ever took a biology course or chemistry course?
Yeah. Alchemy is just the changing of one substance to another.
You couldn't have, bro. You couldn't have, bro.
What is
You
the
couldn't have,
definition
bro.
of chemistry?
That's what they do in chemistry.
Now, what is the definition of chemistry?
No, they don't, bro. That ain't even part of
The definition of chemistry is an irreversible
And
relationship. It doesn't talk about changing one
Hey, we doing a
element.
lot of talk about science right now.
humble.
Yeah, that's not part of the periodic table, yo. That's not the periodic table.
Humble,
We doing a lot
humble,
of
real quick. Humble, real quick. Humble, real quick.
Go ahead.
When Jesus turned the water to wine, was that alchemy?
I don't know Jesus. I don't rock with no Jesus. I don't about no Jesus.
Yes, that was definitely alchemy. Yes.
I don't know Jesus as if he was a real man because he
Chemistry
wasn't.
is a chemical, is a reaction whereby the original product can no longer be attained. So when you boil an egg, that's a chemical process because you deneutralize, you denature the proteins, right, in the egg, whereby you could never get the original form back. That's chemistry. Alchemy is changing one element to another, which is impossible because the elemental chart, these atoms and these protons are inside of the atom. You can't change the amount of neutrons in the atom whereby you're able to change the element. You can't do that. So
that's your phone, haymakers.
It's pure nonsense.
Hey, Cedric, get in the ring, bro. Look, we gotta get in the ring on this subject with science.
Oh, don't do that. He's gonna get you.
You gonna get beat up, yo. You gonna get beat up, bro. Cedric working chemistry, yo. Cedric work every. That's that man's job. You gonna get beat up.
Hold on. Number one, he's absolutely.
He's gonna get beat up by a man that get paid. He get paid to do chemistry, yo. You tripping?
Hold on, brother. When he say chemistry, don't use alchemy, he's absolutely wrong. Right? That's number one. Number two, right? Number two, right? Is not alchemy is just not.
Before you go to two, explain us
Hold on 1 second.
Before you go to two, explain us one. Explain us how chemistry today uses alchemy. Go ahead.
How chemistry today uses alchemy?
Go ahead. Explain.
Right? I got you. Right? Does chemistry uses alchemy? Yes, right? But in a metaphysical sense, people imagine modern chemistry absolutely inherit methods, tools, and conceptual deeds from alchemy, right? So let's break it down. Alchemy and chemistry, historical lineage. Alchemy uses the brutal science that came before chemistry, right? It contributed laboratory techniques, distillation, filtration, right? Supplication, right? Alloy and metals, equipment, right? So alchemy used all of these things, and chemistry inherited these things from alchemy.
I agree.
You now have to show me where alchemy where chemistry don't use alchemy.
No, listen.
That's two different things.
Yeah. You gotta understand. You gotta comprehend what you just read, though, humble. What you just read was that chemistry inherited some things. They got some things right with alchemy. They absolutely did. No one's arguing that. But now alchemy will be considered pseudoscience. If you're trying to poke, that's alchemy. That's all. It transitions there, bro. And I see some of the weak spots, right? So I want to get back to what you said, gatekeeping. What do you mean by gatekeeping? What do you meant by that in science? What are you saying?
In science, right? There's people who will deliberately not acknowledge other people's work, right? Let's not even talk about Terrence Howard, right? But they will not even acknowledge other people's work to let them into their societies, right? And there's scientists that's saying this.
So give me a couple. You got to bring an example on this to show me statement.
Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
What? What about
he'll say this. He'll say there's a group of peers, right? That if you are not in a certain field of study, if you're not saying or agreeing with what they're agreeing with, they don't even deal with your work. They don't even take a second look at your work.
Get the clip. So we
got you. Hey, y'all gotta get up with you on the back end, bro, because you gotta teach me how to use this share screen and stuff like this, bro.
You can say, but you on your thing, you don't see the X right there?
What X? I don't see no X.
X right there. You on your phone or on the computer?
I'm on the laptop.
Yeah, if you're on your phone, you can't do it.
Laptop.
You ain't on the phone, you're on the laptop. So all you gotta do, stare at the screen. If you go to the very bottom of the screen, you're gonna see it's like a laptop with an X in the middle.
I got you. There's a little screen right here.
Yeah, push that. Push that.
It's a slide in PDF, video file, image file.
Share.
Oh, it's a share screen right here.
Yeah, then you click that.
Oh, you done created a monster.
You surely did. All right, hold on. Don't show these tips, okay? It's a share screen.
Oh,
all right.
I'm gonna be in this bag now.
I'm gonna get beat up. You're gonna get beat up to perfection. Don't worry about it. The diamonds. That's what we do. Support the younger brothers and sisters in their 30s. So now you will never say that alchemy is science. It's not.
Yeah. Hey, Humble, leave Seth alone in that, yo. He gonna get you. He gonna rough you up.
Hey, Humble. Hey, Humble. Is the asteroid supposed to hit this year or next year?
Hey, listen, Brody. I don't know. No, but I was challenging Cedric on the fact that chemistry, right, just like Ankh said, that he wasn't disagreeing with, right, got some of their things from alchemy itself.
Yes.
Right.
I agree with that.
So when he was just blatantly saying alchemy is pseudo, he has to stand on what parts of alchemy he think is pseudo. This is why I told you have to question him. You got to stand with the science, or you can't stand with the science.
Elemental essences: earth, air, fire, water. Vitalism.
I know what I'm doing up here, bro. I know what I'm doing up here.
Correspondence theory: planets is metal. Theology: matter, strings towards perfection. Symbolic interpretation as knowledge. Listen.
Cedric is saying that
chemistry, where in any form of chemistry are we attempting to use one element and make it into another element?
And chem it.
I rest my case. Boy,
are you saying we don't see
I
that?
ain't saying nothing. I'm saying you are not on my league, not on my level.
Tool is shooting out of the way.
Are you saying
that
we
about
don't
modern
see
chemistry? You're bringing us to Kemet. Kemet is an area within the Nile Valley, right? It is
everybody know. Hey, Cedric, hold up.
So what?
Everybody know what I mean.
Nobody.
One at a time, y'all.
So now,
Cedric,
let me finish.
Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
We're not gonna move the goalpost.
Go ahead
and start to go back to Kemet when we're talking about alchemy and Newton and the way forward, comparing it to modern chemistry. So my question to you: where in chemistry today are we attempting to make copper into gold by attempting to change the elemental value of one element into another?
They're doing that in laboratories all over the world.
I'm done.
Bro.
I rest my case.
What are you talking about?
I rest my case.
In fact, and this is why I went to now it's my turn. Hold on, Cedric. It's my turn. Everybody knows.
How they
hold on, Cedric. I let you finish.
How are they attempting to put a proton? How are they?
Everybody knows when we're speaking about.
You gotta let them go, Cedric. You gotta let them go.
And
no, when he says something, it has consequences.
We know we're
now you are going to have to show me where they are attempting to put a proton into an atom.
Let me get it out. I'm yelling over you. Hold on. Everybody know when we're speaking about science and mathematics, and somebody bring up Kemet, like myself, like I just did, right? I'm speaking about the scientific systems that they use in the land at that time. So now,
when we're talking about ancient chemistry, we
cannot
use
chemistry.
the word science.
I'm not finished, Cedric.
We're not using the terminology chemistry. I'm not going to let you move the goalpost.
As we know,
my question was very simple.
Chemistry comes from
was very simple, bro.
So when he
I'm not
asks, where do
interested
we
in
see
antiquated,
anybody?
non
You cannot hear the man, yo.
Hold on,
You gotta let the man
Cedric.
talk. We're trying to hear him. Go ahead.
So when he asks, where do we see anybody using alchemical processes, right, to dive into chemistry, we can clearly go back to the science of Kemet to see that. So why, I don't know why he try to act like I said something so absurd as if the scholars on the panel don't know that.
No. I would say
absolutely
ignorant. Hellenistic. I would say we'll go back to Hellenistic Egypt.
So let me go in. First of all, you're having a non sequitur conversation, and they're not going to do that nonsense with me. The question was very direct. Where in modern chemistry, you taking us back to Kemet? You sound
okay. Go ahead. You
no, stop. No, don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. And since you said they're actually doing that today, then you need to show me in which laboratory they are attempting to put a proton in the nucleus of an atom, and which atoms they are attempting to move to, and from which element to the next. Go ahead, you got the floor, because that was a simple question. I don't give a shit about chemistry, because that's free chemistry.
Watch the cussing, man.
I'm sorry.
You got it.
Yeah. I would say too, if pseudo doesn't mean completely wrong, yo. Pseudo don't mean you completely wrong. Pseudo mean you ain't all the way right. You could be a little bit right and still be pseudo.
Yeah. Give me. Yeah, but go ahead. So y'all gonna debate over alchemy? No way, yo. You can.
I ain't debating over alchemy. He's gonna have to show me a lab where they are putting protons into the nucleus of an atom, and which atom they are using, and what metal, what element are they attempting to change in that way. Because when you say certain things, they have consequences, but you don't know the consequences because you don't know the subject matter.
All right. So let me read this. Let me read this
before you read that, let me make this point. I'm letting you know the pseudoscience is alchemy is classified as pseudoscience today, but it is absolutely part of the chemistry era, right? That's a transition there, bro. I just want to
thank you for being honest. Thank you for being honest. That's all we ask for.
Prehistory chemistry. All right, go ahead.
Let me read this. Where do scientists turn elements into other elements? The process is called nuclear transmutation.
Yes.
Which transmutation, which comes from alchemy. That's an alchemical word, is it not, Ankh? Yeah, transmutation. So it's called nuclear transmutation, and it happens in places where.
Come on, you went too hard, humble.
Listen, this process
like this. I was trying to long.
This process is called nuclear transmutation, and it happens in places where the nucleus of an atom can be changed, not just the electrons. Right? Here's the breakdown. Right? Particle accelerations, the main place, location, CERN in Switzerland. He said, show him a place. CERN in Switzerland. Right? It say, what do? They smash atoms or particles together at high speeds, changing the number of protons in the nucleus. Didn't he just say you cannot change the number of protons in the nucleus? Hey, can we get that pseudo alert back up for Cedric, please? Can we get that? This is that man I be talking about.
Humble's a bad boy, yo.
Come on now.
What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about?
Hilarious.
Hey, only problem with that, Humble, is that they don't consider that alchemy, what you just said.
Humble, I like your pseudo game, yo.
Yeah, he ain't no joke.
Hold on. Gentlemen, when you go back and watch how he switched from alchemy to a scientific process.
Right, and then back.
I like the way you did that, bro.
Yeah, he hot.
We're talking about radiation decay.
Yeah, you definitely not those niggas with that one, yo. I'm telling you, bro. But I seen that coming. I backed out.
Radiation decay.
Was gone.
Not the creation of a new element. You get radiation decay. You get fallout. You get the partition to discover smaller particles.
So nuclear
man.
not considered alchemy. I know it. Come on, man. That's funny. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was nice. Yeah.
That's nice one, yo. We ain't mad at you for that, yo.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. Once Humble go 100% science, he gonna be a bad boy. He gonna give people problems. He gonna give them problems.
He gonna lose all his friends.
He don't care. He don't care.
He gonna lose all his friends.
What I do, if I can, because I never really hold on, give me a second, my bad.
So
What I
now
do is
another
I never
question.
really give a chance to like break down what I'm
You
actually
is.
up to.
We're gonna give you all the chances in the world.
I'm what I would consider personally a life practitioner, right? So I study life, bro, like all forms of life, like the life that
what?
you can see, the life is life in general, right? And what you start to learn when you start to actually observe just life being life is everything flows in a arithmetic function, everything. And when you start to study that under a scientific microscope, right? Scientists like to describe it as this, describe it as that, describe it as this. But when you really just start to like study it, then you really get to understand what all this stuff is. All of this stuff is just repetitions of the same thing. Which is isolations of energy. That's all reality is. So when we get people like Cedric, right, who try to go into the deep dive fundamentals and what people he think they don't understand, they gotta go learn.
It ain't don't understand.
It ain't
you
that.
just went to nuclear fusion to
When you just sit and observe life,
chemistry. Like you went to nuclear fusion to talk about chemistry when the question was very simple. In which lab are they trying to put protons into a atom by means of chemistry? Because the subject was chemistry, right?
When you deal with protons, hold on.
That's why education is important.
Cedric trying to pull a
You do not have the discipline. You do not have the discipline required to have these conversations, right? So that's why you do the flim flam and try to move the goalposts. Energy is the ability to do work. So when you observe nature, you're observing energy, plants, animals, the sun, everything producing work. That's it. What is this phenomenon you are studying? What is your mechanism of studying? What is a scientific microscope? You see, when you use those words, you don't fool me. I can hear the fluff.
What?
What is this? What is this form of study? What is this
First
form of
off,
study that they're
hold
engaging
on.
in?
Let me point out the flim flam really fast. You might have to drop that alarm again. He first asked me about atoms and nucleus.
Okay.
Right? Which in of itself is nuclear physics, nuclear particles. And then he's trying to relate that to chemistry as if they're not two things.
Was the subject alchemy or not? Was the subject alchemy or not? What was the subject? What was the subject?
How did that deal with chemistry? Bro, you don't know that that's two different fields of science?
Oh, so you're flim-flamming.
He's the flim-flam.
So
You
you're
asked me the question. You asked me that question.
Yeah, you're gonna have to set up the debate. You're gonna have to set up the debate. These dudes playing.
It is. So there's a reason why people do compare alchemy to the processes of nuclear transmission. So they can make small amounts of gold, you know what I'm saying, out of that process, right? But it's too damn expensive, man. Nobody's actually doing that.
And the fallout, the decay, the radioactive decay, and the fallout is way too great to make any type of real impact, right? So that's why they do it in nuclear fusion, to watch the decay, the breakdown, and the smaller elements that are the smaller particles that they're able to discover by that
American dream. Yeah, so nuclear fusion is what the sun actually does. Fission is what what happens when a nuclear weapon explodes. One has radioactive decay, where fusion don't actually do that. But I'm just saying, we understand how you made that analogy, but scientifically it don't fit. It's a good one though. I like it. It was smooth.
He's talking about, he's actually just talking about changing the behavior without changing the element.
I don't know, but I understand. You always confuse me, man.
So
King James.
that's why. That's why. That's why.
Question for you, humble.
Well, hold on. Let me unconfuse you because what we're talking about is two different things. Transmutation, right? Changing the element's identity, right? And then talking about changing the behavior without changing the element. That's like changing that's like the element keeping its the proton without changing the so like changing gold into what he's talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be that example, opposed to nuclear fusion, right? Changing gold into changing silver into gold,
Nuclear
right?
transmission is changing the atomic nucleus.
Yes. Look up
Exactly.
Protons and neutrons, right?
Chemical bonding, right? You're combining compounds and shit. Yeah.
Classical alchemy, that is not based on a nuclear theory, yo.
Now,
it's
I'm
the
only answering. Now, this is why I say he was doing the flim-flam, because I'm only answering the question that he asked. He's the one that put nuclear particles and stuff in with chemistry. When y'all go back and watch this video, listen to the question he asked me, bro.
Okay. I was illustrating how ridiculous alchemy was.
Hold on, I got a litmus test question. Are the ancient Egyptians black people?
What you mean in terms of black? Were they melanated?
Well, all humans are melanated. Are they? Are they black people?
You would have to define what you would term black. That's a
like.
Can I answer it? I'll answer that question.
West Africans. Would they look like West Africans? Would they be like African Americans? Would African Americans be part of that population?
Through migration, yes.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, you messed up.
Dang, humble, come on, man.
You messed that up, bro.
Everybody on this panel know who Professor James Smalls are. Do y'all not?
Yeah, man, that's our man, man.
You are not follow. So
yeah, he get a lot of stuff. He get a lot of stuff wrong too, yo. He kind of outdated.
Yeah, we recognize what he get wrong.
Y'all terrible, bro. So are y'all saying that the Yoruba tribe, even today, don't have certain practices that you can go back and look at and say, "Oh, wow"?
No, they don't. They come from no, they don't. The reason you find similarities because the people that went into Egypt got similar culture from the same people that got from the Green Sahara, yo. These went separate different directions.
And so, who were those people?
Indigenous North Africans.
Who?
Northeast Africans to be
bro.
And you know the Green Sahara was diverse, yo. The ancestors of the Yoruba people come from the South Central Sahara, yo. They come from the South Central Sahara, yo.
So here's I don't think y'all be listening to even the people that y'all be around, bro. I don't know.
I'm actually initiated in EPA, bro. I'm actually initiated in EPA.
I know on countless times you've heard that the Commission people was drove out and they had sister nations, right?
Right.
You've heard this countless times. So when they was driven out to the south, to their sister nations. This is why I went to Professor James Smalls first, because this is how he explained how you can see the culture similarities, right? We know they were driven out. We know they were migrating. And then the brother Orlando come and say, oh, well, those cultures were spread upon, what we would call a duh.
No, your whole premise is incorrect. You need to read Christopher Everett. You need to read the Christopher Everett work, y'all.
Hold on, Bella. So remember, you have never heard me talk about. So I didn't actually have elders. Whereas though you got some elders, humble. You got some niggas that's thoroughly entrenched in science, yo, and not trying to hear that shit. You do. You got somebody you can look at and say, let me see what that nigga's saying. Can I find this in a textbook? Nigga, you hit me with a textbook. That's different right there. I'm saying James Smalls, that's my man. Right? I like him. That would be my elder when talking about basic African, African spirituality. He's been initiated. We're gonna talk about that. He my elder in that. But when it comes to science literacy, I ain't had no elders, yo. We had to come in and make that shit because niggas was wow. You get it? There was nobody there promoting science, right? Atheism. Nobody was doing that, bro. No, I ain't had nobody to do that was older than me at all.
Right, no, I seen that coming up. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to figure that shit out, yo. You know what I'm saying? All jokes aside. So for me, James Smalls, right? He's not scientifically minded, yo. He get all that shit wrong.
Right. No, not scientifically minded, but culturally minded. Like when you was talking, y'all have conversations about the culturally. What did he always say about those people that they migrated down?
Yeah, but when you got you got to back that up with support and documentation. You just can't say that.
Right.
All the elders they were saying, yeah, they might. First of all, that's you talking about a population displacement, and then now that didn't happen. Meaning a foreign population didn't come in and displace that population to the point where it ran everybody out. That didn't happen, bro. That never occurred. You need to look that up. Ask ChatGPT, was it a population displacement in the Nile Valley? It was not. What happened was, man, you get indigenous people that over generations get amalgamated. People just come in over time. If population shifts, right? That's why we say that the population is there today. Listen to me. The population is in the Nile Valley today. The people that you call Egyptians, right? They are more closely related to the ancient Egyptians than anybody on planet Earth, yo. So what you're looking at is a population's change. They're not stagnant. This is how we understand it through scientific data. And the people there, right? The ancient Egyptians are indigenous Africans, but they North Africans. They're not only North African, they Northeast Africans. You got to be very precise, right? And if you understand what a North African is indigenous to North Africa, okay? Now, he may not look like a West African. He might not look like a South African. He may not look like a Central African, but he doesn't have to. Because a South African sure as hell don't look like a daggone West African. They don't have to, but they're still indigenous to their area. Now you got to recognize the complexities, right? Of people migrating in and out, different cultural things put in, right? This is how you understand the Nile Valley, through evolutionary theory. That's the only way you're going to get it. I surmise that Sheikh Anthony Diop at the Cairo Symposium made a point. He said that Homo sapiens sapiens was on the Nile Valley 150,000 years ago. In 1972, at the Cairo Symposium, they said, you don't know what you're talking about. You can't prove that. Now, today, based off available evidence, we realize that Homo sapiens sapiens been on now for 300,000 years. I can pull it up with the quote-unquote Brooklyn Museum. Not the Brooklyn Museum, the British Museum, right? And so humans have been occupying that space forever. I showed a map 15 years ago, bro. Right? And it was talking about the Green Sahara. We've been talking about the Green Sahara for damn near 20 years, bro. And I show how people migrated out of the Green Sahara to the Nile Valley back and forth. But I wasn't talking about the Green Sahara all the way in West Africa, like the pseudo try to make the point. I was talking about the Green Sahara within Egypt, which is larger than you can even imagine, bro. First of all, because the Nile River goes from, if you was to stretch the Nile River, it's the largest river on earth. If you was to stretch from California to New York, it would go from California to New York and halfway back again, bro. Imagine that amount of land in there, yo. We're not talking about millions of people at this time period. That there was not millions of people at 20,000 BCE, 15,000. There wasn't that many people on planet Earth, period, bro. Okay, and so this is a very complex subject, and only through history, historical documentation, history, right? We look at the written records. We look at the genetic studies. You can't just use genes alone. You got to match up genes with the historical documentation, right? Then you got to understand evolution, because I'm telling you, you could see a person with light skin, or would you perceive to be straight hair and say, that's a European? That don't got to be so, bro. That don't have to be so. And so where the black houses get it messed up at, they sitting there saying, man, we looking at the peppercorn hair and the big lips. No, that was racism, white supremacy saying we all look like that, bro. That ain't true. It's a downright lie right there, bro. That African people don't all got big lips and peppercorn hair and short. That was racism, white supremacy. They put us in that box. That Africa has the most genetic variation on planet Earth, bro. So I am telling you that a person in West Africa, right, does not have to be genetically similar to a person in Northeast Africa, right? And that person in Northeast Africa, right, don't got nothing in common with the person in West Africa, but got more in common with somebody in Western Asia. See? You know what I'm saying? But okay. You get that? And we can back it up and we can verify that all day, every day. So I'm always saying that the ancient Egyptians are indigenous Africans, yo. Right? And by the racist standards of how they claim black people should look, they didn't look like that, bro. But that doesn't mean they wasn't indigenous Africans, yo. So You know, that's the conversation niggas have.
I mean, the way they try to depict it, I always go off the artifacts when people try to depict the way the Commission people look, right? I never try to go off of what a person try to tell me they look like. Oh, they look like this, they look like that. When we look at what the Commission people look like on the walls, we see that even some of the pharaohs look distinctly different than us. Some of them have out features, some of them don't have out features, right? Depending on what dynasty you're looking at. So I most definitely understand with that regards, yeah.
Yeah, our features, what are our features? Look, African Americans got a range in features, yo. I got thin lips, you got thick lips, yo, but we both the same complexion. So what the fuck? So I'm not like, it's crazy, bro. You get it? Like that racism played a wild trick on us, yo.
No, I would agree with that.
Yeah, it really did.
That book, bro. That's why we got to get rid of that book. And you know what book I'm talking about.
What book?
The basic instructions before leaving Earth. You know what book I'm talking about.
Oh, man, he getting rid of my Bible. God,
the Bible.
Chop my Bible.
We gotta kill that book right there, bro. That's what's keeping. If we get rid of that, everything we talking about can come together. It's because of that book is the reason everything we talking about can't be put in place.
So why?
Because everybody go to their religion. Oh, well, I love God. I love Jesus. Nah, man, we gotta get rid of that, man. Our ancestors didn't practice that.
Hey, humble, do me a favor though. Like when you get a chance, bro, look up Christopher era work and look up some Soy Together work so you can get down in African migrations, bro.
Got you, Brody. Got you.
Yeah, it's a Martin Cater. Let me say this though. So you basically saying get rid of the Bible, which is a spiritual system, which is a book that contains the spiritual system of the Hebrews and the Christians, right? You saying get rid of that. So then you must be a non-believer. You must be an atheist then.
Not an atheist. I won't call myself an atheist. Nah.
Okay, so then your shit ain't no better than everybody else shit then.
No. So the reason I wouldn't consider myself an atheist.
And how about a non-believer?
I will consider myself a non-believer because I don't believe in that aspect, right? But I do believe in, like I said earlier, life, right? We all call it the life force. You know, religious people call it God.
Okay.
You know, the only difference in how I view it and how they view it is this is a source, right? That creation emerged from, right? It's in everything. It's around everything. How you were saying earlier, is omnipotent, omnipresent. All no, is that right? They look at it as a guy on a cloud, put all anthropomorphisms on it, and they try to make the anthropomorphisms literal. And then nah. When we can look at a tree and understand that that's a piece of life, just like we're a piece of life.
Okay.
That's where I'm coming from with it. They're coming from is a God seeing everything, and you better be careful what you do because he can send you to hell. There's no heaven and hell. We create heaven and hell right here on earth. So your own thoughts. Go ahead, brother.
So you don't like a well-formed, capsulated groups of ideas administrated by a particular group of people in a particular geographical region. You don't like that. You rather just fly through the cosmos with your shit.
No, I want to get back to what my ancestors was doing, right? The reason I don't like it is not I don't like it because I think as far as it, which I do.
Listen, I'm here. I'm listening. We vibe. I'm trying to show you something here. I'm saying you ain't did nothing but bring all them traits with you, yo. You brought all that shit with you just now. You brought it all, the baggage. Did you just want to kill? Yo, you promoting the same baggage and don't even know it.
Oh no, it ain't about what I, like I said before. We have to get rid of that to get back to our own roots.
So what's our roots? Our roots is voodoo.
Our roots is voodoo. Our roots is African spirituality. Our roots is Native American spirituality. We had a system before the white man came over here with a Bible and a cross.
I agree. Now see, hold on.
Whoa, you didn't just hear that?
I know. I'm a little. I don't want to derail. I'm gonna get there. I put a pin in that. We're gonna talk about that since we got the young brother here. I'm telling you that, of course, we had systems that we had Stone Age spiritual systems. You know, I studied shit already from the Stone Age. I suggest you the same.
Why?
Right? And I'm saying the Stone Age spiritual system ain't no better than the modern spiritual system, because the modern spiritual systems basically come out of the Stone Age systems. It just got writing. And you know what I mean? Listen, and it's formulated to a particular culture that we can identify with. In the Stone Age, we don't even know the cultures in the Stone Age. They didn't have writing. They had what you would call they transmitted ideas through verbal communication, bro. Right? They had different, but now this shit is modernized where shit is all. That's why the Bible is so successful, because it's the first story of the book.
No, that's not why the Bible is so
beat the Egyptians. No. They was better. They shit was better than Egyptian shit. Because it's in the book, my nigga. Listen to what you gotta hear me out, bro. Listen.
Go ahead.
These niggas say, yo, you don't gotta pay for it. In ancient Egypt, you had to pay for the sacrifices, yo. Your family would have to pay for animals to get slaughtered. They said, wait a minute, we're gonna slaughter one thing, and it's gonna happen one time. You ain't gotta pay for it no more. What's that? Jesus Christ died for the sins. We don't gotta make no more. We don't gotta do that no more. And it's all in this book right here, real easy. So as humans do, yo, we take the easy way out, bro. Now I ain't gotta spend hours waiting on the priest to come back with the slaughter. Now I ain't got to get the blood all that. I ain't got to do all that. I can just say Jesus died for my sins, and that's it. That's why the shit spread so quickly through Egypt, bro. Christianity.
You know that ain't true. You know about the Crusaders. You know about the Spanish Inquisition. Come on, you know these things. You know these people didn't just come peacefully. Oh, well, we spread.
We ain't talking about that part yet.
They came with a Bible, a cross, and a sword, and they said, "You're gonna worship our God, or you're gonna die."
Yes, a different component to it. But I'm saying, but you still didn't have to worship that God. You still could have fought him to the end. The Vikings fought to the end almost, and then some of them got, we're calling to bleak, right? Some of them got brought into the faith. Right? They wouldn't let them own land unless they brought into, even if they won the war, they say, yo, we cannot have a pagan, you know what I'm saying, ruling our land. You gotta be a Christian, you get baptized, and the Vikings would get baptized. It did the whole land rights.
Now we there somewhere, yep.
So we dance.
Drop the link in the chat. Oh,
now when it get to these melanated people, right?
Okay.
And I know what y'all was talking about earlier. We cannot ignore the fact that this white race took over both of these lands, Africa and which we would now call America, right? Utilizing the same religious tactic.
Yeah, they did.
So when I say, and I go back because my grandmother is Blackfoot Native American, when I go back and I say
Blackfoot, that's funny.
Dang, you too.
We're gonna get that next, Cedric. We're gonna get you.
When I say that we have traditions on this
Blackfoot
and over there,
that's what my mama told me.
People,
your grandma from Montana, y'all? She from Montana?
No, Virginia.
It's a red flag on the play.
It's
a red flag on that play right there. Yeah, somebody say Blackfoot Indian. It's a red flag.
Yes.
They from Montana. They from Montana, yo. Ain't no black folks in Montana, yo.
Listen,
stop all the accuracy, Gullah. We don't need that right now. I want to be Blackfoot.
I like the accuracy. Hey, humble, you gotta get off that the trails of fire, whatever they call it. Trail
of tears.
My grandmother died at 97, bro.
I'm crazy. It's
my grandmother died at 97. I used to sit and commune with her all the time.
All right, let me say this. First of all, I want to get off your grandmother.
Go ahead, you good.
I want to get on my grandmother. That way I don't offend you. So let me offend my own grandmother. My grandmother told me we was Blackfoot Indians. I went and got a DNA test. I said, y'all tripping, y'all lie. My grandmother died laughing. She was like, boy, you got me.
Yes, she did. I'm playing, yo. Did she really for real?
Hey, why I saw was the grandmother though? Why nobody got no Native American granddaddy?
Was she giving you the breakdown of the lineages too? Was she letting you talk to the nieces and nephews that she got to miss? Like my grandmother was letting me. Like I got a cousin right now named Tony in Michigan right now, right? That I could call. Right? She introduced me to my cousin. We got a town, Franklintown, Virginia. We got a town. My grandmother introduced me to the culture. She ain't just sit me down. Oh, well, you know, we got Native American.
But Franklin ain't no Native. Franklin is British. But Franklin is an English name though. That ain't Native American.
hold on 1 second. I got you.
Hey, let me ask Humble a question.
It was like, this is what my mother was doing. This is what my father was doing. This is what their grandmother and grandfathers were doing. You see,
Time is running out.
So, and I get that sometimes it'd be like people like, oh, I got Native American. People like, well, prove that shit. They can't prove it.
Hey, Humble, you got any peoples from Culpeper, Virginia?
You
got any peoples from Culpeper?
Ain't that a football player, Culpeper?
Virginia, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on.
Because that's what my on my mother's side.
You ever took a DNA test? Hold on, you ever took a DNA test? Nope.
Nope.
You talking all this evolution? You agree with science? Or you took a DNA test? Or do you agree with DNA test?
Take that test. You take that test yet, Humble? Nope.
No, I ain't take no test yet.
Okay, so hold on. This is what we're gonna do. Let me
take your test, Humble. We might be family, yo.
Hey, listen, we might be. I'll take the test. I ain't scared to take no. I'll take the test.
Hold on.
Yeah, they don't sell. They got the holiday sale now.
They got the holiday. Let me say this for you, Humble. Humble, so what are you saying about African American? What are you trying to say? Are you saying that the first people in the Americas was African pre-Columbus, pre-colonial powers? Are you saying that? I'm gonna get you.
Well, the Africans, no.
They was what? I'm listening.
They were native to this land. I don't like really using the word America because we know the connotation of that, but they were native to this land in a sense. They were the first people here.
Okay, and you agree that the first people, by the time they got here, you would no longer consider them indigenous Africans. Am I correct?
Yes.
All righty. Okay.
We couldn't consider them indigenous Africans because if that was the case, we would have to consider them indigenous Asians, right?
Yeah, they walked.
And so the Asians were distinct from the Africans as well. Mm-hmm. So although we know everybody is, a relation to Africa, but through time, we know they gather their own distinct classes. So these were their own distinct group of people during this time.
Yeah, they developed mutations outside of Africa.
Wow.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What'd you say, Gullah?
No, he wild, bro. Yeah. It sounds like FBA to me.
No.
No. Well, I mean, it's literally what the history say, right?
No, you just saying.
The history don't. No,
the history don't say that.
What you saying?
So the history don't say. If you go back to the earliest Native Americans, the history don't say they come from Asia.
Yeah, they come from East Asia. Yeah, they come from East Asia. They paleo East Asia.
Hold on 1 second.
And you don't look.
Asia, they settled here long enough to become distinct from.
I'm just saying, bro. By your immediate grandmother. Hold on. By your immediate grandmother being Native American, I don't see it, bro. And I work with I'm partially Latino or Afro Latino, and I work with a lot of Latinos. You know what I'm saying? A lot of my friends are mestizos, and they got like a lot of Native American in their family. You know what I'm saying? You don't look nothing like them. You don't even look like a mestizo.
A lot of people, when dealing with Native people, they like to go to the Spaniard side of the Native people or the South.
No, it don't got to do with no Spanish side. It don't got nothing to do with no Spanish. It don't got no. Listen. It don't got nothing to do with no Spanish side because it's Native American population that's fully Native American that speaks Spanish. And they just have just like African Americans speak African American vernacular. They might still have grammar and some of the Native American words and stuff like that in their Spanish, but they're totally, you know what I'm saying, damn near 100% native.
Right.
It ain't about just being Spaniard, none of that. Spanish were the colonizers.
I got native in my background. I got American native in my background.
Yeah, you probably quite a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But he said his immediate grandmother though. Like his immediate grandmother.
Yeah, my immediate grandmother.
All right, let's move on. Somebody, Rebel, what's up?
What's up, Rebel?
Blessed, yeah.
What's up?
Remember you just said, Ankh, that we the same.
Your mic messing up.
Yeah, you breaking up.
Your mic messing up, Rebel.
Sorry.
All right, go ahead.
You hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, you just create the people in one community might not be related versus going way out of town and those people could be related, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the argument that guy have with the younger youth there, Humble, saying it makes no sense because he's going off a lookership and he did not do no genetic tests. He did not do none of those chromosomal background to find out what is going on. So his argument makes sense, but it's kind of flawed. So he's going off of just how they look, and we know through ethnicity, inbreeding. You know what I'm saying? I got a son with a white girl, and in the wintertime, he looks white. In the summertime, you don't have to ask him if he got black in him. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, just going by his lookership, I don't think he really standing on a firm scientific ground. And this is supposed to be a scientific panel. So straighten him out on that.
I got him. You hear that?
Lookership? That is terrible.
Yeah, we call it lookership.
Yeah, bro.
He said lookership. Now, hold on really fast. I want to touch on something Unc just said earlier, right?
Pseudo-ship.
Unc earlier said, right, that we know that there were Africans in Africa who had different phenotypes, right?
All of it, most diversified phenotype.
So he finna fuck it up. He finna fuck it up.
Saying, right, and even what the brother Rebel Ra was just saying, right, goes completely against what the brother Unc was just saying. Right, based off lookership, like indigenous tribes who live on the same land can't have different phenotypical. Like,
no, but you got different gene pools. You got different gene pools. It's like, is an Indian, is a dude from India the same as a dude from China? They're on the same damn continent.
You said is the dude from India the same as the dude from China?
Yeah, is a dude from India the same? Is the same genetic gene pool as people from East Asia? They all Asians, but they different. They're different gene pools, different genetic clusters.
Groups, yeah.
You got the same thing in Africa, a different genetic cluster. We come from Western Central Africa, Niger Congo population.
And you have the same thing here on the land that we now call America with the native people here.
Yeah, but they have a distinct look. Paleo East Asian have a distinct look. Even when it's mixed in, like the Latino population, like me, like I got family, like friends, like I don't got a lot of, I don't have no, you know what I'm saying, Taino in me, but I do got, you know what I'm saying, what they call it, Canary Island, you know what I'm saying, that's one of the traits I got from my Cubans. Hold on, let me finish, bro. Let me finish, bro. Hold on, I'm not done. My friends that do have this mix that's mestizo, you know what I'm saying, I might even have, you know, some generations of, you know what I'm saying, native genetics. You said your immediate grandmother, bro. Like if you had Native American, you know what I'm saying, ancestry that close, it'd be obvious in your damn physical phenotypes now. I'm just saying this by my own, you know what I'm saying? I walk with Guatemalans, Hondurans, fucking Mexicans every damn day, bro. You know what I'm saying? Even the ones from Colombia. I know a mestizo or a pardo when I see one. You know what I'm saying? You can see the Indio, you know what I'm saying, genetics, especially when the ancestors just a generation away. You wildin', bro.
So let me clear something up. The genetic diversity that exists on the continent of Africa is that is because that's the origin of our species. When you look at populations that move out of the continent, they do not have that same range of genetic diversity. That's why you have a particular phenotype that resides in Southern Asia versus Eastern Asia and in the Americas, right? That population, that diversity is going to be much smaller compared to diversity on the continent. Why? Because the box of crayons stayed behind and only 3 or 4 left that original crayon box. So the diversity that you see on the continent, you're not going to make a comparison with that diversity on this side of the continent
then the back migrations adds to the diversity even more. That's why even the most diverse is the back migration.
So when a native person from here have a baby, right, from an African American person, what does the pheno features look like?
It's gonna have some mixtures. It's gonna look like you're gonna look like Miguel. You're gonna look like Miguel, dog. You're gonna look like the singer Miguel.
So we can't go off of lookership when we're trying to discern someone.
This ain't just lookership, bro. You talking about first generation shit, bro. This ain't no just look. I'm talking the obvious, nigga.
First generation, second generation. And so that brings up when SaNeters gets
I'm
up here,
talking the
right? And he
obvious,
say,
bro.
when SaNeters gets up here and he say, okay, my grandmother was a Native American. And people don't say, oh, well, look a ship. No, they wasn't. No, because
His
we
grandmother wasn't no
understand
full
that you
blown Native
can't
American though. He Puerto Rican. Which people Puerto Rican, Dominican? She wasn't no full blown Native American. She couldn't have been.
And being from Puerto Rico doesn't make you automatically anything. You can be a complete African and come from Puerto Rico. But that is non sequitur to the conversation. We're talking about the genetic diversity that you would see in the Americas compared to that on the African continent. And your analogy cannot be made. Why? Because the genetic diversity that leaves the continent and reaches all the way up to Northern Europe and then to cross into the Americas was an isolated genetic group, not the same diversity as that which remained on the continent. So no, you're not going to see the phenotypical range that you see in Africa, in the Americas by the time Columbus gets there.
So nobody's saying that, but what we are saying, what I'm saying is Native people from here made it with Africans that came over here.
Yeah.
No, they didn't. You talking about by themselves? Africans that came.
But are you talking about like the people that escaped
in general,
the
they
slaves
in
and
general.
No, you talking about Maroons, or you talking about like what do you mean, like Africans that like you trying to say Africans came over before Columbus, or you talking about like Maroon population?
Native
what are you talking about?
Who were here before Columbus and during Columbus, right? And
no, there is no before Columbus.
No, it wasn't no Africans. It wasn't no Africans over here before Columbus, yo. That's part of the African. That's part of the Columbian exchange. It wasn't no Africans over here, bro.
Let me get a piece. Let me jump in, y'all. When y'all get a chance.
Africans. I said indigenous people.
Oh yeah.
No, you said something about Africans too. Though. What you were saying about Africans?
I said they made it with Africans.
Yeah, some did. Yeah, some did. Yeah.
And so to sit here and act like you can't have a native person mixed with an African and then they come out with different pheno features is crazy.
Yeah, but it's a mix though. We got small amounts of Native American.
I never claimed to be 100% Blackfoot Native American, did I?
But you said your grandmother though.
Let me get in when y'all get a chance.
You said your grandmother just your parent. That's just your parent. That's just your parents' parent, bro. That ain't that far away.
My grandmother, my mother's mother and father. My grandmother was Native American. My mother's father was African American. My mother has Native American and African American. My father was African American.
So your mother's mother is from Montana? Because the Blackfoot Indians are from Montana, yo. They ain't from the Chesapeake Bay area.
One place. They range from
yes, they are, bro.
Killing me,
yes, they are, bro.
Let me get in, y'all.
Yes, they are.
One place.
Yes, they are. Blackfoot Indian is a particular tribe from Montana, yo.
One place that wouldn't be 4 groups that make up the Blackfoot.
There wasn't Blackfoot then. If you talking about Native Americans on the East Coast,
you don't know, Gullah.
I do know. I know a lot of Native Americans. I do this shit, bro.
You don't, bro.
You wilding, bro.
Sit here and say that they all wasn't Blackfoot when they all make up the one population of Blackfoot.
No, Blackfoot is a particular tribe from Montana, yo.
Bro,
that's why I asked you from Montana. Yes, they are.
That's real.
Yes, they are.
Not have to be.
And they calling that because of the ass, because the black ass that they put on their feet. The tribal.
Because they was black.
Nah.
Well, he's saying he got the black foot on his face. He the black face.
Hey, let me say something though, y'all. Hey, look, check this out. So yeah, man, this conversation always gets wild because you know I've been doing a lot of digging, trying to find these Africans that was here before. I haven't come up yet. I've been digging hard. I can't come up with them. So at some point, we have got to let that part of this FBA thing go. You know, because there's just no substantial evidence anybody can give to show that there were some Africans here before we were brought here either during the enslavement trade, the kidnapping, or people that may have come over here with Columbus and them, that might have been from the Moors background. Yeah, besides that, you're not going to have any large numbers of Africans
Latinos.
that was here.
I could get.
Yeah.
You talking about the Latinos?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm, but y'all get my point though.
Yeah.
Like nobody's gonna be able to say like we are indigenous to this land because we've been here for hundreds or thousands of years. There's just no information for that. So
and then the Native Americans they diversity come off a bottleneck. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it wasn't like it wasn't as diverse as Africa would be. Never would be.
Come to the people that were native here. Even when we take a DNA for them, a lot of them will have Asians, right? They'll be closely related. That'll be their progenitor, right? Because they're so diversified from the gene pool on coming over here.
American.
What we can say is there were people with, because a lot of people like to make it seem like when Christopher Columbus and them came over here, it wasn't nobody over here. It was people here before they got here.
Yeah, nobody
ever say who said that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
A lot of people that say that, bro. Trust me.
Oh yeah, they bug.
But what? And so people like to undermine the history that was here before Columbus got here, and they like to act like
I ain't never heard nobody. That's crazy.
Somewhere.
But most African Americans, we got small percentages of Native American in our genetics, yo. That's real, yo. Yep. That's real. Yeah, that ain't. And I suggest all African Americans get yourself a genetic test.
And
commercial.
Who would you
if you're anywhere within the 2 to 4%,
who would you suggest to get a DNA test from? Because I don't trust everybody, bro.
And if you're in the 2 to 4% range, that is
get Rick Kittles in them because they got the largest base. Rick Kittles, that's a good one.
Who got the most accurate base?
Rick Kittles.
Yeah, the best way to go, the best way to be accurate with genetic tests is take multiple tests, yo. Compare.
And then get multiple tests. You'll see it. Because each company got different databases. You're gonna come up with different results. Now people get confused and messing me. No, nigga, that's how it works. It's based off different databases. But historically speaking, because then you got to match the DNA up with the historical events. Historically, yo, you got a native population in the Americas. This population gets encroached on by Europeans and slaves that was brought from Africa. That's what it is. That's not a fight, right? No one should be fighting. That's what it is. Yeah. So you may have amounts of, I'm not saying that, but to make it a whole, no, you're not that. You wouldn't be that, yo. You couldn't prove that. Your DNA test wouldn't pan out. See, that way, if you get the DNA test, at least you'll know. I thought I was Blackfoot. If the ashes to the head or something, would you say the ashes?
Yeah. What recipes did your grandmother leave your mother? Was your mother cooking Native American food other than cornbread?
You said was she cooking Native American food other than cornbread?
Yes. I mean, like cultures passed down, like, you know what I'm saying, certain aspects of culture, like, you know what I'm saying, like my grandfather, my mother's father is Afro-Cuban, and I got a little bit, I speak Spanish, you know what I'm saying, I'm a little bilingual, you know what I'm saying, I grew up dancing rumba, salsa, all that shit, you know what I'm saying, so some of that cultural imprint gonna be there.
But if you look at genetics as well, anywhere between 2 and 4%, right, is genetic noise, especially if you measure that today after 400 or 500 years, right? So when we start to talk about my grandmama, right, and my great grandmama, those are 2 and 3 generations go back. They are still within the 1900s, late 1800s. So again, right, when you're looking at 2 and 3% at that point, that's too far removed. That's genetic noise, right? So that can't be your grandma.
No, that don't make sense, because just because they were back in the 1918s, then you got to think about, well, what about their people? What about their people? You have to take it back
that's
to
the
the
point
ancestors.
I'm making. When you see 2%, right, in a genetic profile today, you're going back to one ancestor about 6, 7, 8 generations ago.
But then you
Yeah,
have
that's
to
like
go back.
colonial. That's like colonial period. You got like if you got like one, you get like 2%. That's like early colonial period. You know what I'm saying? That whoever that was, you know what I'm saying? They descendants and mixed and matched with all kinds of motherfuckers.
Yeah, that ain't your grandmama. That's genetic noise. That's a trace in your lineage, one ancestor long, long, long time ago.
Well,
Compare that to the
Y'all gotta
European
tell him
admixture.
that.
Compare that to the European admixture. You're going
Y'all
to
gotta
see,
tell him that.
you're going to see a
Don't tell me that.
much earlier admixture and a larger percentage. Why? Because that relationship is far closer and over a prolonged period. So when you look at those genetics, you got to really take them into consideration. So you're looking at 2 to 4% over the population, and people are telling me in 2025 and 26 their grandmama. That don't make no sense.
Yeah, you gotta that mean you got a Native American kidney, yo. That mean you got a Native American.
Where's your grandparents from, Cedric?
That mean you got a Native American kidney, yo. That's it.
Hold on, Orlando. Hey, Cedric, where's your grandparents from?
Hey,
you said what?
Where's Cedric's grandparents from?
He ain't Indian.
I ain't say they were Indian. I said where were they from?
Where they from?
Yes.
Their genetic roots are in Africa.
No, I'm talking.
Francis, what's up?
What's up?
Where in Africa?
It's probably a mixture. He from Saint Martin. It's probably a mixture thing, but mostly African. Mostly African.
Black, white, Indian, all of it, all mixed up and in different percentages based on which family you come from.
Yeah, and guess what? In genetics, Cedric
be running your
hey yo, in genetics,
all night, Cedric
in
been
genetics,
all night, bro.
I'm saying genetics, the majority rules, yo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's motherfuckers. It's people in Africa. It's people in Africa that ain't even 100% African because they mixed with so much colonialism, all shit changed. They still African.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? The majority rule. Yeah.
In the Caribbean, based on your colonial history, you're gonna have different degrees of admixture. For example, Dominica, the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, they have a high degree of Taino admixture in the populations. In Dominica, you have a reserve today of natives called the Caribs, right? That still exists on reserve reserve territory in the Caribbean, on the island of Dominica. So you're going to obviously a higher admixture of Native American in those populations. On my island, for example, you're going to have a higher degree of admixture with European as compared to Native American. So so it all depends, but we have predominantly African genetics for 80 to 90.
Like, share, and subscribe. All right. Okay. Where you at? We at Joke Francis. You gonna get this last call and we out of here, man.
What's up,
water. What's on your mind, brother?
The best test that I think you're gonna get for African Americans is African ancestry because they have the largest data. They have the largest commercial African database.
Okay. All
so
right.
you're gonna get that's the best you're gonna get.
All right, Rick Kittle. That's Rick Kittle. African ancestry, Rick Kittle, yo. Hey man, look, man, we had a powerful show today. Everybody came through, man. Man, appreciate all the bros that came in the show, man. Appreciate y'all, man. It's always a great show, man. It's a good show. 5 hours long. It's kind of long there, but sometimes, man, long is great. You feel me? All right, appreciate it.
Yeah, we worked a lot of stuff out.
Joe, Gullah, Cedric, Pseudo Killers, man. Francis, appreciate. Hey, Francis, are the Egyptians black? That'll get them awesome.
They always been black.
Oh shoot.
Always been black.
Hey, I want to your panel, bro.
You say what, Humble?
I said I want to appreciate you for allowing me on your panel, bro.
Oh yeah, man, I appreciate it. I'm going to stop over there at your spot, yo. You gotta put that name in the chat. Put that name in the chat down there, yo.
Yeah, we swing through.
Yeah, we swing through that real quick, yo. What's the name of your channel over there, yo?
So it's called Beagle Live. I'm gonna put it down in the back chat. So my name over there is just Humble. Or I might be under the name Humble Mystic. But when you go to Beagle Live, you make your whatchamacallit. It will not. Hold on. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to where the people at.
Hey, Ankh, I want to drop your quote before I roll out.
Go ahead, drop that quote.
Never be afraid of understanding who you really are. One who runs from their past, dies in the present, and has no future.
Done.
I got that from Ankh. All right, y'all, I'm out, man. Peace. It was a good show.
All right, man.
Later on.
Man, I said that a while ago. Woo! It was a fight.
Hey, I'm gonna drop my number in the back chat.
All right, drop it in there real quick.
Hold on 1 second.
I see the Beagle Live joint. You can do the private thing if you want.
Hey, listen, it's just like over here. I
Yeah,
said it's just like over here.
YouTube. It's on the YouTube. I'm checking it out now. Beagle Live.
Oh yeah. Hold on. All right.
I'm gonna check it out. You gotta sign up and sign in. And
Yeah, I got some debates on YouTube too from over there too. I actually got a debate.
Oh man, my fault. My fault. Go ahead. You said you had a debate where?
I got a debate coming up on January the 14th over there.
Let me see what you did. You dropped the number?
Yeah, I'm dropping it right now. Bang.
All right, got it. That's the number on the. All right.
Yeah. All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm out. Hit me up, bro.
All right, man. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, appreciate everybody came through, man. Appreciate you, Gella. Appreciate you. Man, it's been one of them powerful, powerful shows, man. I'm going back live at 7, man, and then back at 9, man. You know we working, man. Make sure y'all.
don't forget to support Ankh on the next show. We're going over there for 7. We're gonna beat up some FBAs.
Get them while they hot, man.
I'm gonna be tethering from the chat.
Oh man, boy.
I like it. I like it. I didn't know you was a metal fan.
I do all that.
Yeah, we grew up with that. Guns N' Roses, Metallica. Yeah, that's my music.
Chains that we cut into lectures with lips, yes, sir. It's a beat, so don't kill.
And I'm your host, Bobby Banger. And with that,